Good morning. Good morning, Your Excellencies, professors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Yonsei University and the opening ceremony for the 2024 Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development. I am Jung-Gil Ko, an associate professor at the School of Integrated Technology, College of Computing here at Yonsei University.
And I am Katrina Che, the communications lead at the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. Thank you all for joining us today. The Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum is the flagship event of the IGE, the Institute of Global Engagement and Empowerment of Yonsei University. We are thrilled to have a distinguished group of stakeholders from policy, civil society, higher education, and the private sector with us today and tomorrow. The theme of this year's forum is Reboot the SDGs, Reset Our Future. The theme couldn't be any timelier. The UN Sustainable Development Goals have entered the most important development phase. We're past the halfway point to 2030, and we only have about 6 years left to achieve them. At the moment, progress for the SDGs is stalling, and the world is currently confronted by many crises, from climate, food, education, inequalities, escalating conflicts, and more. To tackle these crises, we must build partnerships.
This forum is very special in that since its founding in 2018, it has been co-hosted with friends and colleagues of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future and the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. Our valuable partnership is based on the belief that together we can accomplish the UN Sustainable Development Goals. These goals are not and should not be a burden to one community nor one nation, but rather we should acknowledge that we are in this together and only our combined efforts can make a meaningful difference. As President Yoon Dong-sup of Yonsei University noted in his inaugural address, Yonsei University will progress as a university that is tightly engaged with the societal challenges and realize a future university model where the knowledge and assets held by the university are dedicated to driving the progress of our society. By empowering Yonsei, we aim to empower the society around us.
And by bringing together world leaders, researchers, policymakers, and global citizens, we will share knowledge and learn from another. By doing so, we can bring the SDGs back on track. So we have prepared this forum, an exciting and packed 2 days of how we can reboot the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We have prepared keynotes, a special session, 5 plenary sessions, and 14 featured sessions on diverse themes from peace building, care economy, artificial intelligence, and many, many more. We will offer questions, lessons learned, and solutions that we can explore together in ensuring the well-being of our people and the planet.
So over the next 2 days, we will have opportunities to hear about latest findings from world-renowned researchers and compelling voices for sustainable development. We welcome all of you to join today's session and those of tomorrow. We hope that the sessions that you will experience over the next 2 days will offer you with a chance to look back on the world that we're living in and prioritize global benefits in this seemingly irrational world. Thank you so much for taking part in this event and for your efforts, both small and big, to make a safe, free, and a sustainable world. Today's opening ceremony will begin with welcoming remarks from the GEEF co-host. First of all, please welcome President of Yonsei University, Dr. and Professor Dong-sup Yoon. Please welcome our president with a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed colleagues from around the world, I am honored to extend a warm welcome to you all to the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum 2024. It's with great pleasure that we gathered here today, joined by 2 distinguished co-hosts. His Excellency Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, and His Excellency Heinz Fischer, the 11th Federal President of Austria. Today, we embark on a journey with the theme, Reboot the SDGs, Reset Our Future, underscoring our dedication to sustainable development and a sense of international collaborations. Since 2018, Yonsei University has led this mission in partnership with the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future and the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. As we mark our 6th anniversary, our commitment to evaluating global engagement role in sustainability is stronger than ever. In an era defined by climate change, pandemics, geopolitical strife, and the swift technological progress, the importance of a united and well-informed community cannot be overstated. GEEF serves as an essential platform encouraging collaboration and disseminating unbiased, inclusive knowledge for the betterment of all. Our efforts at Yonsei, grounded in the belief in international cooperation's transformative potential, aim to empower individuals toward achieving sustainable development. Reflecting on our 139-year history, Yonsei's evolution from a modest clinic to a beacon of empowerment through superior education and pioneering research illustrates our conviction that empowering people is fundamental to achieving a sustainable future. This conviction fuels our dedication to GEEF's mission to address complex societal challenges by empowering individuals and augmenting our research for groundbreaking solutions. Our commitment extends to fortifying network among professionals, citizens, and stakeholders, all aimed at the sustainable future, an effort encapsulated by the phrase, empowering Yonsei. Empowering Yonsei signifies more than just institutional growth. It's about cultivating global leaders and innovators and propelling research to tackle processing issues. As Yonsei's president, I please to guide our university toward a sustainable future by harnessing diverse resources, fostering innovative solutions, and nurturing a community committed to positive change. This holistic approach promises not only societal benefits, but also cements Yonsei's pivotal role in sculpting a bright future. Today, I am excited to announce 3 key initiatives that reaffirm our dedications to the SDGs. Firstly, we are excited to introduce the Ban Ki-moon International Fellowship in honor of the 8th UN Secretary General. This program will provide financial and academic support to emerging leaders, helping them pursue studies at the Yonsei that contribute to global sustainability efforts. Secondly, the launch of the Social Resources Bank project marks a significant step towards addressing global social issues. By utilizing the wide-ranging expertise within Yonsei, this project encourages collaboration across disciplines to empower communities and further our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. And lastly, we are set to transform Yonsei's approach to education and research, which are focused on the SDGs. This transformation involves not only updating our curriculum, but also establishing a research management system designed to reward and support research activities aligned with sustainable development objectives. This transformative strategy will amplify our collective impact on global challenges through innovation, collaboration, and social responsibility. This initiative highlights Yonsei University's steadfast dedication to sustainable development and our role in fostering a resilient and equitable future. As we proceed with the GEEF program over the next 2 days, I eagerly anticipate the forthcoming discussions and the innovative solutions they will spawn. Our aim is to critically evaluate our past endeavors and uncover avenues to secure a thriving future for humanity. Once again, I warmly welcome all participants of GEEF 2024. Together, let's envision and forge a future that not only empowers Yonsei, but also galvanizes the global community toward sustainability and unity. Yonsei invites you to this transformative journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Tung Soo-byun, for your welcoming remarks and your dedication to the SDGs. I'm personally very intrigued by the 3 initiatives you have just announced, and very intrigued about Yonsei's initiative for the SDGs. Moving on, it is now my pleasure to announce to you His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, Chairman of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future, and co-chair of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. Please welcome him with a big round of applause for his welcoming remarks.
Honorable Dr. Yoon Dong-seop, President of Yonsei University, and Excellencies, distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps, and all the guests from around the world. It is my great honor and privilege to deliver these welcoming remarks at the GEEF Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum 2024. I have been proudly engaged in this important forum since its inception in 2018 as an honorary chair of the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment, IGEE, at Yonsei University. Today, as one of the co-hosts of this forum, I warmly welcome you all to this timely forum. Nowadays, we face unprecedented challenges threatening our shared future. Indeed, we stand together at a critical juncture in history. Geopolitical tensions have escalated, undermining the very spirit of multilateral cooperation and global peace. At the same time, the accelerating crisis of climate change poses existential risk to our future generations. The rapid advancement of science and technology, in particular artificial intelligence, promises upgraded lifestyles for humanity. However, at the same time, there are serious concerns that our common sense of being human beings might be undermined due to the unchecked development of AI. This could also further deepen the divide between the privileged and the less privileged, potentially exacerbating discrimination and inequality. These obstacles seriously hinder our progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, highlighting the critical urgency of our mission. Since the launch of GEEF in 2018, this forum has become an essential platform for confronting these interconnected global challenges. Our dialogue spans a wide array of crucial topics, from global peace building and climate change to education, health, and the implications of cutting-edge technologies. This diversity of discussion underscores the inherent complexity of the issues at hand, as well as the comprehensive approach required to navigate them effectively. The need for collaboration across both borders and disciplines has never been more evident. In our pursuit of Sustainable Development Goals and Paris Climate Change Agreement, and amidst the backdrop of ongoing conflicts, environmental crisis, and technological disparities, a critical reflection on our past efforts is essential. We must acknowledge where we have fallen short and then reinvigorate our strategies to achieve sustainable development. Amid the array of 22 enlightening sessions at GEEF 2024, I am particularly excited about the special session I have the honor of moderating, focused on global peace building and sustainability. This session, while just one example of the comprehensive discussions planned over 2 days of GEEF, offers a unique platform to harness our collective wisdom and tackle the root causes of conflict and environmental degradation. It underscores the forum's commitment to collaborative innovation and serves as a microcosm of the broader efforts to achieve our SDGs. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, despite the formidable challenges that lie ahead, I remain filled with hope. Throughout my half-a-century-long diplomatic career, I have witnessed the profound impact of collective will and action. By uniting forces, synergizing action, and expanding solidarity, we can overcome the barriers to achieving the SDGs and chart a new path towards a peaceful and sustainable future. As we actively delve into the discussions at the forum, let us embrace a spirit of cooperation and commit to the hard work necessary to spur lasting change. The future we all aspire to is within reach, but it demands active engagement and collaboration from each of us. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your participation in GEEF 24. Let us reignite our shared commitment to the work of SDGs together to reshape our future, not only for the betterment of our generation, but more importantly, for all those yet to come, our succeeding generations. Ladies and gentlemen, let us work together to realize a better and sustainable world for all. That is our moral responsibility at this time. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I believe that your speech pointed directions in which GEEF and all our participants should head towards as we target to address some of the world's most critical challenges. Next, once the stage is clear, the 11th President of the Republic of Austria and co-chair of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, Dr. Heinz Fischer, has also sent his kind words through a video. Let's take a look at his video message.
Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Good morning and welcome to the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum 2024 at Yonsei University. It's a great honor for me to speak to you today as you gather to address some of the most pressing challenges our world is facing. I extend my warm greetings from Vienna, Austria, to Her Excellency Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, to my good friend, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General of the United Nations, to His Excellency Tae-yul Cho, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, to Her Excellency Kyung-hwa Kang, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, to Honorable Se-hoon-oh, Mayor of Seoul, and Honorable Dong Soo-byun, President of Yonsei University. Ladies and gentlemen, Austria and Korea share a long history of collaboration in many fields, in particular culture, economics, and politics. And these relations have improved steadily in the recent past, and we do our best to continuously improve them. I served my country for more than 40 years as a Member of Parliament, Minister of Science and Research, 12 years as President of our Parliament, and finally 12 years as President of Austria. But never in these 40 years was the state of affairs in the field of international relations so complex, so difficult, and so dangerous for peace as it is now. Therefore, it is imperative to inform each other, to speak to each other, to safeguard the bridges between nations, to work hard for peace, and to defend human rights. I'm concerned, and I can see how the United Nations are under pressure in these days, how the European Union is under pressure, how many economies are under pressure, how our environment is suffering, and how so many individuals are in danger and desperation. We therefore, and for many other reasons, have to be on the side of peace and collaboration. But nowadays, this is very, very difficult. Russia's war against Ukraine was started more than 2 years ago. The European Union is supporting the victim, namely Ukraine, of this military aggression. This is, in my opinion, legitimate and necessary. Nevertheless, it is not enough. We must try everything so that the process of negotiations can be started with the goal to make peace on the basis of lasting security for both sides. I'm afraid that in the year 2024, a stable peace will not be reached in Ukraine. But as a first step, we must stop the killing and continue building bridges. Ladies and gentlemen, the war between Israel and Hamas is another cause for grave concerns. The atrocities committed by Hamas on the 7th of October last year against Israelis on the one side, and the endless counterattacks by the Israeli army in the Gaza Strip on the other side with so many victims, these are very sad facts, no doubt. Israel has every right to defend its citizens and its territory and to press for returning the hostages. But even defense in such a case has to remain under the rule of international law and has to be proportionate. My very personal nightmare is how much additional hatred is created in the hearts of young Palestinians and young Muslims after 30,000 civilians, men, women, and children were killed in the Gaza Strip since October 23. And what will be the consequences if we don't find a solution for this conflict? I'm afraid that violence and terrorist attacks in 2 or 5 or 10 years could have their roots in the present situation in the Gaza Strip. and in the hatred growing from day to day, from week to week, from victim to victim. This is, to make it totally clear, no exculpation for any terrorist attacks in the present or the future. But if we discuss the consequences and the long-term consequences of the present war in Gaza, we must be prepared for all possible developments. So it must be said that since the end of World War II, peace in this part of the world was never as urgent as today. Ladies and gentlemen, even though we are confronted with bloody wars in our time, we nevertheless, at the same time, have to fulfill our duties and obligations in the working to avoid a climate catastrophe and to support the SDGs as a peaceful instrument to improve the situation of humankind in a global dimension. As I have already participated in several impressive GEEF meetings in Seoul, as co-host and co-chair of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, I know that all these topics and problems, and many more, will be subjects in your discussions. We have no other choice than to think carefully, to discuss in a balanced way, and to act steadfastly in the right direction. The SDGs are the most valuable instrument in this field. Let me wish you all the best for this year's GEEF meeting. Let this assembly be a catalyst for positive change and for peaceful cooperation. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency Dr. Heinz Fischer, for your remarks and clear words. Indeed, we must always be on the side of peace and collaboration. As the next speaker, we're delighted to have Her Excellency Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Despite her busy schedule, she has sent us a video to deliver congratulatory remarks. Let's take a look.
His Excellency Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, Mr. Dong Soo-pyun, distinguished guests, as we look towards the Summit of the Future in New York later this year, gatherings such as yours provide an invaluable moment to reflect on how far we've come and to gather our resolve for the challenges that remain. At the SDG Summit last September, the Secretary General called for a rescue plan for people and for planet, because we are far off track to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals and on the Paris Agreement. Our collective promise for a better world, and we still have time to correct the course, but the window is closing fast. Transformative actions and game-changing interventions are needed in key areas, including food and energy systems, digital connectivity, education, jobs and social protection, and tackling climate change and biodiversity loss. There are bright spots indicating that agreement and change are possible, despite our divisions. On climate action, COP28 was a moment of much-needed global unity around an important set of climate commitments. The new Loss and Damage Fund was established and nearly $800 million was committed to it. Agreements were made on operationalizing mitigation and the just transition away from fossil fuels. This includes a tripling of renewable energy capacity and doubling energy efficiency improvements by 2030. It also includes a phase down of coal power and phasing out of inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. And it includes accelerating the reduction of emissions from road transportation and methane emissions, as well as halting and reversing deforestation and forest degradation by 2030. Limiting climate change to a 1.5 degree and building resilience against its impacts are fundamental to achieving all of the other Sustainable Development Goals. The next 2 years will be decisive, so we need all hands on deck. The United Nations appreciates the contributions from your gathering of esteemed experts, especially in providing lessons learned and actions for transformative change. These lessons will also be informative as we work to secure fundamental changes from the upcoming Summit of the Future in September. The summit will accelerate SDG progress, including reform of the international financial architecture, a new global digital compact, and a fresh approach to peace and security, and a new commitment to the meaningful engagement of young people and better systems for responding to global shocks and future generations. Let us work together to keep the promise of the 2030 Agenda. I wish you a productive meeting and thank you for your continued support to the United Nations.
Thank you for your kind words. I'm sure that many of us here could empathize on the urgency of achieving the SDGs in the near future. So our next congratulatory video is from Mr. Oh Se-hun, the Mayor of Seoul. Let's take a look at his video message.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Oh Se-hun, Mayor of Seoul. Congratulations on hosting the 6th Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum. I'd like to extend my gratitude to President Dong-sup Yoon of Yonsei University for organizing this meaningful event, as well as members of the IGEE and experts from home and abroad for their participation. Right now, the world is facing so many challenges, including poverty, inequality, and the climate crisis. In order to address these issues, the United Nations and the international community established the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015 and called for the participation of all countries around the world. As we are only 6 years away from 2030, the target deadline, I believe that now is a really important time to reboot the SDGs and reset our future, as the theme of this forum illustrates. I hope that this forum will serve as a starting point for presenting new alternatives to realize the common goal of humanity, that no one will be left behind, and move forward together towards a more sustainable future. In line with the global trend, the Seoul Metropolitan Government has declared Seoul as a 2030 sustainable city and is striving for a balanced development in areas such as economy, society, and the environment. We will continue to do our best to improve the quality of the life of citizens and the sustainability of the city through various policies such as the Climate Companion Card and Safe Income. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for your participation and contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Oh Se-hun, for your generous words. Before we officially commence with the forum, we would like to use this moment and pose briefly for a photo session. So we would kindly ask all speakers of the opening ceremony to come forward to the stage. Everybody who has been invited to the picture has been individually contacted by the organizing team, so please join us on stage. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, let's welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you, Your Excellencies, dear speakers. Please do take your seats. We will shortly follow with our next point in the program. Good. Thank you very much. Now, we have the pleasure to introduce you to our next 3 keynote speakers. First, it is our honor to welcome on stage the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Cho Tae-yeol. Please welcome him on stage with a big round of applause.
Your Excellency, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, Dr. Yoon Dong-seop, President of the Yonsei University, Your Excellency, Madame Kang Kyung-hwa, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, Dr. Jim Yong Kim, former President of the World Bank, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be here today at the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development. It would be remiss of me not to start by acknowledging the visionary leadership of Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, a leadership which was instrumental in giving birth to the SDGs. Today, the SDGs have become synonymous with humanity's collective commitment to a better and more sustainable future. And to this day, Secretary General Ban continues to serve as its tireless champion, making a difference towards its realization. I also wish to thank Yonsei University for its long-standing support for the aspirations embodied in the SDGs. The fact that this is the 6th Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum being hosted by the Yonsei University speaks to its robust contributions to raising awareness of the SDGs. When the SDGs were launched back in 2015, no one harbored any illusions that the goals would be easy to attain. But the far-reaching changes that have taken place since then have vastly compounded the difficulties in realizing them. The tectonic shifts in the geopolitical landscape, punctuated by 2 ongoing armed conflicts, not least among those changes. The rules-based international order, which has been vital to global stability and prosperity, is also at risk of unraveling. From the impact of climate change and pandemics to food insecurity and supply chain disruptions, crises abound. Over 110 million people are displaced, and more than 700 million live in extreme poverty, a dire situation exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Global gas emissions hit a staggering 37 billion tons in 2023, the highest since 1990, highlighting a pressing need for urgent climate action. And the strategic competition between the United States and China is casting a long shadow on the global economy, trade, energy, and supply chains. As we pass the halfway mark for achieving the SDGs, an assessment of the state of implementation reveals a sobering reality. Only 15% of the goals are currently on track to being met, with many regressing. In Europe, North America, and Central America, only 20 out of 117 measurable SDG targets are on track, a mere 17%. The current trajectory shows that the Asia and the Pacific region is expected to achieve the SDGs as late as 2062. As such, the SDGs are literally on life support. As Secretary General Guterres said, we need a global rescue plan for the SDGs. As the deadline for achieving the SDGs draws near, the international community must step up and make stronger concerted efforts to turn the tide. I'd like to highlight 3 areas that should be central to such efforts. First and foremost, a reformed, inclusive, and networked multilateralism centered on the United Nations. Today, multilateralism is arguably facing one of its lowest moments since the Cold War due to rising nationalism and escalating geopolitical, geoeconomic, and geotechnological rivalries. As a result, there are pervasive doubts about what multilateralism can in fact accomplish. But the complex nature of the challenges we face and the collective solutions that are needed to address them beckon for stronger multilateralism. This year, there will be several key opportunities to demonstrate the resilience of multilateralism and how it can contribute to the SDGs. For the first time in a decade, the UN will host the International Conference on Small Island Developing States, or SEADS, and the UN Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, or LLDCs. These platforms will address the acute challenges faced by seeds and LDCs, which often grapple with isolated geographical locations, impeding access to trade, communication, and markets. The Summit of the Future in September represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to revitalize trust in multilateralism. The discussions on financing for development, peace, technology and innovation, youth, and global governance must help to lay the foundation for a sustainable future. The international community must rise to the occasion and make sure that this summit and the Pact for the Future, led by Secretary General Guterres, reignite the momentum for accelerating the achievement of the SDGs. Second, an integrated approach to development cooperation focused on the humanitarian peace development nexus. Peace, development, and human rights are intertwined and mutually reinforcing goals that constitute the three main pillars of the United Nations. They are three faces of the same reality, as former Secretary General Kofi Annan eloquently put it. Indeed, there is no peace without development, and no development without peace. Equally true is that neither development nor peace is sustainable without respect for human rights. The interplay between these three pillars and the multifaceted nature of the global challenges we face today call for a holistic and integrated approach. We must de-silo security, development, and humanitarian work. Korea's journey from the ruins of the Korean War in the early 1950s to the robust economy and vibrant democracy of today offers a living testament to the transformative power of an integrated approach to the humanitarian, peace, and development nexus. Another notable example is the Gambia, a nation supported by the UN Peacebuilding Commission, which I had the privilege to chair in 2017. The country was at the critical juncture of political transition right after an authoritarian leader was removed from power the previous year. With the political and financial support from the PBC and the United Nations more broadly, the transfer of power proceeded smoothly and peacefully, and political stability created new opportunities for the pursuit of both development and peace. With the sustaining of peace, the Gambia's economy today is showcasing the remarkable resilience, even in the face of multiple global challenges. Third, narrowing the financial gap for the SDG implementation. The annual SDG funding gap has risen from $2.5 trillion before COVID to $4.2 trillion. This must be reversed. While official development assistance will continue to be an essential instrument for achieving the SDGs, we should step up our efforts to explore all avenues for mobilizing resources to meet the SDGs. To address the needs of all nations, irrespective of their economic status, we must maintain our aspiration for a new Bretton Woods moment, focusing on reforming the international financial architecture. Multilateral development banks must be bigger, bolder, and better as a driving force for the 2030 agenda. Korea, as the co-chair of the International Financial Architecture Working Group at the G20, will contribute to advancing this critical agenda. We must also make the best of the 4th UN International Conference on Financing for Development next year in Spain. This gathering is set to bring together world leaders for a comprehensive review of the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. As such, it will mark a pivotal milestone in our journey to diversify development finance. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take a moment to underline some of the key priorities of the Korean government in accelerating the implementation of SDGs. Tapping into our experience of having achieved industrialization and democratization in a single generation, Korea is uniquely positioned to fulfill the following roles. First, the facilitator that bridges the global north and global south, one that hails from the east, but like-minded in many ways with the west. Second, a supporter that advances global public goods. Third, an initiator that helps to set new global norms and standards. Korea's vision to become a global pivotal state, contributing to freedom, peace, and prosperity, prosperity around the world, attests to its determination to facilitate, support, and initiative. As President Yoon articulated in his speech at the UN last year, the more than 40% of increase in our ODA this year is the single most visible manifestation of our seriousness as a global pivotal state. Today, I wish to underscore 4 crucial areas that will be integral to Korea's endeavors going forward. First, we will act on our stated commitment to the humanitarian development peace nexus. As I alluded to earlier, the HDB nexus has a very special place in my heart due to my experience as chair of the Peacebuilding Commission and as president of the executive boards of UNDP, UNFPA, and UNOPS while I was serving as the Korean ambassador to the United Nations. So I'm personally committed to making sure Korea walks the talk. Korea will spearhead investments that promote a nexus approach to conflict-affected and fragile countries. We have increased our humanitarian assistance budget by 145% and significantly scaled up our support for fragility programs. KOICA is expected to sign new agreements with 8 international organizations which are in the front lines of the most challenging crisis settings. The Summit for Democracy, to be hosted by Korea next week, and the first ever Korea-Africa Summit in June will provide useful platforms to discuss ways to overcome silos between the humanitarian, development, and peace actors. Also, as a non-permanent member of the Security Council of the United Nations for 2024 through 25, Korea will seek to address challenges based on an integrated and coherent approach. Furthermore, recognizing the critical role of women in conflict resolution and peace building, we have been championing the Action with Women and Peace initiative. As you may know, the initiative was launched by former Foreign Minister Kang, who is present here with us today. We plan to have the 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace later in the year. Second, public-private partnership, or PPP, will be another cornerstone of our commitment to SDG implementation. Harnessing the dynamism and entrepreneurship of the private sector was a key ingredient in Korea's economic transformation. In tandem with the increase in public resources through ODA, Korea will use its capacity as a convener to encourage catalytic investment from the private sector. A prime example is the robust public-private partnership demonstrated during the earthquake in Turkey last year. At the time, Korea deployed its largest ever disaster relief team, rescuing 8 survivors. We subsequently sent 2 more teams comprising the Foreign Ministry, KOICA, and civil society. The teams successfully developed temporary housing projects in collaboration with the government of Turkey, demonstrating the effectiveness of public-private partnerships. KOICA is also actively promoting innovative development cooperation projects with domestic startups and small, medium, and large enterprises. These projects are expected to crowd in private investment through blended finance and could play a catalytic role in closing the financing gap while leveraging private expertise and technology. Third, digital and innovation domains will be front and center in our efforts. During his speech at the UN and the G20 summit last year, President Yoon emphasized that Korea will seek to build green ladders by supporting adaptation and mitigation efforts and contribute to advancing digital transformation in developing countries. To assist countries most vulnerable to climate change, the Korean government pledged an additional $300 million to the Green Climate Fund. Korea will also help narrow the digital divide in education, healthcare, and financial services for developing countries, a centerpiece of the Digital Bill of Rights, which the Korean government launched last year. On artificial intelligence, we will actively contribute to advancing global governance discussions on AI in a way that unleashes the benefits of this new technology while mitigating its risks. Key avenues for doing so include Korean representation on the UN Advisory Board on AI and our hosting of the AI Summit and AI Global Forum in May, along with the second Responsible Use of AI in the Military Domain Summit in September. Finally, empowering and equipping future generations to lead transformative change, innovation, and global prosperity. Our ODA will actively promote the development of youth education and capacity building programs, such as vocational and technical education and science and technology institutes. K-TVET, Korea's flagship vocation centers, will spearhead these endeavors. We will also scale up our support for enhancing digital literacy among youth in developing countries and thereby help bridge the digital divide. The KOICA Youth Initiative will help train young leaders in seeking equitable and sustainable solutions to global challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the path to achieving SDGs is not shrouded in mystery. The path to getting there has been deliberated, debated, and devised time and time again. The key is whether we as nations can rally the will to engage in the kind of international solidarity and public-private cooperation that revitalizes multilateralism. I sincerely hope that the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development helps to catalyze the will to act, and to act now. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Minister Cho, for your speech. So as a Korean, I think it was great to hear about Korea's plans and commitments for accelerating the achievement of the United Nations SDGs. So there are many ways to tell if this was a great speech or not, but one thing that I noticed was that three of the distinguished speakers sitting on the front row were taking notes during this speech. This is evidence that I think this was something great to hear. Okay, so let me now introduce our next keynote speaker, His Excellency Dennis Francis, the President of the 78th United Nations General Assembly, who has sent us a video message. So let's take a look at his message.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a profound privilege to address the bright minds of Yonsei University once more, albeit regrettably not in person on this occasion. The halls of your university hold a special significance in my heart. Indeed, it was at Yonsei where last October I delivered my first keynote address to an academic institution soon after assuming my role as President of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2023. Your enthusiasm, questions, and commitment to multilateralism left a lasting imprint on me. I have made it a point to engage with students and young people in every country I have traveled to since recognizing the pivotal role that universities, education, and youth play in learning, analysis, and research. Subsequently, I have delivered lectures to corresponding audiences at Qatar University in Qatar, Makerere University in Uganda, Shanghai Institutes for International Studies in China, the University of Nairobi in Kenya, the University of Tokyo in Japan. We stand at a crucial crossroads in human history. Our global economy, amidst its rebound from the strains endured in recent years, is showing signs of resilience. However, the journey to full recovery is complicated by heightened challenges, notably escalating conflicts and geopolitical tensions, which demand delicate navigation underpinned by concerted efforts. Climate change, which is perhaps the most significant existential threat humanity has ever faced, looms large on the horizon. Poverty, food security, inequality, inflation, and debt levels all compound the plight of the world's most vulnerable, amplifying their hardships to an unbearable extent, both at the individual and country levels. It is sad, stark reality that the closer we are to 2030, the farther, of course, we fall in our pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. I, however, maintain there is still hope to overcome the myriad challenges confronting us. Ladies and gentlemen, achieving the ambitious goals we have set as the global community, including the United Nations, which I presently lead, requires strategic investment, both domestically and internationally, and both financially and politically. A crucial component of this endeavor is the imperative to overhaul the international financial architecture, guaranteeing easily accessible, predictable, and stable long-term financing for sustainable development, particularly in the Global South. The United Nations is the foremost forum for tackling inter- and intranational challenges, and indeed, the sole platform where warring parties may sit side by side, compelled to engage in diplomatic dialogue. Of all other principal organs, the General Assembly, as the most universally representative, deliberative body of the United Nations, and which I am honored to serve as its president, holds enormous promise in our unwavering commitment to achieve peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. I firmly believe that it is through this very practice of cooperation, through a UN-led multilateral system, that we can find durable solutions. To that end, the upcoming Summit of the Future presents a prime opportunity to generate impactful and transformative action towards achieving the SDGs, and to invest in you, the young people, as critical agents of change. In this endeavor, education, the mightiest of peace builders, plays a pivotal role. To realize our primary purpose and mission of fostering peace, we must also focus on quality education, and education not just measured in terms of throngs of unemployed graduates flooding the labor market, but well-targeted education systems aligned with labor market's demands, ensuring quality jobs in the context of decent work for graduates like yourselves. Across Africa and Asia, we have a reservoir of youthful populations, and we must harness this demographic dividend through meaningful investments in youth, coupled with advancements in technology to leapfrog sustainable development of our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, accelerating progress across all SDGs, bearing in mind their interconnectedness, because progress in one area triggers positive effects in others. For instance, education fosters peace, gender equality, sustainable development, and food security. Embracing a holistic approach to multilateralism and sustainable development is crucial for achieving peace, progress, prosperity, and sustainability for all. With this in mind, I will hold the General Assembly's first ever Sustainability Week this coming April, a series of events featuring key sectors of the economy, such as transport, tourism, infrastructure, energy, and debt sustainability. Taken together, the week's back-to-back events will provide a broad platform for member states and stakeholders to drive progress on the SDGs. The membership's decision to hold a high-level meeting on the threat posed by the sea level rise in September offers the opportunity to address the fate of low-lying coastal areas as well as small island developing states. Furthermore, the upcoming ECOSOC High-Level Political Forum will focus on accelerating the realization of the 2030 Agenda in times of polycrises, emphasizing the urgency of delivering sustainable and innovative solutions. Youth are central to these efforts. Thanks to the UN Youth Office and platforms like the ECOSOC Youth Forum, we can actively involve young people in all aspects of the UN's work. I look forward to dialoguing with your peers on the sidelines of the forum in April. In all our global endeavors, I strongly believe that there is added value in embracing public-private partnerships, and that there is enough room for governments to collaborate with other stakeholders. In this regard, during my presidency, I have committed to ensuring the active engagement of all stakeholders: civil society, the private sector, academia, and you, the youth. As I close, I invite you to embrace these troubled times as an opportunity for collective action and solidarity. Together, we hold the power to forge a future that thrives on sustainability, equality, and peace. A world that not only enriches the lives of your generation, but also lays a strong foundation for those who will follow you and who will inherit the mantle. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Dennis Francis, President of the 78th United Nations General Assembly, for your encouraging remarks. You especially highlighted the crucial role of financing for the SDGs, especially in countries of the Global South that are affected the most by global challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have one more keynote prepared. Our next keynote speaker will be His Excellency Juan Manuel Santos, the 32nd President of Colombia and the recipient of the 2016 Nobel Peace Prize. He has sent his messages as well via video. Let's take a look.
Dear friends, it is an honor to take part in the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development at Yonsei University. I am sorry I am not able to join you in person in Seoul as I had hoped. The title of this event is Reboot the SDGs, Reset Our Future, a timely topic at a critical moment in our collective journey towards sustainable development. The adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals is the most important achievement of the United Nations in this century, and a great example of what can be achieved when there is political will to cooperate. Few people know that Colombia, my country, played a leading role in the initiative to create the SDGs. We formally proposed this idea, which had been cooking for some time, at the Rio+20 summit in 2012. And in September 2015, it became none other than the world agenda for the next 15 years. The United Nations Secretary General at that time was my good friend, the fellow elder Ban Ki-moon, your compatriot, who I want to thank for having kindly invited me to this forum. I commend this gathering's initiative to review past approaches to the SDGs to acknowledge past mistakes and to chart a more effective path forward based on lessons learned. It is also important to emphasize the significance of small, actionable changes that can be integrated into individuals' daily lives, so we can all collectively contribute to achieve the SDGs. Our world is in grave danger. We face a set of existential threats that puts all humanity at risk. But unfortunately, our leaders are not responding with the wisdom and urgency required. The impact of these threats is already being felt. A rapidly changing climate, a pandemic that killed millions and cost trillions, wars in which the use of nuclear weapons has been openly raised. A necessary, a vital condition to make all this possible is to reverse the trend against multilateralism. The world needs to make a new pledge for stronger global cooperation. We should never forget that global threats can only be addressed through global action, through cooperation among humans and among nations. Unfortunately, too many countries still cling to the illusion that they can survive in isolation, that their borders can somehow magically protect them while the rest of the planet burns. When talking about the survival of the planet, borders don't matter, ideologies don't matter, nationalities don't matter. The threat of war and the threat of violence in the world can certainly be minimized by accepting to submit to a new global rules-based system. A new system where preserving the planet, seeking more social justice, reducing conflict, and achieving a truly sustainable peace should be the priorities. The good news is that all of this can easily be achieved if we work around the SDGs. Everything is there: the social, the economic, the environmental, and the institutional aspects. And the work must be done by all: governments, civil societies, the private sector, indigenous communities, traditionally marginalized minorities. Recently, the UN Secretary General addressed the Security Council on the now very evident links between conflict, climate, and food insecurity. He specifically said that to preserve peace, and I quote, turbocharging progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, including our goal of zero hunger, is the answer, end of quote. And one thing is clear: there cannot be peace without sustainable development, and there cannot be sustainable development without peace. In the past century, humankind fought world wars led by nations that claimed the supremacy of their race, their religion, or their ideology, and despised the race, the religion, and the ideology of others. Sadly, the ghost of religious and political fanatism, of nationalism, of racism, are unfortunately very much alive in today's scenario, always instilling fear to gain followers. Fear of the other, fear of the one who is different, fear of the unknown, fear of what they do not understand. How many times have we not surrendered to fear and have lost the opportunity to meet face to face with an adversary, to forgive or to reconcile? How many times have we listened to the words of those leaders who divide instead of uniting, who exclude others instead of bringing people together, who promote hate instead of fostering hope? Leaders who scream, "Our country first, our needs first, our nation first," are in the bottom saying, "Our fears first." And they send young people to die in useless wars on behalf of a cause that many times no one can define. Just look at what is happening in Gaza, in Ukraine, and sadly, in many other places around the world. After many, many years of war in my country, in Colombia, more than half a century, we are slowly but surely on the path towards peace. We signed an agreement to put an end to a 50-year armed conflict, and now we are working to achieve sustainable, long-lasting, and inclusive peace. Peacemaking is one thing, to silence the guns, which we have already achieved, but another, much more difficult, that demands patience and perseverance, is peace building. It means healing the wounds, learning to choose hope over fear, to choose love over hate. And that is something that needs to start in our own hearts and in our own souls, in our families, in our communities, in our schools, and in our cities. We must put ourselves in the shoes of others and understand that we all have feelings, we all have aspirations, we all have mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, we all have dreams, no matter how different we are, no matter what color of skin we have, no matter to what God we pray. We can always find common ground. We can always compromise. If you come to realize this, you will find that the impossible can be possible. Every conflict, no matter how difficult it is, can be resolved through constructive dialogue and commitment. Dear friends, today more than ever, we need to reaffirm our common humanity in the face of great existential threats like armed conflicts, climate change, the destruction of our biodiversity, and food insecurity, among others. The knowledge and the resources to address these challenges exist, but too many of our leaders lack the political will or capability to take decisive action. They seek short-term fixes over long-term solutions. Despite the seriousness of the existential threats that we face, hope remains. We should never, never give up hope. Our best future can still lie ahead of us. We need leaders to take the long view and show the courage to lead us to that better future. We need to work together to fulfill the central transformative promise of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals. Leave no one behind. This can be a reality for future generations, and we owe it to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, His Excellency Juan Manuel Santos, everyone. We have heard now twice already the sentence, there can be no peace without sustainable development, and there can be no sustainable development without peace. Which gives me the perfect segue to our next point in our program, which is all about global peace building. In this special session on global peace and the SDGs, we're inviting now global leaders and peace builders on stage to share with us their personal experiences in negotiating major peace treaties. They will share lessons learned and insights on how to reboot the SDGs. They will also analyze the current state of global affairs and explore how we can guarantee the right to safety and dignity to everyone. Okay, I do believe we can start now with the special session. So let me reintroduce all the speakers again. The special session on global peace building will be led by His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations. And joining him on stage are our distinguished guests, Miriam Coronel Ferreira, former Senior Mediation Advisor to the United Nations, Robert C. Orr, the Dean of the School of Public Policy at the University of Maryland, and Patrick Vercoyen, CEO of the Global Center on Adaptation and Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. Dear Excellency Pan, the floor is all yours.
Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to chair this very important meetings about what's the core relationship between peace building and sustainable development and human rights. These are very important topics. So in that regard, it's a great honor for me to moderate this session today. As I mentioned at the opening session, the world is now embroiled with a series of wars and conflicts. The illegal Russian invasion against Ukraine, bloody strife in the Middle East, between Gaza and Israel, and particularly, more importantly, United States and the Chinese rivalry, conflicting relationship. Those are some very key concerns which we are now experiencing. You have already listened to many speakers, including myself, as well as a foreign minister and former Colombian minister, president, as well as Ocean president. So they have all laid out their concerns, global concerns. I recall myself the most difficult moment during my time as a Secretary General, when in 2008 and 2009, this Gazan crisis happened during that time. I had to rush to the region. And I termed it metaphorically that sort of a conveyor belt diplomacy. I had to travel and meet at least 4 countries a day. That was, I think, a maximum to meet as many leaders and travel to 4 countries in the region, in the Middle East. And then next day I continued. So after that, with such a very hard work, conveyor belt diplomacy, I was able to convince those parties in conflict. But this time, the United Nations role has been shrinking, and it has not been solved yet. They are still fighting. There is no agreement, even though some key Arab countries and the United States and the European Union, they have been engaging in this. So those are all concerns which we have to. The situation is more perilous, and role of the United Nations needs to be more strengthened. This is what I think at this time. On top of this, there's a lot of media reports and concerns surrounding the US presidential election. That's the United States, one country, but why then whole international community is paying attention? Who would be elected as President of the United States? That is something which is very sad. United States has always been regarded as a leader country. Now there is more concern. So I'll try to listen the views from luminary speakers with whom I have been working together very closely at the United Nations. In that regard, today we need to discuss the problems of worsening security and lack of peace in the world and solutions to the problem. That's why we are sitting together as a first session, a special session. Here at this session, we have invited, as I said, luminary scholars. From my left, first Professor Miriam Coronel Ferro of the Philippines. As you may know, she is the first woman in this world to sign as a chief negotiator a final peace accord with a non-state armed group. She led the negotiation with the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and was able to supervise the implementation of the 2014 Comprehensive Agreement on the Bangsamoro for 2 years. So I really appreciate your role. She has been also dispatched to, as a part of United Nations work to Iraq, Afghanistan, and Kosovo, and more. For that, she received the Hillary Clinton Award for Peace, and Ramon Magsaysay Award, and most recently, this year, she was recognized by the Forbes magazine as Forbes magazine's 50 to 50. And that is 50 women, over 50 in Asia, who made their mark in their respective field. Let us give a warm welcome. Next to him is passionate person, Dr. Patrick Verkoyen. He is now current CEO of the Global Center on Adaptation. That's an international organization which is based in Rotterdam, Netherlands. Happen to be, I'm working with him. I'm the co-chair of the Global Center on Adaptation. There are two ways in addressing climate change, mitigation and adaptation. So we are now focusing on adaptation. I have never seen such a passionate and hardworking person in my life. Of course, there are so many in the United Nations, but he is definitely one of the person who really works hard. It's better to listen to him when he says something. Now, another one next to him who is my very close colleague, long-time 10-year colleague at the United Nations, Professor Robert O, who is now currently Dean of Maryland University. But he is better known as when it comes to him as a promoter, as a designer. He was called sort of a whip. There are some whip leaders in the parliament. He was trying to move all the countries in the world toward the Paris Climate Change Agreement. So I'm very much happy to be able to have these two, Dr. Patrick Verkoyen and Dr. Robert Ohm. Let's give them a big welcome to him. Now, I think I have some taken time. Now, I'd like to ask Professor Moro, what is your take after having engaged in many regional groups, ethnicities, etc., etc. Then you have been, as I said, the first woman negotiator for peace. Then you must have got all frustrations sometimes, but achievement, some sense of achievement, but I think more, I think, frustrated after such a long negotiation. At this time, what is your take? What can you tell us to the audience here based on your experiences? Then briefly, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General Ban, and annyeonghaseyo. Good morning to everyone. I'm not going to belabor the point about the two major international conflicts that we're facing now, but perhaps draw attention to the fact that after the Cold War, what we've actually seen is a preponderance of intra-state or domestic conflicts, most of which have something to do about the structuring of the very nation state itself. The right to self-determination might be very much paramount on their agenda. And in the 1990s, we did see a lot of successful peace negotiations, but come the 21st century, unfortunately, we're really counting by our fingers just how many comprehensive agreements we have achieved and how many of them have been sustained. I'm very pleased to find that, for example, in Asia, we do have a very good example starting in 2004 in the case of Aceh in Indonesia, and Nepal, which but since then Nepal in 2006, and since then it was a long gap to get to our agreement in 2014, the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro. Of course, you had the case of Sudan very much after Nepal, but that unraveled very quickly with the difficulties achieved by South Sudan when it eventually gained independence, and now the conflict in Sudan itself. Then, of course, we heard President Oscar Santos, a former president of Colombia, referring to their peace agreement in 2016. So we're really counting by the fingers those peace agreements that have been sustained significantly, and more or less now into the difficult phase, equally difficult phase of peace building. As pointed out, implementing peace agreements are even more difficult than coming to an agreement itself. So it's still bad news out there generally, but at the same time, what we're seeing is a multiplicity of actors engaged in diplomacy. I think it was mentioned earlier that the UN has somehow lost its stature when it comes to actually directly mediating many of these conflicts. But of course, it's still there, and it's still playing its own role through the different mechanisms that it has. But we are seeing now several new actors coming into the field, perhaps because they are more familiar or have connections or have alignments with some of the conflict parties. And that's a very good thing. If you see more and more states and even non-state actors coming into the field of mediation, trying all their best to do the back channeling and shuttle diplomacy, that are very, very much needed at every stage of the conflict, even though it takes a long time. So there's good news and there's also bad news.
This may be, I don't know whether this is a proper question or not. You have been dealing with the tough guys, tough guys. Have you felt anything that when, as a woman negotiator with the tough guys, didn't you feel anything personally that you have not been respected enough? They have not listened to your some views. I know that you are a very strong-willed person, but that's right. Since you are the first woman negotiator, known as that, what was your feeling when you were dealing with the really tough and bad guys. Yeah.
Obviously, on the one hand, they tend to soften up when they're facing a woman, perhaps because they feel they have to be gentlemen. But at the same time, of course, when you get to the nitty-gritty of everything that has to be negotiated, when you start dealing with the hard stuff and you show to them that you actually know the stuff, what's on the table, what's behind it, the root causes, and the kinds of compromises that would have to be achieved, then they get tough on you as well. Because any negotiation can really be tough. But what I think the best part is that when women come into a mediation process, what they're showing is that this is how a mediation process should look like. It shouldn't be a male-dominated thing. Men and women can solve the problem. Men and women have stake on the issues that are there, and there's no reason why it is considered not so normal to have women inside the room or around the table. And that's the point that we're trying to make. It's normal. We are normalizing the presence of women in mediation by being there and showing that we can do the job.
Okay, thank you very much. We will continue our discussions. I'll move to far left. Dr. Robert O. I believe that upcoming US presidential election will have a serious political and economic impact and global security issues, economic situation of the world. That is why not only Americans, but most of the countries, even in the European countries, they are concerned, depending upon who becomes the next president of the United States. There may be a huge disruptive political or economic situations may happen. Many political scientists are concerned about the possibility of US isolationism. And the My Country First agenda, it will seriously hamper the existing order of alliance relationship between the United States and the liberal democratic countries and NATO, and most importantly, most seriously, as I am one of the Korean citizens, Korean-American alliance relationship, how much it will affect. No, I'm not talking about any particular president, but there are only two presidential candidates, so you may understand what and whom I mean, because I don't want to be quoted. So maybe you may have your, as Dean of Political Science.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. Let me just say what a pleasure it is to be back in Korea at this great global university. As you know, as a many-year official at the United Nations, whenever asked to talk about the politics of a member state, we are used to demurring or finding a diplomatic way to not answer the question. But this morning in the lobby of the hotel, a businessman came up to me and he pointed at this color wheel on my lapel and he said, "What's that?" And I said, "It's a symbol of the UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals." He looked at me and he said, "What's that?" And I said, "It's the blueprint for the future of the world." And he said, "Oh, you don't think small, do you?" So we can't afford to think small at this conference or in this world today. So let me answer your question about the United States as a U.S. citizen and as the Dean of a School of Public Policy. These are not normal times in the world or in the United States. This presidential election is more consequential, perhaps, than any election in the history of the United States. And it's that consequential because the worldviews of the two candidates for president could not be more different. Current President Biden has what I would call a traditional view of the world that both Republican and Democratic presidents have held for decades, and that is of the United States as a guarantor of a liberal economic international order, of a rules-based system in the world, of a multilateral way of solving conflicts in the world. Former President Trump does not hold that worldview. His worldview is very transactional. It is focused on the United States not as a guarantor of an international system in any way, but rather as a competitor with every other nation on the planet. And that is hugely consequential, not just for the United States, but for every country in the world. One of the first acts when President Trump was elected in 2017 was to withdraw from the Paris Agreement that you helped broker to address climate change. It was done, quite honestly, without any forethought. It was not terribly well executed. The president simply declared, we're no longer party to this global agreement. What followed that was significant. In the United States, the reaction of Republicans and Democrats was to rally around the Paris Agreement and the agreement struck with all the nations of the world, businesses, governors, mayors, citizen groups, such that the United States did not fall significantly off its path on climate emission reduction, even though President Trump had withdrawn from the entire global regime. That same approach cannot be used on all issues. You mentioned Korea and security issues. Former President Trump's views of alliances are quite well known. He doesn't value them. Alliances as guarantors of international security are something that he sees as constraining the United States. So these two worldviews are diametrically opposed, and they're hugely consequential. The reason I'm speaking so bluntly about this here in Korea is that Koreans, anyone as citizen of not of the United States, but of any other country, has a stake in this US presidential election. It is commonly said in the United States that democracy is on the ballot in 2024, and it is. But I would go so far as to say world order is also on the ballot in 2024 in the United States.
Well, thank you. I never met former President Trump myself. I think I was fortunate that I didn't have, I didn't need to work with him. It was a matter of 20 days. I left the United Nations December 31st, 2016, and he became President January 20th, 2017. So there's a 20 days difference. But I had 2 times telephone call with him as President-elect. And I was outgoing, but I was very angry, personally, when President Trump decided to withdraw from the Paris Climate Change Agreement. Soon after, just 3 or 4 months after his presidency, that was a terrible, terrible decision. That's why I became very critical about him. Then, while traveling around the world, I've been speaking about many different groups of people, particularly in Europe. Europeans are normally very calm, But whenever I was speaking about President Trump, there was a lot of applause, whatever I said. What I said, I'm repeating, the President Trump's decision to withdraw from Paris Climate Change Agreement was scientifically dead wrong and politically irresponsible. And his name will remain in the history in the wrong side. And then I really enjoyed such a loud, approach about what I talked. I hope that he did not listen to what I said. This is one concern, as far as I'm concerned. It's up to American citizens who to elect as their president. But in any way, as number one, most strongest, resourceful, and powerful country in the world, we have to really care. We have to listen very carefully what is now going on. In any way, we will continue maybe because of time limit. Now, I'm going to ask Dr. Fair Kuyen. I think it's a tremendous opportunity that I can put you on the spot today with this panel on the important questions of peace building and also sustainable development goals, as well as this climate change. You have been really passionate in promoting the level of high investment on adaptation. We know that what needs to do, we have to mitigate, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, etc., etc. But how to make sure that our whole economy and our system works by adequate and adaptation. You have issued this AAA, particularly on African Adaptation Acceleration Program. So I really appreciate you are such a very passionate and driving force. I hope you will continue, and I'm very pleased to work with you together. Now, during your decade-long experience with the World Bank and now GCA, what kind of lessons you'd like to share with us, particularly many Korean, there are many diplomatic corps members here, share with them.
Well, first of all, Secretary General, you just asked Miriam how it is to work with tough, bad guys. But maybe I can answer the question how it is to work with tough, good guys. Because to follow up on your story about President Trump when he came into office, I recall very well the joint op-ed you and I wrote in the New York Times front page 1 month after he was in office on what Trump could do on climate change if he were to follow the science and if he were to follow the economic arguments behind it. On your question, Secretary General, I have the pleasure to be appointed as the first non-African chancellor of the largest university in Africa. And in that capacity, I was, in the last few days, in Africa. So I would like to move the conversation, if you allow us, from United States and Korea to Africa, because these African leaders had a message for you, Secretary General, and they asked me to convey it to you. And in short, it is about 3 things: the good, the bad, and the ugly. And let me start with the bad. So these African leaders, from Ethiopia to Tanzania, from Nigeria to Senegal to Comoros, who participated in that summit meeting in the last few days, they came with a very strong message on the interface between climate and conflict. And the headline is this: climate change is stealing the food of Africa's table. Let me just repeat it for those here in the audience. Climate change is stealing the food of Africa's table. And although we're all living in the climate emergency, Africa in itself is ground zero. Think about it, Bob, I think you've said it many times before. Africa is the continent who did the least to contribute to the climate emergency. But 9 out of 10 of the most climate vulnerable nations, Secretary General, there are in Africa. 6 out of those 9 are at the same time conflict affected. And the point is this: Africa's climate breakdown is exacerbated by the war in Ukraine. How so? The war in Ukraine has led to a food crisis, an energy crisis, a cost of living crisis, a debt crisis. I mean, Miriam, you referenced it briefly in your remarks. 60% of all low-income countries are currently debt distressed. Half of them are in Africa. And because of the war in Ukraine, where development finance from rich countries is being diverted away from critical causes, from development to climate change, fiscally constrained African nations, they're struggling. They're struggling to provide basic services from infrastructure to human health, education, but also food, energy, and water security. So message one from African leaders to this summit today is that the casualties of the Ukraine war are not just on the war zone in Ukraine, but they're also on the highlands in Ethiopia and on the islands in Comoros. The good thing is, there is a good story, and that story, sir, starts with you. Why? It is 5 years ago. For those of you who believe that there is a moment of retirement after being a Secretary General, not the case, because I think you even accelerated your conveyor belt diplomacy afterwards, because you set up the largest global movement on adaptation. And adaptation, as we all know, is quite a technical concept. If you need to explain your PIN. Every day in my day job as head of the Global Center on Adaptation, I need to explain what adaptation is. Well, adaptation, as you said 5 years ago, is about a smallholder farmer who is able to use drought-tolerant crops so that her fruits can grow even during times of drought. Adaptation is about a woman who takes her family out of harm's way when an incoming cyclone is coming in the coast of Bangladesh. And what you said, sir, 5 years ago is true today. Climate adaptation, investing in climate adaptation, is not only the right thing to do for the global south, including in Africa, but it is also the economic smart thing to do. Your message to Trump in 2019 was, the world needs to invest $1.7 trillion in climate adaptation, from early warning systems to climate-smart agriculture to mangrove restoration to drought-tolerant crops. And that's a lot of money. But the return on investment is $7.1 trillion. So you said, sir, together with Bill Gates and Kristalina Georgieva, the current head of the IMF, it's the economics stupid to invest in adaptation, because there is not just a climate dividend on investing in adaptation, there's also a peace dividend in investing in adaptation. Peace and conflict, Bob and Miriam, I hope you agree, they're two sides of the same coin. But now the ugly part of the story. We heard about the bad part. There is a good part. But the ugly part is that the rich world is not living up to its commitment. The rich world has promised in 2019 in Glasgow, or 2021 in Glasgow, to double adaptation finance. Well, what happened last year? Partly because of Ukraine, adaptation finance supposedly goes up. Well, actually, it's going down. So this peace and climate and development dividend, which we could reap from investing in climate adaptation, is lost. Two final points, Secretary General. Debt. Debt-constrained countries, particularly in the global south, are struggling. And in one of the remarks we heard on the videos, there is this call for the reform of the international financial architecture. There is a need for a reset of the Bretton Woods system, so to say. So I would hope that with your sort of clarion call, your megaphone to the world, there will be this debt restructuring for Africa, there will be this debt pause for Africa, because I think Mia Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, she was right. When a natural disaster strikes in the global south, debt repayment needs to be paused. So in short, investing in adaptation is the only way to reboot our SDGs and to reset our Commonwealth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I completely agree with you. I have been speaking out to the people of the world that it's morally wrong and even politically wrong when African countries who have contributed least to current climate circumstances now, then they are the ones who are being hit the hardest. That's why you and I and other leaders have been working on how to help those African and small island developing countries to adapt to this climate situation. But at this time, most of the money, resources are being sucked into either Uruguay or now helping people in Gaza, Palestinians. So all this priority are now have been shifted to political disaster. It's not almost a political disaster issues now. Therefore, we may have to work even harder to emphasize the importance. Of course, that's why I'm raising this issue, interrelationship between climate adaptation and other political issues. That's why I'm now very much critical against the political leaders now. Now, we have, I think, one more round. I think we will have about 20, 25 minutes more.
But can I respond to that
Yes,
particular point, Secretary General, if you allow me,
Okay,
Bob and Miriam? My country, the Netherlands, had recently elections. And what you currently see in Western Europe, what you also may see in the United States, there is this strong swing to the right. So during the last elections in the Netherlands, what was the number one political agenda item? It wasn't climate change. It wasn't even the economy, if you may think. It was migration. Migration was the overarching driver for the electorate to choose left, right, or center. So the outcome of the elections is there is now this extreme right-wing party who for 20 years were basically demonized in our sort of political system, became the strongest party. But my question to them was this: where would you invest Dutch taxpayers' money? Is it at the border of Europe? Is it at housing refugees in the Netherlands itself? Or would it be much smarter to invest in the drivers of migration, which are included of climate change in Africa and other parts of the world? Because my proposition in this is this.
Okay.
I mean, Miriam, you spoke about internally displaced people as sort of the overarching driver of mobility. There will be this interregional migration as well, which will have vast repercussions for Europe and other parts of the world.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to return to Dr. Miriam. Your country, as I understand, you have been mostly dealing with some ethnic negotiations now. But I understand that I was in Philippines just 10 days ago. We had a meeting there. And I had a good meeting with the President Marcos Jr. and also President of Senate Juan Miguel Jubri, as well as pro tempore President Lugarda. So I had a very good meeting with them. There, I realized that your people, your government, are also very much a serious concern about what is known as South China Sea issues. I realized that again, the Filipinos, they call not South China Sea, this is West Philippine Sea. So West Philippine Sea. Now, recently, you have allowed the American bases there. As I understand that the nearest point to Taiwan from the Philippines is just 93 miles away. 93 miles away, Batanes Group. So that means Americans are now established their bases there. Then what do you feel about all this? You have been mainly dealing with all ethnicities issues, but now this is a political and security issues now. Are you ready to engage in sort of some negotiating harmoniously on these China-American issues now?
First, Mr. Secretary General, I have to qualify that these are not American bases. I was an anti-US bases activist. We wanted the bases out, and we succeeded in doing that in 1992, when the Senate voted against the renewal of the Philippine-US military bases agreement. And our new constitution at the time, in 1987, does not allow foreign military bases on our soil. But the Senate was able to get around that with a visiting forces agreement, which is different from U.S. military bases with extrajudicial, with all of these powers, like their own laws within the U.S., within inside the bases, not subject to criminal laws. All of these have been done away precisely because our 1987 Constitution prohibits the establishment of any foreign base. A visiting forces agreement allows U.S. troops to come into the country, has allowed their encampment within Philippine military bases, but did not give them the same rights as they had for the longest time under U.S.-Philippine military bases agreement. So that's what we are, and we are indeed in a precarious situation. I think at the end of the day, what we're really banking on is international law to be able to assert our sovereignty and our rights over our economic zone. And this has been upheld by a tribunal, and that's a real foundation on which we will be upholding our claims over what we are now calling the West Philippine Sea. As we know, how we label things are very important, how we project this. I mean, there are supposed to be historical basis for these rights. We say, for example, the so-called 7 miles dash line, which is based on the others' own map. But at the end of the day, we are standing pat on what international law, the law of the seas, provide for us, how that kind of, the freedom of navigation, that's very important for all of this, and perhaps come up with some mutually acceptable arrangement on some of the environmental protection as well as potential economic activities that may happen based on appreciation of the sovereign rights of each country. So the presence of bases may be a deterrent, but it's not going to solve, maybe it will provide some deterrence, but at the end of the day, we will have to rely on the global moral pressure to precisely respect the international law that we have been building for the last decades.
Thank you. Then naturally, I'll go to Robert O. Now, there was a very important meeting in China. What we know is Yanghui. There's two sessions meeting between, this is a joint meeting between executive and parliament. Unlike in the past, there seems to have been a very important decision that the prime minister's, who is in charge of all this executive branch, his power has been almost scrapped and is in the hands of President Xi Jinping. Now, most serious US and China rivalry seems to come from, of course, they are competing to have a global power hegemony, but one directly concerned issue, Taiwan, again, South China Sea. Now, I have noticed that many American parliamentarians, there are 435 lower house, House of Representatives, and 100 senators, they are competitively visiting Taiwan. This seems to have irritated and provoked a Chinese side. In that regard, even though I was not defending what Americans have been doing, when I met last year the Foreign Minister Wang Yi, I advised him not to pay too much to all this individual visit by parliamentarians. But when you overreact by sending airplanes and ships, naval ships to Taiwan, then that becomes a global news. And all these American parliamentarians, otherwise who would not receive any media attention, they receive global media attention. So competitively they are going to Taiwan. So why don't you just disregard this kind of, US has never said that Taiwan is an independent state. United Nations and no country in the world, except the 6 or 7 Latin American countries, they recognize Taiwan as an independent state. But otherwise, it's a part of China. Why you care so much about that? But at the same time, I think United States should also be ready to really maintain harmonious, mutually cooperative relationship with China. Otherwise, it will be affecting whole spectrums of global affairs. Korea is directly affected by this kind of bilateral relationship between the two countries. As a political scientist now, what would you advise the US Parliament and also White House on this?
I would love to advise them. The 21st century world order is going to be affected more by the United States and China and how they deal with each other than by any other single factor. It is the easiest thing in the world in Washington today to criticize China. The competition to criticize China is fierce. Everyone wants to outdo everyone else in terms of how tough they are on China. But the fact is, the world order depends not just on the views of Washington and a few other G7 capitals, but on the views of China. It is possible for the United States and China to cooperate. And we have seen this on one of the most difficult issues, which should naturally lead to hyper-competition between the US and China, climate change. The US and China are competing technologically, economically, politically, to try to become the drivers for the economic transition that is required to address climate change. And yet, the US and China have been consistently collaborating with each other since the Paris Agreement. And the brilliance of your facilitation of that negotiation was to give them space to play a leadership role involving all the nations of the world, but putting the responsibility on the G2, the so-called group of two, the US and China, to solve the problem that is of their making. So here, I think if the US and China can collaborate on climate change, which is a naturally competitive issue, especially when you look at the transition of the economies in those two and in all countries, it is possible for them to collaborate. I would say, sitting in Washington and teaching students every day about the world they're entering and what they need to think about, and I'm looking at all of these bright students here at Yonsei, do not assume that the United States and China have to not only compete, but have to have conflict. They do not have to have conflict. In fact, they cannot have conflict. No one wants to live in a world where the United States and China are going at each other hard. We know what that could look like. So I would say that in the context of this discussion of the SDGs and this pretty little color wheel, it is the roadmap for the future. The United States and China can collaborate on everything on this wheel. You gave them a platform for collaborating on this. You gave them a platform to collaborate on climate change, and guess what? They have. So I don't accept the premise that the United States and China are fated to have to fight each other. In fact, we've shown there is another way. Thank you.
Well, for one point you mentioned that you remember in 2015, COP10 in Copenhagen, China was just backtracking. They were not cooperating at all. That was a disaster in the history of negotiations now. At the same time, I really appreciated highly President Xi Jinping's willingness to cooperate with the United States when it comes to climate issues. Without the China's full support, President Obama and myself would not have been able to have this Paris climate change agreement come into effect before I left the United Nations. In Hangzhou, during just before the G20 summit, I think both China and the US president submitted to me the certificate of ratification. So that has accounted, I think, 42% of global greenhouse emission. The requirement of Paris climate change agreement to become effective was 55% of greenhouse gas emissions should be guaranteed by the countries. So 2 countries took 42%, and rest over 13% was very, very easy for me to do that. So in that regard, I really appreciated such a bilateral relationship, harmonious bilateral relationship. Now, after that, with a change of leadership in the United States, so I think the relationship became very much sour now. It's much more than sour. It's very dangerous for global peace and security and other development agenda, including climate issues now. Since we have a very few minutes, maybe I'll give another floor to Dr. Verkoyen about the European, in general. There are some countries, illiberal democracies, even in Europe, which really makes all the situations worse now. And there are a lot of changes of leadership in Europe. Then how do you see the success of your GCA and adaptation project when all this Ukrainian issue is not resolved, and all these Europeans are paying more attention on now Middle East troubles now? All this takes away the political attention and or financial support, you will have some difficulty in adaptation the effort.
Yeah, so my sense is this, Europe is adrift. Not just in the Netherlands, look at Italy, look at what happened 2 weeks ago in Portugal, look in Sweden. I think there is now this push to the right, which indeed will put sort of constraints on the overall development finance envelope. But what I tried to say before, and what African leaders more importantly said last week in Lagos in Nigeria, all these agendas, they are related. And I think it was quite, I mean, we just had a sort of a promising story about US-China relationship. What you also see now is a sort of a redesign of the relationship between Europe and Africa. Europe is trying to position itself now as sort of a global power amidst this geo-economic fragmentation. And I think it was Italy who hosted this very important Italy-Africa summit last month, which had climate change very central on the agenda, which had food security very central on the agenda. Why? Because Europe does realize that it is very much related and interdependent on the regions around us, and which particularly relates to Africa indeed.
Thank you very much for your contribution. As we have just a few minutes, I'd like to conclude. What I'd like to emphasize at this time, my message to political leaders, particularly, they should understand that while they're taking power, political power may be important, there are much more important and urgent issues that they have to work together. This is sort of we need a global partnership among government, business communities, and civil society. Now, Yonsei University, I think this may belong to civil society now, academic society. So all these three hands, three pillars should go together. There is no country in this world, however powerful, however resourceful one may be, like the United States or European Union, but they cannot do it alone. We have to join all our hands on the deck together. That's what I have been emphasizing. The global partnership is the most important one. In that regard, academic institutions like Yonsei, you are bringing up all these future leaders. I think we should empower our future leaders. They should understand, I think there are many students here, you must understand that in just a few years, you will be in charge. You have to challenge. You have to challenge your leaders, political leaders particularly. When they are not doing well, I think you have the right to vote and you have the means to change your leadership. That's what I'm urging you. Be ready. You must be ready to be able to take your leadership. Your leadership will be very much important in just a few years' time. So be ready to take this kind of global leadership. But your leadership should not be focused only on domestic leadership. Your leadership should aim global leadership with a global vision. Then, only then, I'm sure that we'll be able to have a sustainable world for all. That's the main purpose of this GEEF, why we try to listen to all political leaders and business leaders. But now it's your turn, dear students. Be ready to take charge and make this world much, much sustainable and happier and more peaceful. And we still have some moral responsibility. Until then, I will do my best, but I need your full support and full engagement. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, for moderating such a wonderful session, and all the panelists for taking part and sharing your insights and experiences on global peacemaking. It was definitely great to see the efforts from global leaders in exploring solutions to the current world situations. And I believe that these insightful discussions were made regarding how peace building closely interconnects with the Sustainable Development Goals. It was a bit of lots of sensitive topics here, but I think it was definitely a very, very insightful session, and I especially thank Secretary General Ban Ki-moon for his messages for our next generation global leaders and our students. Now we'll move right on to our first plenary session, which will be led by Kyung-hwa Kang, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Korea. This distinguished panel will focus on providing an overall view of the current state of the SDGs, what we have accomplished, what we have not, and why. Minister Kang, the stage is yours.
Great, thank you very much. I'm Kyung-hwa Kang, distinguished professor at igee, and about to become the new president of Asia Society in New York. And before I depart for that post, I'm so thrilled to have this opportunity to engage with this very important forum and with my colleagues and students here at Yonsei campus. I think the opening speeches, the congratulatory speeches, the keynote speech, and the previous panel led by our great leader, former SG Ban Ki-moon, really gave us the global context, the enormous challenges that we live in, but still keeping up the hope and keeping up the momentum to stay with the SDGs. And this session, in follow-up to the previous one, is designed to be much more focused on the SDGs itself. And I'm so glad that we have 4 excellent panelists to look at the SDGs, how it has been evolving over the past few years, where we are currently, and then where do we take this in the future directions that enables us to stay focused on this global goal that is designed to take humanity to the next level. And you've heard enough about how the SDGs are off track, all the challenges that have been thrown our way, that gets in our way. And in addition to all the challenges, we have the deepening crisis in Gaza and the continuing crisis in Ukraine. So I will not belabor any further on the difficulties that lie ahead, but still needing to keep our eyes focused and the needing to keep our hopes and our drive focused on the SDGs. And this panel is designed to do that. I'm delighted to have my former colleagues from the UN system, Oliver, Lacey Hall, Jamila Mahmood, the DG of the Korean Foreign Ministry, whose work is about the SDGs, not just here in Korea, but in support of the global SDGs and abroad. And also linking by video is David. Thank you so much, David. David McLaughlin, who's the Regional Director for the Asia Pacific region for the Development Cooperation Office that is led by the Deputy Secretary General. He is in Bangkok, and he is here not to talk about his work as itself, but to talk about the case in Thailand, because our initial plan was to have the resident coordinator in Thailand, Geeta, to be here with us today, but unfortunately, her father has passed away 2 days ago. So she's very much involved with her family affairs, and I'm sure all of us wish her through great sympathies and condolences through these difficult times for her and her family. But very delighted then that David could step up to the plate and make her presentation for us. So I think the natural flow of our discussion in this panel is to really go over where we are in terms of the SDGs, the targets, the indicators, and also how that is reflected in the Human Development Index, which is UNDP's flagship report that comes out, and it has been coming out even before the SDGs, on how our efforts toward these development goals are reflected in terms of the human development indicators. Oliver is here. It says he is here as the senior advisor of Sunway Center for Planetary Health, but he is my former director of Asia Pacific region in OCHA during my times at OCHA. And more importantly for our purpose today, he is closely involved in the drafting of the Human Development Report for the previous one. And the current one, I understand, has just been launched in New York. So you will have an update on the Human Development Report and what that says about where we are in terms of human development and in happiness and unhappiness around the world. And after that, we will go to country-level cases in Thailand, in the Republic of Korea, and lastly, but not last, Jamila will give us a way out, a clear-eyed way out, a direction that we can all look towards to keep our hopes on the SDGs alive. So without further ado, Oliver will make his presentation, and he's going to do it from the podium because he has lots of slides to share with us. I've asked him to speak slower than usual because he's a very fast speaker, but we'll see if he obliges. Oliver, over to you.
Kung-Hwa, thank you very much indeed. It's great to be here, and I will aim to speak slowly today. I've got about 10 minutes to talk about two very big pieces of work, the Sustainable Development Goals and the Human Development Reports. So I will be rather high level, rather brief, and I apologize to those of you who are deeper experts on this than I am. You'll see that there are gaps in what I say, but there simply isn't time to cover everything. So let's see if this works. It does. Okay. So as you've heard this morning, we're about halfway, just over halfway through the journey from 2015 to 2030. Last year, there was the first major review of progress since the pandemic at an SDG summit in New York. In 2019, before the pandemic, we were on track for some of the goals, but 2023 was a great deal less positive. For food security, climate action, and protecting biodiversity, perhaps the three most significant challenges for our health and the health of the planet, we're still moving in the wrong direction. The pandemic and the highest levels of state-based armed conflict since 1945 have massively contributed to the difficulties. In 2021, the number of refugees and IDPs around the world was the highest on record at 89 million people. And wheeling back to the previous session, it's just interesting to note that while we are suffering from a cost of living crisis and relative increases in poverty and deprivation, global military expenditure just topped $2 trillion a year. And you'll recall from the earlier session that $4 trillion a year is the current gap in the financing requirement for SDG implementation. That $2 trillion a year is about $250 for every single man, woman, and child living on the planet. The slide is pretty simple, I think. Red denotes stagnant or going backwards. Orange means we're either moderately or severely off track, and green means that we are on track. The gray indicates insufficient data, which is quite a worry given that we're 7 years in and we're still not able to tell the story in a period where so much knowledge is available. So that's kind of the less good news. Some better news, and despite the gray areas in the previous slide, we're all much more aware of the goals than we were back in 2015. 75% of countries have developed SDG strategies, action plans, and underlying data management mechanisms to measure and report on progress or lack of it. The goals have a really strong brand identity. You saw the badge that Robert Orr was wearing. Everybody knows those colors and that badge. And they're being used, the goals are being used as a basis to cajole, to encourage, to pressure governments, the private sectors, and others to align with the goals and their primary focus on sustainability. And as Amina Mohammed said in her introduction, the meeting in September agreed that there are 5 key areas for urgent and accelerated action upon which there were agreement in those last 6 years before 2030. Firstly, to recommit to accelerated, sustained, transformative action to deliver on what the goals promised back in 2015. Secondly, to advance policies, especially for poverty eradication, reducing inequalities, fixing our relationship with nature, advancing the rights of women and girls, and addressing vulnerability through empowerment. Thirdly, strengthening national and subnational accountability for institutions to actually implement the goals. And as we heard just now, countries that are more fortunate need to put the resources in place to help those who are less fortunate to achieve the goals. And support must be provided to the multilateral system to play its vital role. So that's kind of that's the macro picture of where we are right now. The UN Development Programme issues, as you know, a regular human development report. And the most recent one, or the second most recent one, which was issued in 2022, shows that not only is the planet in trouble, but we're also in trouble, that feelings of distress are rising since the pandemic, and we need to figure out why we're quite so anxious. And UNDP's analysis is that there's a series of colliding uncertainties, which we're finding it very hard to manage. We're faced with irregular uncertainties that societies have learned to cope with, but mixed with these are several new areas of difficulty or uncertainty. And we talked about them already this morning, but I'll repeat them. The broader destabilization of the planet and its systems by human actions. Secondly, the quite abrupt changes that we're seeing now, which are being wrought upon us to try and address some of these human-induced challenges. Industrial revolution type change, but at breakneck speed. And thirdly, and very eloquently discussed in the previous session, political polarization, fed to a great extent by social and mainstream media, where humanity is finding it harder and harder to agree on how to deal with things of consequence as we retreat into our logarithm-induced echo chambers. The data shows that stress levels are on the rise across populations all the way around the world. The Human Development Index has fallen in 2021 and 2022. Now, while some of this is attributable to the pandemic, there are other factors, and the road to recovery will be nowhere near as quick as the reversal. Mental health orders are on the increase, and this was before the pandemic struck. And as I've said, we're seeing this significant rise in mistrust, in polarization, partly driven by feelings of insecurity, as those with more radical views are finding it easier and easier to broadcast their messages and sow seeds of discontent. Democracy is under stress. Disagreement is rife, and discourse is hardening and becoming less and less considerate. Sharply different political views are chipping away at the fabric of our societies, enabling autocratic leadership and providing space for those who want to take advantage of this uncertainty complex to feel bolder in doing so. But as we transform, as we must, there's also the opportunity to embrace change positively. Rather than fearing artificial intelligence, for example, provided we harness its capacities correctly, it can help us to transition. Predictive capacities around managing climate change are a case in point. Beyond AI, we also need to look at what the pandemic and other big events are teaching us about our societies. With populism comes a desire that things go back to the way that they were, but that's proving simply impossible. Social protection, for example, was fundamentally changed by the pandemic, and we learned to behave in new and different ways. Interestingly now, the default seems to be to revert to pre-pandemic behaviors, failing to recognize that those behaviors, in no small part, created conditions for zoonotic crossover and then exposed the inadequacies of our ability to respond to it. If the new threats we face are greater than the impact of the pandemic, then a return to the status quo does not seem wise. So how do we try and start to fix all of this? UNDP proposes that new approaches to investment, insurance, and innovation can help. Sustainable investment can ensure the delivery of global public goods. More strategic use of insurance can help to cover the costs of social protection when needed, health services, and so on. And innovation has already facilitated massive changes to our lives. Think cell phones, think the COVID-19 vaccine. The current and in some cases long-held tensions around culture, beliefs, and social norms are often at odds with notions of sustainable, equitable, and progressive development. So we need to fix this. The report presents ways to reimagine cooperation in ways that do not assume away divergent interests or opinions, but work with them to deliver global public goods where we all stand to benefit. And finally, the 2020, as Kung-Hwa said, the 2023 Human Development Report was issued in New York about 8 hours ago. So I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing in detail. But I can tell you that it focuses on how to address inequality and polarization, and that the 2025 report will aim to shape our shared digital future to advance human development, and the 2026 report will marshal human aspirations to navigate the Anthropocene epoch that some of us believe that we are now firmly in. So, what we do next is, of course, down to us. We have to go further and faster than we have done previously in human history. Previous transformations in general have helped to improve standards of living for the human race. But the next transformation, the one that we are in the midst of now, has to be one which is not only about us, but also about this planet that we are lucky enough to call home. We have the tools and we have the framework in the SDGs. We must now have the will to rethink the systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. I think your point about increased stress levels, sense of insecurity, uncertainty around the world, that leads me to an issue that I was discussing with President Jin Yong Kim, former president of World Bank, who I understand is speaking on mental health tomorrow. But we were talking about falling fertility rates all around the world. He tells me that India is now below replacement. And the change is happening so fast, demographers don't know what to make of it. But I'm wondering if this is related to this growing sense of, insecurity and uncertainty, and young people are not hopeful about the future. And so I'll ask you to address that question after we do the first round, and give you some time to think about that. But then we'll go to the ground level story from Thailand. And to share with us Thailand's experience with the SDGs is David McLaughlin. David.
A very good morning to everyone. I hope you can hear me fine. Let me just thank the organizers for this opportunity to share some UN perspectives on SDG acceleration from the Thailand, but also from the Asia-Pacific regional perspective. Really happy to join from Bangkok and be with you, Kongwa, and my hearty congratulations on your appointment as president of the Asia Society, a fantastic achievement, and also to be with Professor Jamila Mahmood and my friend and colleague Oliver this morning. I know you were expecting Geeta, the UN resident coordinator in Thailand, to speak, and as you've mentioned, she is attending to some very sad but urgent family business. But I would take this opportunity to perhaps share with you also the broader perspective on SDG acceleration within the broader Asia-Pacific region, and why the UN development system reform of the Secretary General is becoming a game changer in making the UN more fit for purpose in delivering on SDG achievement in not just the Asia-Pacific region, but globally. And just to reiterate for the colleagues who are with us, the reforms were adopted by the General Assembly unanimously 5 years ago in 2018, and they represent a comprehensive package of measures to make the UN more coherent and more responsive to SDG acceleration needs at the country level. Firstly, as Oliver has very well introduced, let's look at the overall health of the SDGs in Asia Pacific. As Oliver has said, Asia Pacific region is an economic growth success story, as it accounts for nearly half of global economic output and is expected to provide about 2/3 of global growth in the near future, which is huge. And the big economies, of course, India, China, Korea, Japan, Indonesia, etc., are very much focused in our region. However, it's a very different picture, as Oliver has suggested, when it comes to the Sustainable Development Goals. For the third year in a row, and it's not just because of the effects of COVID and the lockdown, but the region is no longer making progress on the SDGs. And progress towards the SDGs in the region remains incredibly uneven, so much so that our target now for achieving SDGs in Asia Pacific has been recalibrated to 2062, which puts us 32 years behind the target. So at the current pace, the region will miss 90% of the 118 measurable SDG targets by 2030, unless we immediately multiply our efforts. And as has been suggested, it's difficult to quantify in monetary terms, but it is estimated by ESCAP, which is the Economic and Social Council for Asia Pacific, that our region will require at least an additional $1 trillion in development financing to achieve the SDGs. And just a quick note on the data. Although data availability comes from UNDP, there are also other sources, of course, from host governments throughout the region and from the Economic and Social Council for Asia Pacific, ESCAP. But the data indicates from ESCAP that we are insufficient in data on 51 out of 169 targets. So that's concerning because there's a big data gap in the knowledge we have of where we stand on the SDGs. But what we're seeing, and quite concerningly, is some SDGs are even regressing. And a particular concern are the climate targets and targets on gender empowerment, which is particularly retrograde. Let me look quickly at the logic of the UN reform program at the Thailand level, but also the work of resident coordinators and UN country teams on the ground in Asia Pacific. The logic of the reforms, of course, is that the first logic is that UN should bring to bear all its specialized expertise and the mandated resources of the specialized agencies, funds, and programs, of which there are 54, at the disposal of governments to help them achieve the SDGs through knowledge and innovation and a brain trust to help them with that, including best practices across different countries. And under that rubric, we must look through the lens of leave no one behind, because what we're seeing in the data is that while some countries are making progress, there are huge gaps in other areas within Asia Pacific. And I particularly talk about the Pacific, but also the lesser developed countries, the small island developing states, and the landlocked countries. So we need to have a much more even framework to look at the leave no one behind. The second logic is that the UN system needs to be more responsive to national development aspirations and less focused on the fragmentation which is caused by a competition for project resources. And in this context, we see a key element of UN reform over the last 5 years is the separation of the UNDP resident representative from the independent resident coordinator role. The independent resident coordinator, now the lead of the country team, is not only the representative of the Secretary General in each country, but is an independent leader in each country that works with the host government to harness that UN expertise for development based on national priorities and national development plans. And by bringing country teams, of which many agencies, of course, are represented in every country, the WFPs, the UNICEFs, the UNDPs, the Food and Agricultural Organization, but by bringing them together as one team under the purview of the UN Secretariat, the resident coordinators not only become much closer to member states in meeting their aspirations, but also work more closely with the Economic and Social Council of the UN Secretariat as the governing body of UN development system reform. And so an independent RC is able to lead the country teams as an independent broker for development and harness the collective effort of the UN country team. The third logic is about facilitating, enabling, and embedding a behavioral shift in the way we do business, the UN on the ground. We need to stop the siloed and project sectoral approach and associate it much more with better forecasting, foresight for development, looking at opportunities, and providing integrated policy solutions to governments that are not about trade-offs, but win-win solutions, and working more smartly through more cost-effective, value for money, and through partnerships. And really, the UN does need to be more cost-effective and coherent on the ground. And in this particular area, we're looking at partnerships, not just between the host government and the UN, but with civil society, with the private sector, and most importantly, with the youth of our region, who are the future stewards of our planet. In our region, our portfolio is about 32 million, 14% of our total Development Coordination Office budget, and we cover 42 countries and territories. There are 25 UN resident coordinators and throughout the region, and some of them are in multi-country offices. But what we're seeing over the last 5 years is, I think, a vast improvement in system-wide coherence on the ground, where RCs are bringing diverse partnerships in key areas of SDG acceleration together. And those partnerships, as I mentioned, particularly with youth, particularly with private sector, are really becoming game changers in our ability not only to mobilize resources, but lift the ambition of the UN system to support governments. If we look at our cooperation frameworks, which now is the roadmap for UN assistance in the country led by the resident coordinator, across our Asia-Pacific region, we see 60% of the support and investment is focused on transforming education, 76% on food systems, 88% on jobs and social protection, 84% on climate change. Importantly, a new area where the UN is really ramping up its support is in digital connectivity and the digital transformation piece, including using artificial intelligence for development. But also, very importantly, because of pollution and the triple planetary crisis, the energy transition and how we green the economy in the work that we're doing. Let me just conclude by saying that the idea of coalitions of agencies working together around these common themes will make the UN more efficient and will make it more relevant on the ground. Geeta's presentation today would have shown today the power of RC's convening that brings in private sector in Thailand, very much on the issue of recyclable and greening the economy, which is in this country contributed to a 6.8% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions over the last 2 years. In Thailand, it's equipped 2.8 million young people, migrants and vulnerable communities, with digital skills so that they can be part of the economy. And 2.5 million informal workers have benefited from more social protection coverage through a social security fund, which has been stewarded by the UN. This year will be a defining year for the Sustainable Development Goals. The Secretary General will convene in September the Summit of the Future, a high-level event bringing world leaders together to forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. The aim of the summit is twofold: to accelerate efforts to meet our existing international commitments, but also to take concrete steps to respond to the emerging challenges and opportunities for SDGs. And just to mention finally, the Youth Summit will take place in April, led by the new Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs of the United Nations, the youngest appointment of a senior official in the UN system. And we are expecting that youth from around the world will also be coming to the Trusteeship Council in New York to be talking about how youth can drive forward the ambition on the SDGs, because they are an integral part of not only the future, but also the success of the SDGs. Let me thank again Kang Wah for inviting me, and to the other panelists, and I will end here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, David. The audio from the podium wasn't good, so I had a hard time understanding, but I'm hoping that it was much better for the audience. But David, you lay out how the UN system is gearing up in support of, has geared up in support of countries to deliver on the SDGs. And I was about to ask, so what has that meant concretely on the ground for the people of Thailand? And you gave some excellent examples, such as on the recyclable initiative and the greening of the economy, and that leading to a 6% reduction in emissions. That's remarkable. And we want to hear more success stories about like that, because we tend to hear and amplify the negative stories, but there are these excellent examples that can be a lessons learned to replicate in other countries. So David, I want you to think about what lessons from Thailand, or maybe the Asia Pacific, good or bad, would you like to share as being critically important for other countries to learn from? And we'll give you an opportunity to answer this question. Next, we go to Mr. Wan Doyan, Director General of International Development Cooperation at the Foreign Ministry, my home ground. So I'm very happy to invite him here to share Korea's experience in mainstreaming the SDGs as a national agenda, and Korea as a country that is gaining an international profile as a donor country, and how the Korean government is beefing up its efforts on SDG 17, which is about partnership. So, Mr. Wan, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, moderator, for giving me the floor. I'm humbled because I'm speaking in front of my former boss, Minister Kang, who is perhaps one of the most popular celebrity, not only in the foreign ministry, but in the UN system as well. I also wish to thank all the my previous panelists for their insightful presentation. Today I wish to give some overview of the efforts by the Korean government on the SDG implementation. As everyone said, we only have like 6 years until 2030, and yet we are seriously off track. And last summer was the hottest summer in the history, yet carbon emission was the highest in the history as well. As Minister Cho said during his speech, this year will be a very important year as we have a lot of important opportunities, including the Summit of the Future in September and the negotiations on financing for development, among others. Our government is taking SDGs very seriously. Korea continues its effort for the SDG implementation, both domestic front and international front. On domestic front, Korea initiated institutional reforms aimed at expediting domestic SDG implementation. Notably, Korea came up with a new legislation, the Framework Act on the Sustainable Development, which was enacted in 2022. Under this new framework, the Committee of the Sustainable Development directly operates under the supervision of the Presidential Office, whereas previously was the Ministry of Environment who was responsible for SDG implementation. My government also localized the global SDG indicators, which is called K-SDGs, by tailoring them into Korea's unique context. This involved an extensive collaboration with the civil society, academia, to develop tracking Korea's SDG progress. Korea reviews its progress biannually since 2022, and the Statistics Research Institute of Korea has annually published a national report on SDGs. On the international front, Korea is also making efforts to strengthen the global partnership for sustainable development under the vision of SDG 17. To realize our ambition to become a global pivotal state, namely GPS, Korea is increasing its ODA volume, and this year Korea's ODA budget has reached $6.3 trillion won, which is around $48 billion, marking 40% increase from the previous year. With this, I would like to highlight 3 points regarding Korea's ODA priorities. And first, our government is focusing on what we do best. We focus on the areas where we have a comparative advantage to maximize the impact. As President Yoon announced during the 78th General Assembly at UN last year, we are directing our efforts towards bridging the divide in development, digital technology, and climate change. Digital and investment in youth are some of the areas we think Korea is doing, will be able to do well. Second, as Foreign Minister Cho emphasized during his keynote speech earlier today, our government places a great emphasis on the humanitarian assistance, development, peace nexus. To strengthen Nexus approach, Korea has significantly increased our support for the programs to support conflict-affected and fragile settings. For example, Korea government is trying to encourage collaboration between the Hanvit unit, our Korea's peacekeeping operation in South Sudan, to work very closely with UN agencies like UNICEF. Last but not least, our priority is to promote multi-stakeholder partnerships for the effective implementation of SDGs. No single country or organization, not even UN, can address all the complex crises we face today. COICA has many interesting, innovative partnership practices by collaborating, for example, with entrepreneurs. In closing, I wish to thank Yonsei University and GEEF. Really has become one of the most important forum to discuss SDGs. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Direct DG1, for sharing the Korean side of the story on the SDGs and the increasingly active role that Korea is playing on the global level, both in terms of the agenda setting and in terms of the financing for development. I think, we hear about the needed reform on the financial side of this. I'm very happy to learn that Korea is chairing the discussion at the G20 level. But beyond that, the importance of the issue, we've not heard any details about how that discussion is going. So if you could share with us how the Korea's chairmanship and what are some of the concrete ideas that are coming out of that discussion, that as much as you can share with us at this point, that would be, I think, very helpful. So I'll give you a few minutes to think about that. But now we go to our final, last but not least, Tan Sri Dr. Jamila Mahmood. First of all, my very good friend. We shared many experiences together in the UN system. I think the highlight was when she was the Secretary General for the World Humanitarian Summit that SG PAN convened in mid-2016 in Istanbul. It was our attempt to put the humanitarian portfolio on the global agenda to garner global attention, to do more to stop these humanitarian crises from happening in the first place. I think it was a wonderful agenda setter, attention getter, and it did get the global community to discuss the humanitarian development and peace nexus and how that has to start from the financing side. So there are some good outcomes to come from that summit, but sadly, the number of humanitarian caseloads has not just grown, but exploded in the recent years. So we failed to get the political leaders who have the responsibility to stop conflicts from breaking out in the first place and to work towards peace once conflict has erupted has not been very successful, as the current wars indicate. But it was as a UN long-timer, it was certainly a very important and great learning experience, and we were very thankful for Jamila's leadership in leading the Secretariat in that endeavor. She now leads the Sunway Center for Planetary Health in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and she is focusing her work on this concept of planetary health, which immediately triggers the idea that development is not just about people, it has to be about the planet, the Earth, that is our shared home. And if we broaden our vision to that level, there is a lot more that we can do and working with the SDGs. And so she hopefully will provide us a hopeful and a very practical way forward in the discussions on the SDGs and putting that back on the track. So over to you, Jamila.
Thank you very much, Kyung-hwa. I think that when your former boss sends you an email to say, can you come? The immediate response is yes. And then to see your former boss's boss as well, our boss, our common boss today, it's a really wonderful reunion in this really wonderful university. Thank you very much, Yonsei University, for also allowing me to speak to your students yesterday. I've never seen, so many good questions coming from young people during the session. So I'm going to maybe take 2 steps back before SDGs. When I was in the UN in New York, while we were preparing for the summit, there was also the preparations for the Sustainable Development Goals. So it was really running in tandem. And the key words I heard was people, planet, prosperity. And that was what I remembered from my early days with the SDGs. It's people, planet, prosperity. And sometimes we forget a little bit about the planet. So around 2009, a group of scientists came together and said, if the planet is going to be fundamental in our peace, our prosperity, our health, what are the limits? What are the safety limits for our planet? And Johan Rockström from the Stockholm Resilience Center led a team of scientists and then developed what is called the planetary boundaries. Now, I cannot do justice in 7 minutes on the work that was done, but I really urge you to download, Breaking Boundaries on your iPad or any device you have and watch it on a long flight home or whenever you have time, because it tells the story even more compellingly than I can. But what it is a set of indicators, a set of parameters that may be measurable. And indeed, out of the 9 planetary boundaries, we know 8 are definitely measurable. 1, there are proxy measurements. But we will see that if we are to be in a safe planet, then we will have to be in that green zone, the safe operating space. When I started the Planetary Health Center 2.5 years ago, only 4 of these boundaries were crossed. By last year, barely a year and a bit, 6 have already been crossed. So we have really damaged the planet. And I say we because it is really human behaviors and the action that we take. So when we talk about people, prosperity, and planet, it's the people rushing for prosperity that may have caused damage to the planet. So I think there's a lot of rethinking that has to happen. And I start with this premise because for the Sustainable Development Goals to be attainable, we cannot ignore the safe operating space or the safe operating limits that we need to be within. So here you will see I talked about the 6 boundaries that have been transgressed. You will see that it's not just about safety, and last year they added another dimension, the social dimension, of also being just. What is safe in one place may be completely, what is safe is a measurement may be completely unjust. So the layer of a just system boundary has been already included. And you will see from this slide all the things that we've been talking about, but also some things we haven't been talking about, air pollution, talking about water stress that we're going through. Global warming, we know that every month I say to myself, this is the hottest month we're experiencing, but the coolest month for the next forthcoming years, because it gets hotter and hotter every month. And we also don't talk enough about biodiversity. And one of the things we have to think about, simple things like the fact that if you don't have insects, you can't have pollination, and that leads to greater food insecurity. So it's wonderful walking in Europe now in summer to see that the wild grass is not cut anymore because of the need for us to restore the bee and insect population. And if you watch Breaking Boundaries, you will hear the story of how bees are being stolen from one country to another across borders to help other countries pollinate their crops. Ocean acidification is another major problem that has serious implications on our health, on our food systems, and many other challenges. And of course, we seem to have forgotten that we suffered through a pandemic. Life has gone back to pre-pandemic ways, in fact, worse sometimes. And we seem to have forgotten that that was also triggered by human behaviors, by environmental destruction that has led to zoonotic leaks. So until and unless we start looking at the fundamental drivers of why we are in trouble today, then we will always be having to play catch up. So what I'm calling for, as the title of this forum is, Reboot the SDGs, Resetting Our Future, it is really about resetting our mindset as well, to see the connections between the fundamental drivers of the safety of our planet to us achieving sustainable development. I don't know if you've heard of donut economics, but you will hear it from me today. Now, this is just one example of new ways of looking at economic development. And as was mentioned in the earlier panel, the plenaries, it's the economics, stupid. If you don't get that right, you will get into all sorts of trouble. And I would challenge that the way we have developed our countries, our nations, using GDP as a measurement has been very, very harmful, because that growth has led to the destruction of Earth systems, and therefore, you get that spiraling out of control. So Kate Raworth, an economist who happened to start as a policy person at Oxfam in the UK, so she could see firsthand on the ground what was going on in developing countries and low middle income countries. When she listened to Johan Rockström's argument on the planetary boundaries, she said, well, that if we are going to have an economic model that works, we need to take into consideration the ecological ceiling, and that's your planetary boundaries. But hang on a minute, we need social foundations. You can't just say you can't cause deforestation, you can't develop, because countries in the growing middle income or the low income countries will say, well, that's a bit unfair. You've done all the destruction of the environment, now you're telling us we can't do any development. So how do we then build schools and roads and hospitals? So the inner circle is the social foundation. That's why it looks like a donut. And in between is the safe space and just space for humanity. It's a reflection of the planetary boundaries. Now, if you look at the social foundations, you will identify in them, actually, how do you attain sustainable development goals? So what it's asking of us is to rethink economics that must be regenerative, not just circular, regenerative, where you can develop, but try to remain within that safe space. So a bit of yin-yang. So how do we live within the donut, having a thriving society with a sustainable environment? If you go to the University of Leeds Good Life Index, you will see every country being mapped against what I showed you earlier, the ecological ceiling and the social foundation. And I've picked out a couple of countries to show you, and you can see that the more developed a country is, the more the destruction of the planetary boundaries that have happened. But you will also see that they've done really, really well in the social foundations. How do we find the balance? Now, if you look at Costa Rica, it's transgressed some of the boundaries, but it's also done really, really well in the social foundations, because Costa Rica chose to demilitarize, to put its investment into environmental protection, and its economy boomed from ecotourism, and it became one of the happiest countries in the world. Now, I take Vietnam as another example because I think Vietnam is the emerging country in ASEAN, and everyone's talking about the rapid development, the good economy in Vietnam, and you'll see that they haven't really transgressed a lot of their planetary boundaries. They have some shortcomings in their social foundations, which I'm sure can be addressed. But when you talk to Vietnamese leaders, and I have certainly spoken to a number of them, and I said, what is your number one priority now? Climate change. They are very, very worried about climate change. And therefore, this is a signal to them. As they rapidly develop, they've got to play the yin-yang card. They've got to look at how do you develop in a way that's regenerative, that will actually protect your people, protect your environment, but also allow you to meet the social needs and the sustainable development goals. So let me show you an example. I come from Kuala Lumpur, and for those who know Malaysia, you know, most people know Kuala Lumpur and they know Penang, because Penang is a really beautiful island, very well developed. Kuala Lumpur is our capital. But in between Kuala Lumpur and Penang, there's a city called Ipoh. Now, Ipoh is about the size of Amsterdam, both in terms of size and population. Amsterdam became the first city in the world to adopt donut economics. So it's the first city to attempt to live within the donut economic principles. And the mayor of Amsterdam, in a conversation with Kate, said, and this was during the pandemic, and Kate said to him, will you like to delay the start of this initiative? And he said, no, the COVID pandemic has opened our eyes to say it's now urgent we address our regenerative economic models. So we have piloted the first city in Asia, in Ipoh, mainly because we think it's a good size city rather than Kuala Lumpur, but also because of the state leadership that truly believes it needs a different economic model. Why? Because Ipoh, as I said, sandwiched between Kuala Lumpur and Penang, is actually one of the slowest growing economies in Malaysia, despite the size of the city. It's also a city that has a very long history of mining, so a lot of destruction of the environment. So how now do we turn a city like that into a regenerative economic model? And this, as you can see on the right, on the left is Kate's donut, and you'll see the boundaries. On the right is the state policy, where they've actually used the donut economic model to adopt and adapt their state development. So just to give you some idea how we've done it, and our role at the university, at my center, is to be the knowledge partner, to do some capacity development, capture the learning, inspire them, advise, but really getting them to take on the leadership. So there are a couple of things that they're doing just to give some inspiration. So for example, they have started to look at rainwater harvesting, energy, green energy for their buildings, so that they can demonstrate a reduction in emissions, but also cost savings and economic improvement. Secondly, how do you now turn former mining sites into ecotourism centers? So really turning it around from destruction to a thriving ecotourism center. And you can see, looking at the photographs, it's very green, very beautiful lakes, but actually there were former mining lakes, tin mining lakes. The other is actually, how do you use culture to draw people to a city, an old city that has some of the best food in Malaysia. And Malaysians, as you know, we live to eat. So it's very, very important that there's good food. But also the culture, the very mixed multiracial culture as an attraction. So really looking at how do you develop as a city, how do you catch up, but in ways that don't destroy, that will actually create more opportunities as well. So here we are, some of my team, you can see, working with the local communities, with state government, taking them up into huge limestone casts, and now, telling the government, you've got to stop quarrying the limestone, because perhaps look at it, not just the forest, but limestone is actually a very good sequestration of carbon mechanism. Can you actually put a price on limestone? So really looking at new innovative ways to do that. I don't have to go very far from here. You have done it in Korea. You have transformed Cheonggyecheon from a very, not attractive highway to one where all K-dramas are filmed, one that has become a tourist attraction that's very beautiful. The green spaces, actually, anyone living within a certain distance from a green space will have better mental health, will have better health generally, and basically your city becomes a healthier place to live. So really about how do you look at urbanization in a different way. Now this is the essence of planetary health. Planetary health emerged around 2015, around the time of the SDGs, when health practitioners, public health practitioners and scientists came together and said, hang on a minute, the health of human civilizations is so interconnected, so related to the health of the planet. So if you want to be healthy as humans, as all human or all living things on Earth, the planet has to be healthy. It's a direct correlation. And therefore, this is an emerging field which is interdisciplinary that's focusing on addressing the human health impacts of global environment change. I mentioned the word, our actions, the Anthropocenes, our behaviors, the way we consume, the way we live, our relationship to the planet, the way our political systems are developed. So it's economic, social, ecological, environmental, and behavioral in all its means. And when you talk about health, what is more important than health? But many people don't realize that 75% of the determinants of health are outside the health sector. They are economic, social, behavioral, environmental, and so on and so forth. Now, I'm going to end with this, not because I'm trying to promote a summit that I'm organizing next month, because we have enough evidence. All the academics in the world have produced fantastic information, academic papers, research, policy guides, and we know the evidence is there that we need to change the way we live. But yet, the action is not enough. And I think this is where we need to come together now to confront the realities, how difficult it is, the political difficulties, all the things mentioned by Oliver and our previous speakers on actually getting the change to happen. So what we have done now is we've realized fundamentally 4 things must be focused on. First is governance. Governance at all levels, not just global governance, but also national, regional, and local. And I tried to show you a little bit about local and national governance. Secondly, it's about education. It's not just about transforming education for education's sake, but what are we teaching people? So, for example, I'm a medical doctor. I graduated in 1986. There was nothing that I was taught about on climate change. Yet, we know climate change is critical. Tedros, in his speech at COP28, said, climate change is the single most greatest threat to human health. This is now 2024, many years since I graduated. Only 15% of medical schools teach anything about climate change. I would challenge that Yonsei probably, like my old university, also doesn't talk about climate change in its curriculum. This has to change. At our university, it is now mandatory for all undergraduates to pass a course in sustainable development and planetary health before they can graduate, so that they understand how to apply this when they become leaders. Thirdly is communications. We have the science, we have the knowledge. How are we communicating this? Is the Sustainable Development Goals, is planetary health communicated in a way that actually makes sense to people who only have enough attention to look at this? No one wants to read long papers anymore. How do you make your communication succinct, compelling? Are we not using music, arts, other things that trigger the senses of human beings for them to take action? And last but not least is really about how do we engage the private sector. So, Kyung-hwa, I tried to give you a little bit of hope, but also I hope trigger this mindset change that must happen, because it's not just about looking at the goals and sustainable development goals. They're so important. They must be the vision that even though we cross 2030, it doesn't matter. We want to get there. But until we address the underlying drivers and recognize we need a multi-systems approach, break the silos, only then we will be achieving the sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamila. Thank you for a very sobering in a way, because we're talking about the planetary boundaries of how much human development can aspire to, but also some very concrete example on how we must strive towards that goal. And I've been a very bad time manager because we're already done our allocated time, but I've had given my panelists some questions, so I owe it to them to give some time to answer those questions before we end. And I hope the organizers will give us 5 more minutes to that, so 1.5 minutes to each of you. And Jamila, I want you to end on telling us how is this going to feed into the SG's Summit of the Future as our concluding remarks. So Oliver.
Thank you. You asked about a drop in fertility. I guess three responses to that. One is that a number of surveys of young people have indicated that the planet in its current state is not a place where they wish to bring children. That's first. Second, we have to think about the impact of pollution and what pollution is doing to human fertility. And thirdly, particularly microplastics, and the fact that they're right the way through our body and doing, we don't know what kind of damage, but that may also be a reason. That's it.
And we're eating it every day. David. breathing, eating, and drinking. David.
Thanks, Kyung-Hwa. You asked for some, critically important lessons. Just a couple. UN can't deliver on the SDGs. Governments and people can deliver. So we encourage people to vote appropriately where budgets will be allocated towards the areas where SDGs are most critical, particularly health and education. Secondly, partnerships absolutely critical across the region, as mentioned, and the leadership by civil society in making the difference on SDGs is absolutely critical. Third point, transboundary. Most of these existential threats to humanity are not national sovereignty issues. They are global issues, and therefore we need to have more cooperation between countries. One of the areas we're working in Thailand is on the Mekong Delta, working with Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, to work on issues such as pollution of the Mekong and what's happening there. It is a global one. Another one is in the Himalayas, on the glacial melt, working between Nepal, Bhutan, India, and Bangladesh, on the Ganges River. All of these need a global coalition. It's not a national sovereignty issue. Fourth point is youth, absolutely critical for the future of the planet. If we don't get youth involved in innovation, critical thinking, we're missing the point. And last point is on this really critical nexus. We shouldn't look at humanitarian development, peace-building silos at the UN. All of them work together. They are developmental problems. But if we're going to deal with these existential threats to the planet, we have to look at humanitarian development and state building, peace building as a holistic exercise. Thank you.
Excellent. And thank you, David, for joining us on the last minute notice. But I think your remark goes to the Korean government's approach to this and in focusing on the nexus in its partnership. DG1?
Yes, thank you. Korea will be chairing the International Financing Architecture Working Group in G20. Korea is really trying to take lead in important discussions on development finance. And there are three things I would like to emphasize we prioritize. First, private sector partnership. What the government and the numerous actors possess enough money, and what the government and UN should be doing is to make the best use of their convening power to redirect and encourage the private sector to redirect their resources to support the implementation of SDGs. Second, investment in multilateralism and the UN system, and that it's very important that global community should scale up supporting the multilateralism. So the Korea has, for example, significantly increased our contribution to the UN development system this year. Last but not least, Korea has a lot of experience to share when it comes to domestic resource mobilization. We had a very successful tax reform, which contributed a lot during the Korea's development processes. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee-Jun. And last but not least, Jamila, you have the final word.
Yep. I think everyone has already sort of answered the question you asked about the Summit of the Future. I think the Summit of the Future is a great opportunity for us to press that reset button or press the accelerator. But I think one of the areas that I feel very strongly about is that we need to get young people on stages and speaking out, because I think that we're talking about the future without the future actually showing us the way. I think that we need to listen better to young people and getting them on board. The 5 action targets from the Summit of the Future, the last one is about restoring trust. And that's so difficult in today's environment, but we must, maybe on that foundation, bring in this whole, I think, the planetary health approach, that mindset shift, the need to realize that we're all dependent on each other, the planet and human beings as well. So we hope to keep pushing. I think the Human Development Report clearly spelling out the dangerous changes of the Anthropocene is a very good place to start.
Thank you, Jamila. And I'm so sorry that we didn't have the time to listen from the young partners in the audience, from the students at Yonsei. But this is all designed to empower you, to present ideas to you, to present what the challenges are, and to give you hope that you have a future where you can exercise your leadership to take us to a different level. And I think that was the message that SG Pan tried to end with in the previous panel, and that's the same message that we want to end here. Here we are. We haven't done such a great job, but we are here to help you to take our global community and our home to a different place that is much more happier for humanity and the planet together. So on that hopeful note, I would like to end our panel discussion and thank our panelists, David, you in particular, Jamila, DG1, and Oliver. Thank you so much, and thank you for being here with us.
Thank you, dear Minister Kang and panelists, for the very insightful presentations. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this was our first plenary that gave us a very critical view of the current state of the SDGs. And now it is time to take a break. We wish you now a nice lunch break and see you back here at 14 hours sharp for our next plenary session, which is all about Korea's mental health. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, welcome back for our second plenary session, tackling Korea's mental health and demographic crises, the Korean Miracle 2.0. We're excited to feature the plenary session between the 12th president of the World Bank Group, Jim Yong Kim, and assistant professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the Yale School of Medicine, Peter Jong-ho Na. They will probably discuss one of the most debated health topics in Korea. They will define potential common roots of the low birth crisis, mental health, and suicide crisis in Korea. Also, the session will address the current state of mental health in younger Koreans and discuss pathways to combat these three public health crises in Korea. Let's welcome the speakers with a round of applause, please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today. It is my great honor to be with you and with the GEF 2024. I'm usually a person with high self-esteem, so I usually don't compare myself to others, but I've never had more imposter syndrome than I had right now to be with Jim here. Some of you may know me, some of you may not. So I'm a psychiatrist. We're primarily based in the US. I work for the VA Connecticut system, healthcare system, and is an assistant professor at Yale. And what I've been trying to, so the reason I just want to briefly talk about my commitment to this issue. So I was a psychology major, and I went to med school with the hopes that we could prevent suicide, and I could be at the forefront of that. And I moved to the US. I published a book which gave me some fame and gave me some voice to tackle this issue. And after I published my book, it was about a year after, I thought of what I would like to do for the rest of my career. So I was just starting my career, and I started this daunting task. I wanted to mitigate suicide, and that was kind of the goal of my life. But how do I do this? I mean, I'm working 99% in the US, and I have this small fame in South Korea, so I'll just keep on writing. And then I got an email from Jim, who coincidentally was having the same concerns about mental health and the suicide problem in South Korea. So since then, I've been working alongside with Jim, Dr. Kim, and have been trying to tackle this issue and trying to create a social movement. So today we're going to talk about that. We'll discuss broad topics about loneliness, about mental health, about suicide, some difficult conversations, but we think it's an existential threat to the nation. So I'd like to introduce you to the renowned Dr. Jim Kim.
Thank you, Peter. First of all, let me just say thank you for everyone who's here. And I want to start off by talking a little bit about our dear 사무총장님 Ban Ki-moon. So Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, I've known him for a long time, but I was elected to be president of the World Bank in April of 2012. And the Secretary General was one of the first people to call me. And he called me, and he was just so excited. He was so happy. We'd known each other. And then during the time that we were there together, which was, I think, about 5 years that we overlapped, we did more things together, the World Bank and the UN, than ever before in history. And when we took our first trip together to Africa, I arrived and went to meet him. And he said to me, he said, we looked at the history books, and this is the first time in history that the President of the World Bank and the Secretary General of the UN have ever traveled together to countries. Now, you'd think that it would make perfect sense for them to do that. We're part of the multilateral system. We try to do many of the same things. But it was so easy because I called him 선배님, right? He was my 선배. And every time I when I referred to him as 선배님, he would stop the conversation and he would explain to everybody what 선배 means. And so it was one of the easiest relationships, but he brought me in a way that was just so far above and beyond what anyone could expect. And I think over time, history will look very, very kindly on the time that he spent at the United Nations. The climate agreement would not have happened without him. The SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, dramatically expanded the kind of goal setting that there was in the UN. The first set of goals were mostly about health. What he did was just stunning, and which is why I'm so honored to be here at the conference that is really being put together by his foundation. So I just want all the Koreans in the audience to know that in Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, we have a treasure, a national treasure. What he did as a Korean to help the entire world was just absolutely historic. I don't think he's here, but if we can just give him a round of applause. Now, it's great for me to be here with Peter. And, Peter is, from my perspective, a relatively young, very accomplished psychiatrist. And I have learned so much from him. And Dr. Baek Jong-woo, where is Dr. Baek? He's in the audience somewhere. Please stand up. Dr. Baek is one of the absolute heroes in Korea, treating people who, as a psychiatrist, but also very active in suicide prevention. He's another one of my teachers. He's here. Thank you for coming, Dr. Baek. Yeah. So some of this work was spurred by conversations with President Yoon, but also just conversations with friends in Korea. This fact about suicide rates in Korea came up many years ago for me when I was still at the World Bank Group. I was having a conversation with Christine Lagarde, who was the managing director of the International Monetary Fund. We did a lot of events together. We did a lot of panels together. And we were talking about education and the stresses that people feel because of educational systems. And I said something to her. I said to her, Christine, children in Korea, starting from middle school maybe, go to school from 7 to 11 every day, right? And she said to me, she said, well, that's amazing because Korean students do so well on standardized testing. How do they do so well on standardized testing going to school for just 4 hours a day? Right? And so I explained to her, no, it's not. It's 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. And the reason that the classes taken in the evening stop at 11 p.m. is because it's illegal to have classes past 11. So Christine got very interested in Korea. And then when she came here in 2019, as she always does, she looked at the data. going on in Korea. And she said something that really shook me up. I was grateful to her for spending the time to learn about it. But she said, Korea is moving in the direction of becoming a collective suicide society, right? Christine is not a person to overstate and overblow things at all. She is extremely cautious. But the numbers are very daunting. And so let me just go over the numbers that I'm seeing. First of all, let me just say, I left this country when I was 5 years old. If I tried to do this lecture in Korean, you would all think that I'm a complete Byeongshin. I don't speak Korean well. So this is not my reality. And I don't want to pretend to be able to present to you your reality. I am just trying to look at the objective data that exists in the world. So what are the data that worry me the most? So first of all, Korea has had the highest suicide rate, except for a couple of years where Lithuania was a little bit higher. The highest suicide rate among OECD countries for 20 years. In 2013, OECD wrote a report on what Korea could do to try to lower the suicide rate, because it had been 10 years already that Korea was in the lead. That's the first and arguably the most jarring piece of data, right? The kinds of data that now I'm become much more aware of. According to OECD studies, the estimated percentage of the adult population in Korea that suffer from depression is the highest in all OECD countries, 37% estimated rates of depression. At the same time, the number of antidepressive medicines, the amount of antidepressive medicines per person sold. This is not about people taking the medicines. It's about the number of pills sold for depression per person in Korea is the lowest in OECD. So 37% estimated depression rates, and 2 or 3% of the adult population getting antidepressive medications. So there's a huge epidemic, if you will, of people who are depressed who are not getting treated. And again, you guys know the reasons for this much better than I do, but this is a really, really serious concern. So you have suicide, you have depression. Loneliness. So one of my former students and friend is the Surgeon General of the United States, Vivek Murthy. And I heard him, he's been talking a lot about loneliness. And I heard him talk recently, and he said something that really surprised me. He said that if you answer yes, that you are lonely on a survey, your life expectancy is going to go down. In other words, you'll die, or premature death, at the same rate as someone who smokes 15 cigarettes a day. So being lonely is the equivalent of a 3/4 of a pack a day cigarette habit. And we all know that cigarettes, of course, reduce your life expectancy, right? Now, loneliness does lots of things. It has an effect on health. Also, it adds to the numbers who are depressed. 64% increased risk of clinical dementia. Right? So people who say they're lonely have a 60% plus risk of clinical dementia. And so high blood pressure, many, many things that it has an effect on. Another just piece of data. Again, please don't think that I'm trying to tell you what the experience here is like. I'm just giving you the data, right? Another piece of data. In 1970, the percentage of the population that was living in single-family households, in other words, living alone, was 0.6%. By 2015, it had gone up to, excuse me, let me get that number for you. It had gone up to 25%, and then by 2022, 34%. So more than a third of all Korean people are living in single-family households. Right? At the same time, the level of poverty among senior citizens is among the highest rates of poverty in all OECD countries, 40 to 50%, depending on what numbers you look at. Right? So the loneliness epidemic. And then, low birth rate is very tough. And again, the low birth rate is related to very complex issues. And we're two men up here talking about this, and we're not, at all, trying to talk about women's experience of giving birth or getting married or any of those things. But the current total fertility rate, that's the number of children that a woman is going to have in her lifetime, right? So I think total fertility rate's the best way to look at it, because it's very simple, you can understand it. So for every woman in a society, in order to replace the society, just keep the numbers the same, every woman in a society has to have 2.1 children during during the time of her life when she can have a baby, right? So 2.1 is just replacement, because one man, woman, 2 children. Korea's rate is the lowest recorded in human history. Now, it might have been lower at some time, during the Neanderthals or something, when there was a disaster. But since we started recording the numbers, right? So the official number, I think this year, Peter, is 0.7%?
It's 0.72, I believe.
0.72.
For last year.
Right, 0.72. So it's about a third of the rate that would be required just to replace the society. So in 1991, and we're using these numbers in our group just so we can remember, in 1991, the great footballer Son Heung-min was born. And in that year, there were about 730,000 children born. Last year, there were a little over 200,000, right? So all the complex issues of gender inequality, of difficulty between, getting housing, these are all very complicated issues. But from an economic standpoint, looking at it and putting my World Bank hat on, right? It is impossible to go from 700,000 to 200,000 with incredibly high rates of poverty among the elderly, and think that the National Pension Service, NPS, in Korea, is going to be able to support those people. There are going to be fewer and fewer working age people to support the elderly, right? So the loneliness epidemic, the depression epidemic, the suicide issue with the highest rates in the world, and then low birth rate at the same time, I think it's hard to come to any other conclusion than this is a fundamental demographic threat, an existential threat for the country. Now, I don't want you to think that I'm being an alarmist, and I especially don't want people here in Korea to think, well, why is he talking about those kinds of things? It's just, we don't want to talk about those things. Either they're shameful or something like that. But I'm talking about them because this is not a phenomenon that's limited to Korea. Let's take a look at China, right? The overall population in China declined for the first time since 1959. There was a period in 1959 to 61 that was a very tumultuous time in China. But the first time overall population decline was in 2022, and it happened again in 2023. And so the total fertility rate in China, of course, they had a one-child policy for so long. Gradually, they opened things up, and between 1991 and 2017, the overall fertility rate was around 1.7. But then it's gone down 1.28 in 2020, 1.08 in 2022, and 1 in 2023. There is a phenomenon in China, young people call it lying down, right? And they're talking about it specifically in saying that all of the intense work, that the intense competition to get into the best schools, things that sound, I think, very familiar to Koreans. There's a phenomenon that they call lying down. And it's young people who may go to work, but who don't really do much, and others who just opt out of the system altogether. Apparently, there are many, many young people who are going to Buddhist monasteries and going and just meditating and dropping out. Right? In the United States, after COVID, they called it quiet quitting. But the point is, these kinds of demographic shifts are happening all over. India, which had high birth rates for such a long time, for the first time last year, the total fertility rate for Indian women dropped below replacement level, right? So this is something that we just have to get our heads around. We have to talk about it. We have to think about the potential solutions. Peter, do you want to jump in? Go ahead.
Since our session is about the youth, I just wanted to share my perspective, and because Dr. Kim started with the comment from Christine Lagarde about the collective suicide society, which I think is a pretty strong term, but also is close to the data. So I've been looking into the data Dr. Kim was just describing, and what blew my mind was that, so when Christine Lagarde, supposedly she came in 2017, so supposedly she would have looked into the data of 2016, and the fertility rate since then has actually dropped by 40%. So I'm not sure what she's going to talk about when she looks at the data right now, but what threatens me the most is there is one statistic that just dramatically increased during the same period, and that is the suicide rate in younger adults in South Korea. So South Korea was always notorious for older adult suicide rates. So I use this analogy a lot, but the suicide rate in older adults who are in their 70s or 80s are comparable to the Jewish people who are under the Nazi regime. So we're thinking they are under a tremendous level of stress, socioeconomic stress. However, the good news among the bad news was that still the suicide rate of the younger generation was relatively low. And now, during the exact period when Christine Lagarde's birth rate from 2016 to 2023 dropped 40%, during that period, the suicide rate of the younger generation has increased, especially among people who are between 10 to 29. It rose over 40%. So after looking at that data, I came to ask myself, what are there common roots to these causes? So seemingly there is something going on in the younger generation, and there is a threat going on. So right now, the number one cause of death among individuals from 10 to 39 is suicide. And no other developed countries has that. It's mostly accidents in those countries. So after looking at that data, coming to the conclusion that there is a fundamental despair in the younger generation. I came to that conclusion, and there is data to support that. That's just not theory. So recently there was, a couple of months ago, there was a survey data published about individuals between 19 to 34, and what they found was that over 50% of younger adults define themselves as being depressed, and one in three younger adults in that age bracket thought about suicide. And as a psychiatrist doing mental health research, psychiatric epidemiology, that number only comes up among a population that has depression, right? So we're dealing with these numbers, and the reason Dr. Kim and I have been trying to send this alarm is that despite all this going on, I'm not sure if you mentioned this, but despite the highest prevalence of depression in South Korea among OECD countries, the prescription antidepressant rate was the lowest. So people are not asking for help. And the primary reason for that is stigma about mental illness, and that's what I've been trying to be an advocate for to mitigate that stigma. But not only that, what the recent data shows is that people don't even think about their mental health, right? So they asked a question, how much do you think about your mental health? And there were over 30 countries that participated in it. Brazil was number one. Over 70% reported that they think about mental health a lot or often. South Korea, it was less than 50%. It was the only nation that said they never think about mental well-being, and that number was below 50%. So we don't even think about these issues. So yeah, I mean, those are the data we're dealing with. Again, Dr. Kim and I have very different backgrounds. So I was born in the US. I came to South Korea when I was like 5 or 6. Dr. Kim, on the other hand, is completely opposite. So he was born in South Korea. He went back to when he was 5 years old. As a Korean American who lived, so basically after coming back, I received all my education here. And I talked about this a lot, but while I was living here, I was thinking it was the competitiveness of the society was so immense. And many people ask me, why did you leave South Korea and why did you go to the US when you received all your education here? And I try to tell them that, you know, I just couldn't stand the competition. So I do believe I do get the sense of the harshness of the Korean society and the education and everything. And I think it's time that we really talk about, back then, so I left South Korea about 10 years ago, and what I've been thinking was the society, to me, felt like a treadmill, right? So when we work out, we run on a treadmill, and it's not a treadmill where you control your pace. It's not like, you know, I'm exhausted, I'll run a little bit slower. I felt it was a society that we go full power, the full speed you can run, and then it just goes on. And I felt back then, a decade ago, that I just couldn't do it anymore. I was off the treadmill. So I think this is a time that and recently there was, you know, this Mark Manson, who's a YouTuber in the US, an American YouTuber who came to South Korea, and he said he visited the most depressed country in the world, and it was the media. It caught huge media attention, but I know I'm depressing everyone right now, but many media actually focused really much on what he said, like the negative things about South Korea, right? But I really wanted to focus on the last part. So after saying all the bad things, he mentioned South Korea has a unique resilience that other countries don't have, and South Korea will find a way. And he met lots of younger generation in the streets, and what he said was every younger generation mentioned that acknowledged that this is a huge problem, and they wanted to give their opinion about it, they wanted to talk about it. So that's why he thought that there was hope. And I really want to focus on that. So it's not about giving you all the depressing facts or numbers, but it's about starting the conversation that, you know, the lowest birth rate, the highest suicide rate for the past 25 years, we can't go on like this anymore. I've been more than, I think I benefited a lot from the huge success of South Korea over the past decade. I feel that the country is at the highest point, but at the same time, I really have to think about whether so I have to ask myself whether we're at the peak of our success or at the bottom of our despair. So I think it's time that not an American YouTuber, but we South Koreans have to think about it. And even Mark Manson said there, we really have to look deep inside ourselves to find the answer. And I think it starts from a conversation about mental health.
So so we're about halfway through. So I hope that we can then take you on a ride up and you know, really to think about what are some of the unique ways that Korea, which is living you know, with some of the most alarming data around these issues of all the countries in Asia. But as I said, all the other Asian countries are almost certainly going to follow this path as well. That you know, why am I wildly optimistic that Korea is going to respond? Well, I need to give you some context, right? So I'm a physician. I also studied anthropology. I actually did my anthropology research here in Korea, and I'm actually a graduate of the Yonsei 한국어 학당, right? I'm probably their worst student they ever had, but I'm a proud alumnus of Yonsei University. And so that was in the 1980s. But just if you look at my life course, I was born in 1959, which just must seem ancient for all of you. So born in 1959. And on the first day that I came to work as president of the World Bank, the vice president of the Asia region of the World Bank Group put a stack of papers on my desk. And on top of it, he wrote, funny how we get it so wrong sometimes. And the papers that he gave me were internal documents of the World Bank from around the time I was born. Right? So in 1959, what the World Bank was saying about Korea was, one, very low level of literacy, relatively. About 40% of Koreans could read. The GDP per capita was lower than Somalia, lower than Ghana, right? Among the poorest countries in the world. Most of the industrial capacity was in the northern part, north of the 38th parallel. The northerners were much better educated. The south was mostly, the rural breadbasket part of Korea. And so in 1959, the official policy was that Korea was too poor to get a loan from the World Bank. And that's like almost no country is too poor to get a loan from the World Bank. And that was the funny part. How wrong we got it sometimes, right? And then the first loan came in 1963. That was around the time that we emigrated to the United States. And then in 1968, the second loan that Korea took was for education. And the people at the World Bank ridiculed Korea for doing something so stupid as to take a loan and invest in their education system. But we all know what happened. And so that was, 1960, 63, 64. I came back in 1984 to do my dissertation research. And I thought, Korea, still a developing country, maybe I can go back and help. Well, when I came here, Korea was preparing for the Olympics. And it became absolutely clear to me that there was nothing I could do to help Korea at the time, right? That there were so many wonderful professionals that I started looking elsewhere. And that is around the time, 1988, when I started an organization called Partners in Health. And Partners in Health has focused since 1988, since we founded it, on providing healthcare to the poorest people on earth. And we did it with a very clear ethical, moral perspective. We called it making a preferential option for the poor. And that commitment was that no matter where we were, even though we might have limited resources, we're going to give the best possible treatment to the poorest people because that's what they deserve. Right? And so over the course from 1988 till 1988 for the first 15 years of working at Partners in Health, we were just scrambling to try to provide as good a care as possible. We were raising money, but then we ran into a couple of epidemics. One was multi-drug resistant tuberculosis in Peru. The other, of course, eventually was HIV. And for both of those diseases, 99.999% of all the physicians in the world said it's impossible to treat those diseases in poor countries. And so we were saying, but why? Why is it impossible? Oh, the drugs are too expensive. Yeah, but what if you could lower the prices? Well, it's too complicated. Well, what if you gave technical assistance and taught them how to do it? Well, you shouldn't do it because there's not enough money in the healthcare world to pay for it, right? So instead of saying, oh, well, okay, we'll go away, we actually said, hey, what an opportunity. We're going to change global policy. We're going to change the world. So we started treating people with drug-resistant tuberculosis in Peru, and we started treating people with HIV in Haiti. And each time, we weren't, so when I went into doing these things, what I expected was people to say, we really admire you guys. I mean, it's great that you're trying to do this. And, you know, we understand you have compassion for the poor. It's great that you're trying to do this. But, you know, we just don't have enough money, and it's hard. It's hard to find the resources to treat these diseases also. That's what we thought we'd get. That's not what we got. People were angry at us. And they said, basically, who the hell do you think you are treating these people? If it were doable, we would have done it. What are you accusing us of? I mean, there was anger at us. And so, to make a long story short, we won both of those fights, right? We changed policy for drug-resistant TB in 2003 at the World Health Organization after fighting with them, you know, intensively for almost a decade, right? And then I ran the campaign of my good friend, Dr. Lee Jong-wook. I ran his campaign to become Director General of the World Health Organization, and he won. And so when he asked me to come, I said, on one condition, we're going to treat HIV, and we're going to get the whole world to treat HIV. My partner, Paul Farmer, that I started the organization with, took the before and after photos of our patients in Haiti to the White House, convinced the advisors to President George W. Bush that this was doable, and then President Bush announced that he was going to treat HIV. We won that fight too, right? And the sense that I want to give you is that both of those fights seemed far more impossible to tackle than the issues that you're facing here in Korea, right? I have enormous faith that Koreans can find solutions. I mean, during, you know, I came on board at the World Bank in the midst of and in between various global financial crises. And some of you, the older people may remember when when Greece had terrible, you know, financial issues. And I was just talking to different people, and someone in the World Bank said, "Hey, have you ever heard about the Korean gold collection experience?" And I had not. I hadn't heard about it. And so during the IMF period, 3.5 million Koreans donated their gold up to a total value of $2.1 billion. Something that people in the World Bank and people in the financial world had never seen before. It was a solution that no one could have even thought of. And that money went straight to the IMF. That reduced the amount of time that it took Korea to pay back the IMF by half. Instead of 6 years, it was 3 years. And Korea recovered from the financial crisis much more quickly than many of its neighbors. So I come to this crisis with lots of concern, right? But having tackled these kinds of issues before, I think the most important thing is that we've got to find a way to talk to each other about them. We've got to bring these issues out into the open. We can't brush them under the table. And let me just give you one indicator of why I think we're still brushing these issues under the table. There's a wonderful pastor, I'm forgetting his name.
조상돈.
Yeah. So Pastor Joe works with the surviving family members of people who died by suicide. Right? And what I learned is that the families of people who died by suicide suffered tremendously after one of their family members dies. And that the level of compassion in society toward the survivors of suicide is almost non-existent. And those things have changed tremendously in other parts of the world. That's a basic thing we can start with, right? Talking about it and insisting that we have compassion for the families, the surviving family members of people who died by suicide. Right? But then there's all kinds of other things as well. I mean, I'm not a psychiatrist, but in the process of doing this work, I learned so many really, really cool things about what people have done in various parts of the world to support people suffering from mental illness. Let me just give you a few examples. These are my favorite examples. In Zimbabwe, a bunch of researchers noticed that the grandmothers were really important and sort of key members of the community that held a lot of social cachet. And so they thought, well, what if we set up a bench outside clinics in Zimbabwe? And what if we taught the grandmas a very simple form of cognitive behavioral therapy? And what if we let people either opt in or opt out and either choose to spend time with the grandmas or not? And then they did a randomized control. It wasn't fully randomized, but they did a trial, and they looked at the people who sat with the grandmas and the people who didn't. And everybody talks about this because the results were so amazing. There was a 61% reduction in depression and suicidal ideation in the communities that had a friendship bench. There was a 60% improvement in the quality of life reported by community members who received mental health from the grandmas. And 80% of people who came to the bench showed an improvement in their symptoms of depression and anxiety. So it was expanded to Malawi, and guess what? It's being expanded to New York City, right? Can we do something like this in Korea? And maybe there's still stigma. Could you do something like this virtually? Could you do this by Zoom? Well, I mean, we learned a lot about virtual psychotherapy during the COVID pandemic, and it's completely doable. There are so many wonderful new treatments for depression and anxiety, even new treatments for serious mental illness. The thing that broke my heart was to see that while Korea had the highest suspected levels of depression, it had the lowest levels of treatment. We can change that. We can change that right now. And my friends who are the leaders in suicide research, they've told me that every single suicide is preventable. Right? One of the things that we're trying to do, there's a wonderful new training program. It's called, in one case, it's called mental health first aid. In another, it's called psychological first aid. And it's like learning cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR. But what you're learning is how to recognize people who might be in trouble, how to ask questions of them, and then how to help them find the help that they need. And some of the training programs are as short as half a day or 1 day. Others take longer. But I think every single college student should get trained in psychological first aid. Why wouldn't you do that? I was the president of a university. We trained everybody in sexual assault prevention. We trained everybody in alcohol, responsible use of alcohol. We trained everybody in that. Why wouldn't we train everybody with psychological first aid? If you look around at the countries that have had success, Japan used to have twice the suicide rate of Korea. But then they got really aggressive, and it was a social movement that came from the people. It wasn't the prime minister deciding that they were going to take on suicide, and it wasn't even leading legislators. It was a people's movement, and they just insisted that we've got to stop this. We've got to lower the rate. And guess what? The curve, Japan was up here and Korea was down here. Those curves crossed. And now Japan has a much lower, about 40% lower suicide rate than Korea. So it's absolutely doable, but it's something that has to come from the demands of the people. Right? Just basic numbers. Korea spends about 1.9% of its health budget on mental health. The average in OECD is 5%. Japan, with about double the population of Korea, spends 15 times more on suicide prevention than Korea does. Right? Japan and the UK, but Japan, remarkably, I think this is a remarkable thing that they did. Japan has created a ministry of loneliness, and they have a whole cabinet ministry looking at how to reduce the levels of loneliness in the population. So lots of exciting possibilities out there. There are new treatments, ketamine, psilocybins, MDMA. cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy, combinations of these things. Ultimately, medication is not necessarily going to be the answer. I think there's going to have to be some social reform. But it has to come from you folks. It has to come from people, especially the young people. Peter?
So I watched Dr. Kim's documentary, Bending the Arc. It's not available in Korea, but it used to be available on Netflix in the US. So I had the privilege to watch that. And just like Dr. Kim mentioned, I was surprised. I mean, it was the 1990s, and they had recordings of the conferences and their committees. And what they said back then about these people in Africa, about the movement Dr. Kim and Dr. Farmer was going to do, was absolutely so insensitive, and at some point it was about a fundamental question. So, and these people were doctors. Many of them were doctors who were trying to actively find reasons to not help the people who are suffering. And before that, I met Dr. Kim before watching the documentary, and Dr. Kim gave me his experiences about his fight in Peru and Africa to fight these illnesses. And I didn't to be honest, I didn't fully acknowledge like the full analogy between that until I watched the documentary. Because I thought in a way that right now what we're doing in South Korea, we're trying to, because of the budget, the low budget we're spending to help these people, to save lives, was almost, I would say, it parallels what Dr. Kim have been fighting. And that's what's called an institutional stigma, right? So there are three types of stigma. One is public stigma. So when we think about mental illness, people think it's bad, it's something not good. That's public stigma. There's an institutional stigma where a huge institution, a country, a government tries to actively not fund these people who have mental illness and try to help them because of their institutional or structural stigma that they have. So I thought a lot of that really resonated with my experience with how little we fund to save these lives, which as Dr. Kim said, is known to be preventable. So South Korea is the only country that had the highest suicide rate in the OECD countries for more than 10 years. And the reason for that is most countries, all countries except South Korea, would intervene in these circumstances. They would say, it's an emergency, why are our people dying? So they would put lots of money, they would invest in it, and they would prevent suicide. And that's how Japan, Finland, how the suicide rate dropped. But we're not doing it. So that's a fundamental question we have to ask ourselves. Why are we not saving lives when we know it could be done? So I think it's, and what Dr. Kim and I have been doing this week in South Korea was that we're trying to start a social movement. So we're trying to, and this is not because we're responsible for it, right? The government had to intervene way before when the OECD gave recommendations, but that has not happened. And it's been 25 years since the suicide rate has been #1 among OECD countries. So there's not much change. There has been improvement in terms of budget, and there has been substantial increases, but it's not enough. So what we're trying to do is what Japan did. So what Japan did, to elaborate more what Dr. Kim said, was the people who lost their loved ones to suicide, so suicide survivors, they got petition that the nation has to save lives, and they have to invest in it. And people who are in crisis or mental health crisis have the right to be rescued, right? So they got over 30,000 petitions, and that's how. And back then, the National Assembly had to respond to that, and that's how they started the national movement, and they started a social discussion about this. And before that, hasn't been done in Japan either. And they dropped the suicide rate in 2 decades for about 40%. So I think that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to, and it's also in line of what I've been doing as well. I've been talking, I've been trying to, the argument I was trying to make before meeting Dr. Kim was that suicide was called an extreme choice. And I was, as a resident, I was surprised that we were still using that term, because it's not a choice, it's not an individual's choice, it's a death that a society is responsible for. So that's what I've been trying to do, and that's what I've been trying to shift. And an argument I was trying to make was that these deaths are preventable, these deaths are not an individual's weakness. This is because we are trying to we are actively not saving these lives. So, yeah, so that's what we've been trying to do, and what we're trying to do with not only the scholars, but also with people who suffer themselves from mental illness, people who have lived experience with mental illness, and people who are YouTubers, who are singer-songwriters. We're trying to gather an army of people and eventually make this more of a campaign that everyone could stand behind this, so we can raise our voice.
Are there microphones for people can ask questions in the audience?
I'll just get right to my question.
Yes,
so,
thank you.
Yes, so as we're talking about the question of why, I was also curious about the how. Because when we're asking, okay, why are our people dying? And I like to approach through the lens of empathy and, relate to the experiences Koreans are having, including myself. How is this difficult? Instead of, why is it so difficult? Because how talks so much about the real life experience that we're all collectively sharing, which can be one of the answers to the collective suicidal, episodes that we're currently talking about. So I'm curious about, the how question versus why, and I'm curious about your thoughts. Thank you.
So my view of this is I think pretty straightforward. What we're trying to start is we think that Korean people have to have a conversation about these issues in a very open and direct way. And that conversation is not happening right now. And according to everyone I've talked to, it's not happening, right? Mental illness is still incredibly stigmatized, right? The survivors of people who die by suicide are still incredibly persecuted and shunned, right? So these things are still happening. And I think the job of our team, the team that we have, is to bring you ideas, right? Is to say, here's what Finland did, here's what Sweden did, here's what Japan did. When I go back to the United States, my first 2 phone calls are with 2 leaders of the Japanese suicide prevention team, right? We had to look a long time to find 2 people who spoke English, who could speak with me. And finally we found 2, and we're gonna collect all that information and put it on the table so that Koreans can decide which of those things make sense and which of them don't make sense, right? So, what I'm trying to tell you today is, my gosh, there's so many interesting examples. I didn't even tell you about, the current head of the Department of Social Medicine at Harvard is an Indian psychiatrist who taught cognitive behavioral therapy to illiterate Indian women in villages, and he randomized villages. And the villages that where he taught the local women cognitive behavioral therapy had much lower depression and anxiety scores after a certain period of time. So there's just so many things. You can democratize this treatment so that it's less stigmatized, that you're going and just talking with a group of people in your neighborhood, and then, what if 10% or 20% of them were actually trained in cognitive behavioral therapy? That's what we know. You can do that. Maybe that makes sense in the Korean context, maybe it doesn't. But that conversation has to start. We've got to start putting these issues on the table. I just think back, every time I walk on the Yonsei campus, I think back to 1986, 87 when I hung out here. And I inhaled so much tear gas, 최루탄 너무 많이 맞았는데. And what were they saying? 새날이 올 때까지. And so the question is, what is that new day? What is the new day that we're talking about, right? The new day we're talking about is not, the revolution is in compassion. The revolution is in not ostracizing the surviving families of people who die by suicide. The revolution is saying, if you're depressed, talk to somebody. If you're thinking about hurting yourself, talk to somebody. You know, the revolution is in having college students looking at each other differently because they were trained in psychological first aid. And they're asking themselves not, you know, do I want to date this person or do I not? They're asking themselves, they'll ask themselves that too, but they're also asking, could this person be in trouble, right? What if you were able to work that into a large part of society? I guarantee you the suicide rate would go down, right? And so I don't know what Korean people will select, but what we really have to do is get it, you know, get people talking about it, put it on the table. You know, my own experience in the United States, I've talked to a lot of people now about mental health issues. And it doesn't take long if I'll say, well, you know, we're working on mental health. Everybody has a story. Everybody has a relative or everybody has a friend who suffers from mental. There's one study that recently came out between Harvard and Queensland University that says that 50% of all human beings over the course of their lifetime will have some kind of mental health issue. Right? So you know, the one thing I feel is guilty and ashamed that I started working on mental health so late in my life. I didn't pay enough attention, but we can't do that now. And you know, I haven't talked to the Minister of Finance yet about these issues, but I'm going to, because this is a fundamental threat to future economic growth of Korea, and it's probably a bigger threat than the IMF period. Right? This is a fundamental threat to short, medium, and long-term economic growth. Right? So we need to come at this from many different perspectives. And one thing, you know, if we could give the microphone to Dr. Beck, one thing that I'm very aware of, and a lot of students have walked out, and I don't, you know, my first assumption is this is because we're boring, but another assumption is that, you know, they had to go to class. But I suspect that there may be some students, maybe some adults, maybe others, who has a friend who may be in trouble, who themselves may feel in trouble. And I just want Dr. Beck to tell us, you know, what should people do? What should young people do to take care of each other? What should young people do to take care of their loved ones? What should young people do in the face of, you know, what is, by all accounts, by all the data, a major problem here in Korea? Dr. Beck?
I will speak in Korean. So the university students in Korea nowadays, so when they attend lecture for 50 minutes, they need to take 10-minute break. That is their definition of just the curriculum. So that is why I think they stepped out for a quick break. Thank you very much for your wonderful talk. And also, as Dr. Kim talked about his experience in Yale, the case in Yale. So the process of breaking down the prejudices held by so many people. So I think that is kind of a great example that young people in Korea can replicate here. I really believe that. And now there is a peer specialist. So they can be peer specialists. So if you've gone through the same pain, same suffering, you can help others dealing with a similar pain and suffering. So in that way, we need to make it possible for them to open up about their pain. So that is what I'm trying to do here.
Say something about what people should do. No, let's get the next question. Yeah.
Question, yes, yes. There's a mic right there, yeah.
Okay, I don't need to shout. Thank you. My name is Rita Kalambe. I work for United Nations Population Fund here in Seoul and actually in the university's the office. Thank you so much for this extremely interesting panel and discussion and your wisdom. I think that what you're talking today, it's exactly very timely exercise. And the topic, the low fertility, as UNFPA, we work a lot on these issues of population and fertility, reproductive health, and young people. So what I know, I've been here just for 2 months, but what I noticed that young people, they're already burnt out by the time they come from high school. And speaking with them about starting families, having children, having future, they don't see the future, not because of the economic crisis as many other countries, because Korea is not like this. They're actually a booming economy. So they feel like they're already old while they're still young. So what I'm thinking, listening to you, that definitely the reforming of educational system will be needed, that young people will, the children will learn about life skills, coping constructively with stress. They would learn about it from the very early age. I can't say kindergarten, but definitely elementary school. So that will be important. And another thing that would be interesting as well, if South Korea will, and I'm sure, looking at this nation, I'm admiring that will excel in addressing this issue. So that could be the model for the entire world, because more developed countries are, more mental health issues they experience, especially among younger generations. And of course, happy people will have happy babies and more of them. And frustrated and depressed will not gonna have families. Thank you.
Thank you. I love UNFPA. You know, Babatunde was a very good friend of mine.
Absolutely. Thank
for
you.
a long time. You guys went through such hell through various political regimes that I won't mention, but please, next time, you know, we should talk, because we're all trying to bring these issues up. You know, I heard a number that for each child that's born, the cost to parents, no matter your income level, to put that person through all the hagwon system is $300,000 per child, right? And so, again, you know, it takes a huge income to be able to pay for that. Is there some kind of reform that we can go through there as well? So I think we're out of time. Would anyone like to say, okay, yeah, let's keep going. If we can keep going, let's keep going. Over there, can we?
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Betru Shine. I'm a senior student at Yonsei University majoring in sustainable development. And currently I'm writing my senior thesis on the topic of South Korea and its mental issues. So I try to connect, maybe because we're entering a whole new era with artificial intelligence, if we can maybe tackle mental health issues using artificial intelligence. And I wanted to know your opinion on it. Thank you.
Well, go ahead. Yeah, I mean, there are many approaches obviously available. For example, AI, I believe there's a study ongoing that using AI, we could sort the information that could be potentially provoking suicide or trigger suicide. There are AI models that could, I mean, I believe South Korean government is already doing it at local government level. The AIs are checking in households to see if they're, you know, because of kodoksa, of the phenomenon of dying alone. The AI would make a phone call and check if someone responds and someone answers, that they know they're alive and well. I mean, that's not enough, obviously. We'll have to make more contributions to it. But yes, I believe there will be many opportunities with the development of AI. But I mean, I'm a conventional psychiatrist. I'm not an innovator. And to be honest, I don't think AI could replace human connection, right? So the person who first described suicide was Emil Durkheim. He was a sociologist more than 100 years ago. And how he defined it, I think, is still relevant to the current state. And what he said was the cohesion of a society, if there is cohesiveness in a society, the suicide rate drops. If the society is not integrated enough, the suicide rate will rise. And I think a lot of South Korea's suicide rate really has to do with social capital. And because, you know, before the IMF crisis, the suicide rate was much lower than Japan. It was actually half of what it is right now. And after that 1997 crisis, it just doubled. So there has been a fundamental shift that almost depleted the social capital of our nation since then. And we haven't recovered from that. So AI is great. I think there's great promise to it. But I think, as Dr. Kim mentioned, the loneliness, we're not going to solve loneliness with AI, right? I mean, lonely people won't feel that they will connected when they get a call from an AI. That's not enough. So I think what we really have to talk about as a society is how do we gain that? I mean, it's such a difficult question, but I think we have to ask that question to ourselves.
So if and I know we've got the X sign, so but let me finish with this this comment. So a friend of mine, one of my former students, is running a company called Cerebral. It's an online mental health company, and he has implemented AI so that when you join the online company, they're monitoring the emails, the texts that are coming back and forth between the platform and the patients. And there are wonderful AI tools that can detect if someone might be suicidal. So when the alarm goes off inside the company Cerebral, that person gets a phone call within 30 minutes, right? Because there are strings of words and messages and types of communication that are identified with people who are being suicidal. So I think there's a lot of possibilities. Some people even use AI to provide direct therapy. I think that's going to be a while in coming, but it's interesting that we're doing that, right? Now, I just want to leave you with this idea, right? So from my Jewish friends, I learned of the concept of tikkun olam. Tikkun olam, Partners in Health was the idea, although Partners in Health is people from many different religions, the idea that drove what we were doing we called it a preferential option for the poor, focusing on the poorest and what care they're getting. Tikkun olam is interesting. It means heal the world, right? And so I hope that at some point, rather than hearing this as sort of, giving you depressing data, right? Our friend from UNFPA said it. I think it's absolutely right. Korea has led on so many things. When I went to African countries, every single African country said, "You're Korean, right?" I said, "Yes, I'm Korean American." They said, "How did Korea do it? How did they go from being one of the poorest countries in the world to being the only country in the top 20 economic powers that went from being poor to being wealthy? How did they do it? We want some of that." Now, they're saying, how does BTS do it? How does Jungkook do his dancing? They're asking those questions. But what I would love to see is Korea leading the world on this mission of compassion, leading the world on this mission of healing their society, remaking the connections that we used to have in order to emerge from this current, frankly, I have to call it what it is, demographic crisis, and not only healing itself, but providing the vision for all the other countries in the world that will undoubtedly go through the same thing. Thank you for your attention. Please, if you are having trouble yourselves, tell somebody, ask for help, and Dr. Beck or someone in here will do our best to help you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Jim-Yong Kim and Dr. Peter Jong-won Na, for sharing your insights. It was truly inspiring to understand the current state of mental crisis in Korea and contemplate solutions for the existing public health crisis. We very appreciate your thoughts and suggestions to improve the current situations here in Korea. Thank you very much. And for your information, classes at Yonsei start at 3 p.m., so that's why I think the students left just before the hour. Okay, so we'll have an approximately 10, 11-minute break now. So please stay with us. We will resume our next session at 15:20 with our next plenary session on care economy for social sustainability. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. For our next plenary session, let me introduce the moderator, Professor Hyun-mi Kim, a professor in the Department of Cultural Anthropology here at Yonsei University. So this plenary session will discuss about care economy for social sustainability. Professor Kim, the stage is all yours.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 한국말.
Good afternoon. I will moderate in Korean. It is a great pleasure to be here as a session moderator in today's forum. Throughout today's sessions, I learned a lot, so we will continue with that momentum. And in this session, we're going to talk about care economy for social sustainability. With me, I have two panelists. Rather than talking about the hope for sustainability, I think the fear about insustainability is really prevalent around the world. Deepening social inequality, climate crisis, and all these are leading to many problems in our society. And this is very concerning. To solve this, we need to pay higher cost in terms of human resources and financial costs. So far, the economic system has been geared towards economic development and growth. But now we need to think about care economy in order to solve the current challenges faced by the Korean society and many countries around the world. And that is the big theme of today's forum. So to tackle this issue of care economy, we have two panelists. One is actually from New York, Professor Nancy Fulbright. She is going to join us shortly. It's actually 2 a.m. in New York time. So we will first listen to the Korean panelist. And our Korean panelist is going to tackle a really grave danger faced by the Korean society, which is declining birth rate in Korea. So we will first hear about the Korean case, and then as soon as our speaker from New York comes online, we will invite her for her presentation. So the first speaker from Korea is Professor Young-mi Kim. She's such a celebrity professor, so she doesn't need introduction actually. She's been very active in many policy areas, low birth rate and child rearing, and also universal basic income issues as well. And she earned her master's degree and PhD in the Seoul National University. And I'm sure you're familiar with her working as a policy advisor to the Korean government. She's been providing a lot of advice to the Korean government in terms of women's policies, and also she served as the vice chair of the Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy for years. And she also co-authored and co-translated many books on this issue. So as she had spearheaded the government policy efforts to tackle aging society and low birth rate and declining population issues, she will give us a talk about how we can, what kind of perspective we can use to look at this issue and what could be our path forward. So with that, I'd like to ask you to welcome Professor Kim with a warm round of applause.
예, 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to see you. So Professor Kim, our moderator, gave me such a generous introduction, so I feel a bit pressured to deliver my talk. But this is actually my first public talk after I stepped down as the vice chair of the Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy. My topic is the way forward for better population policies in the era of sustainability crisis. So it talks about my scholarly perspective, but also a perspective from a policy advisor, since I've worked in that capacity for the Korean government. The whole world is talking about the population crisis here in Korea. But actually here in Korea, many people are denying that we are in that kind of crisis. Some people don't like the word crisis. But some media, they talk about this crisis in a really alarming manner. So why is this crisis? And it seems like there is still not a social consensus on the existence of this issue, this crisis. So given that, it is a really timely topic that we are dealing with here. And it is my honor to be here as a co-panelist with Professor Nancy Fulbright as well. Okay, so this is my first slide. So as you can see, the population crisis is actually a crisis of social sustainability. So if the current low birth rate is to continue, you can see that we will be faced with a declining population and a lack of social vitality, and also really a serious level of crisis of social sustainability. So the first pyramid is actually from 1960. So you can see that it is in the triangle shape, much younger population. We are now in the middle pyramid. So it's much more balanced, so to speak. But 50 years from now on, we are going to be in this upside down triangle. So the median age of the Korean population will be 65 years old. So 50 years from now on, even if you're in your 60s, you will be still a young people, relatively speaking, in Korea. And that will be a crisis, definitely. So this extremely low birth rate is leading to devaluing care services. And also it is discouraging the society from making a timely investment in this issue. Actually, because we haven't made a timely investment in this issue, we are now in this situation. So now we are going to see only an accelerating and growing need and demand for care services, but we are not prepared for that. So not only we are faced with the population crisis, but also crisis of the lack of care services. If you look at the cost, the burden of taking care of young children and elderlies, as you can see in this graph, currently 100 working people are taking care of 16 youth and 24 elderly people. But going forward, that number is going to go up to 104 elderly people in the case of the elderly people, and also more younger people as well need to be dependent on 100 people working. So half a century from now on, this portion is going to increase much more fast in Korea. So this burden of care, how are we going to mitigate that? That will be an important issue that we need to resolve. It's not going to be solved with the money. And of course, it requires a lot of financial resources. And we haven't even put enough financial resources into this effort. So that is why we also need to boost up our monetary support. But it is also about the issue of valuing the care services. So we need to take dual approach, financial approach and social approach as well. Korea's low birth rate is really unprecedented at the global scale. If you look at the total fertility rate in Korea as of 2023, it's 0.7. This is well below the replacement rate. So as you can see here, the replacement rate is 2.1. But out of the OECD members, there's only one country that is above the replacement rate, which is Israel. But Israel is now going through a war, so we are not sure if this number can stay as it is. But if you look at Korea's rank, Korea is ranking at the bottom by wide margin with the next to last country, which is Spain. And this kind of dramatic decline in birth rate in Korea, this took place in the political and social historical context of Korea. The so-called demographic cliff or dramatic drop in birth rate took place 3 times in Korea. The first time around, it was during the 1960s. So actually, 1960s, the total fertility rate was about 6. So back then, women tend to have many children. But then led by the government back then. The government led a family planning effort. That is when the first demographic cliff took place in Korea. So it was policy-driven population drop. So due to the policy effort, the Korean population went down. The second time around, the demographic cliff, that was due to economic factors. So we experienced an Asian economic crisis. As a nation, we experienced a quasi bankruptcy. So economic crisis was really heightened. Many families experienced poverty and job loss. So families got dispersed due to economic reasons. And many younger people, the young generation, went through their childhood in this kind of economic situation. So they learned anxiety, insecurity about the financial situation and family structure. I think that led to the second round of demographic cliff. The third round of demographic cliff took place after year 2015. So people are now studying into what happened around year 2015 and after. After year 2015, the marriage rate went down a lot. And also, even if you get married, you don't have children. And that ratio went up a lot. And also, we went through COVID-19 situation as well. And COVID-19 situation even worsened this downward trend. So in 2015, you can see a significant drop in marriage rate. And in 2022, it went down again to about 190,000. And children born out of marriage is less than 3%, but OECD countries typically over 45%. In France, it's almost 60%. 60% of children are born out of marriage. So, but in Korea, it's not the case. So as the marriage rate drops in Korea, birth rate also dropped significantly. And COVID-19, it was not just a medical crisis. It was also interconnected with the climate change and other environmental factors as well. So that really amplified people's anxiety and insecurity about environmental factors as well. That also contributed to lowering marriage rate. So in order to solve the declining marriage rate or birth rate, we also need to do something to dispel people's anxiety and insecurity about economy and future environment. So based on many studies, what we can see is that we can see some causes for the declining birth rate in Korea. We can see just many factors pointed out. But as I was serving as the vice chair at the presidential committee, I was able to talk with many young people in Korea. We can think of these major three big issues, insecurity issues. One is insecurity about employment. Nowadays, young people tend to study longer, so they tend to enter the workforce at a later age. So they are also under more economic pressure to find a job and to get married. Korea has a high ratio of students entering college. And also, girl students tend to enter college more nowadays. But the competition to get a quality job is getting intense. So this is also due to the dual structure of the employment market. Wage or job security or work-life balance or working environment. In terms of these indicators, people now want a really quality employment in these criteria. So people are competing for relatively speaking, smaller opportunities of decent employment. That is also why it's not easy for younger people to get married and have children. Second insecurity factor is housing. Particularly, this is a big issue for young population living in urban area. About 54% of younger population is living in Seoul metropolitan area. So if you look at the decline of the birth rate in Korea around that time, there was a massive influx of youth population from provincial areas into the whole metropolitan area, and the total fertility rate particularly went down below 1. That is also due to rising real estate price. Third factor is the burden of care cost. So far, the Korean government made a lot of policy efforts, yet still in terms of quality and quantity is not enough. And the rise and decline of a state, of a country is no longer solely dependent on the economic growth. So as I go and meet with many opinion leaders, I always emphasize this. Now, the success formula during the 20th century doesn't work anymore. Korea achieved a fast economic growth based on our past success formula, but as a result, now we are dealing with a declining marriage rate and declining birth rate. Now, younger generations are more educated and they grew up in a more affluent environment, but their marriage rate, their birth rate is actually going down because of their heightened anxiety and insecurity. So unless we resolve that, it's not going to be easy to fundamentally solve this issue of a lower marriage rate and birth rate. So we really need to reset some values and policy priorities here. And my next point is that the rise and decline of a nation is now dependent on family well-being. Family well-being will determine the happiness and the sustainability of the given society. In the Korean society, we sacrifice the family for the sake of economic success. We sacrifice the family quality time to achieve economic success. So as a result, we have economic success, really spectacular. Nevertheless, the price we paid was very high. That also means that we need to come up with a new success formula for the 21st century. So the graph here, the table here, is actually from Pew Research Center in the US. So they surveyed 17 countries. They asked, what is meaningful in your life? What makes your life meaningful? Out of 17 countries, 14 countries answered family as number 1 priority. But in Korea, material well-being was the number 1 priority. So for Korean people, what makes Korean people's life meaningful? Family was only number 3 factor. In Spain, it was number 4. Family was number 4. In Taiwan, again, family was number 3 factor. And these countries commonly deal with a very low birth rate, Korea, Spain, and Taiwan. So this is not a coincidence. So Korea's population crisis is a crisis of values, family values, and community values, also a crisis in family relationships. When we talk about family crisis, the older generation, they think about that we need to restore traditional family structure or traditional family values. So among many older generation policymakers that I met with, this is usually their answer. But that answer is not going to serve to alleviate the current situation. I think that kind of answer can actually worsen the current situation. We need to come up with the values that are consistent with the new generation. So we are talking about some cultural change here. So the graphs here, as you can see, is a great illustration as to how fast Korean younger generation's values about marriage and family is changing. Very low percentage of younger population saying positive things about marriage. So only 30% in the case of male, and only about 20% among female, but non-marital cohabitation and also currently the birth rate it is not really socially acceptable yet to have a child out of marriage. But if it becomes acceptable, then the younger generation is saying, yes, I can have a child outside a marriage if that becomes a more acceptable. So things are changing. So values among our younger generations are changing. So we need to reflect that in our policy efforts as well. So this slide talks about a lot of kind of cultural lag that's happening in Korea. So the slide tells you about the severity of a declining birth rate and also career disruption for women. And also this graph, it talks about the penalty that mothers need to go through. So the top chart, the top graph is employment possibility of men, fathers, but at the bottom is mothers' employment possibility. You can see a wide gap between those two graphs. Even compared to other OECD countries, Korea is ranking very low. So now these are real actual numbers. So Sweden, if you compare Sweden and Korea, so if you have a child under the age of 13, employment rate among Korean women, only 57%, but the counterpart number in Sweden is 86%. So even if you are not a highly educated woman, even if you don't have high level of education, still younger generation want to have a job. They want to be able to work. So if you do not make it possible for the younger generation, it's not going to be easy to encourage them to have children. And fertility rebound depends on balancing work and family life, as you can see here. So we really need to provide a policy support in that regard.
고용률과 출산율이 다른
The employment rate and the fertility rate in Korea, you can see that other countries, they really turned them around. They were also going down, but they turned them around. Korea is still in the deep valley. So to turn this around, it's not going back to the old traditional family values. So we need to incorporate changing values into policy efforts. It's not just demanded by women, but the work-life balance, work-family balance is now really prioritized by both younger generation, female and male young population. Now, let me wrap up my presentation. Then what should be our policy principles? So our policy should reflect these principles. One, fairness. From birth through education and labor, through the entire life cycle, we need to provide a fair system, irrespective of your family background, irrespective of your parents' background. You should be able to start from a fair starting line. And also caregivers. We shouldn't discriminate against the caregivers. So we also need to ensure that men are also welcome to spend more time with their family. And also we need to ensure that women also can continue to work even if they have children. And the second principle is flexibility. So our past education, administration, education system tend to be very rigid. Now we need to add flexibility. So maybe we might need to do some restructuring. So we need to have a flexible and family-friendly work environment for everyone's work-life balance. Third principle, sustainability. So many policy agencies are now prioritizing sustainability, for example, long-term care insurance. So social insurance package is now trying to incorporate sustainability. But beyond that, we need to really invest in social sustainability as well. So more investment in future generations and the family well-being. And these three principles Actually, as I was serving as the vice chair of the presidential committee, I hosted a meeting in April last year. And during that meeting, we proposed the committee proposed these three principles, and after that, these principles were also echoed by many other policy meetings.
요 페이지 넘어갈게요. 예. 그때 그 원칙과
So along with these principles, and also we made an announcement about the plan and objectives of the policies. So marriage and birth rate is now a matter of an individual choice. So we need to acknowledge that first. And we need to make it possible for individual to make this choice out of happiness. So this should be a happy choice for an individual to make. And the policies should be there to enable that kind of environment. And also work-life balance is really important here. So when we talk about family, then are we excluding a single-person household? No. Single-person household, they also have family. So everyone has a family. So even if it's a single person household, they might be actually taking care of their family members. So we need to come up with a new structure where everyone can have work and life balance. So we need to change some work environment. So we need to have a short-term policy, but also we need to have a medium long-term strategy to really bring about societal changes. And this was also emphasized during my meeting at the presidential committee. People are talking about how severe the population crisis is in Korea. Some people talk about really drastic countermeasures. For example, just giving away cash. For example, 100 million in Korean won. But even if I receive 100 million won as a direct cash from the government, if there's no caregiver that I can entrust with my child, is the money going to solve the problem? So cash subsidy might be just a short-term solution. We need to have a more care-friendly environment. So I'm talking about physical environment where care services are easy to find and where care services are really valued. So this is my last slide. So here, Sweden was the first country to introduce parental insurance in 1974. Sweden also used to have a very male-dominated society, but they also experienced the population crisis. But in 1974, they introduced parental insurance, and this poster is actually from 1978. Here shows their wrestling national champion. So he was a national champion for wrestling in Sweden. So here he's portrayed as a parent, as a dad. So these kind of changes, we also need to bring them about in Korea. So on that note, I'd like to end my presentation. I'm sorry about using a lot of time, and I look forward to a panel discussion. Thank you very much.
김양미 선생님께서
Thank you very much for your comprehensive presentations. Because you've worked in a very male-oriented, senior-oriented policy sector, I think it was a really good experience for you. And also you worked very hard to change perception in Korea. So I believe that your work will be a great foundation for your many future endeavors. And finally, we have our panelists from New York, Professor Nancy Folbre. Let me briefly introduce Professor Folbre. Well, she's actually a very well-known scholar about economics and feminism. And she's a professor emeritus of economics, University of Massachusetts, Amherst. And also there is a gender and care service program. She's in charge of that program. And she's a pioneer in a care economy. And throughout the human history, women were subject to unpaid work in terms of taking care of family members. So her work is really as a pioneer in this area. And And she also received a MacArthur Award for her dedication in this regard. And also she served as advisor to UN in many capacity and World Women's Society. And she authored simply many books, and 2 of which were translated into Korean. And 2001, Invisible Heart. It's a Korean title, Invisible Heart, and also Korean translation of her work on care economy is available. I actually recommended that book to my class, so I use it as a reference book in my class. So Invisible Heart and Care and Solidarity, her 2 works available in Korea. I highly recommend those books to the Korean audience here. So without further ado, let me invite Professor Folbre on her talks today. So Professor Folbre will have 20 minutes. Thank you very much for joining us despite the late hours.
Yeah, thank you so much. I feel very honored and appreciative of the opportunity to participate in this conference. And I want to thank Professor Youngmi Kim for an excellent presentation of some very important specifics about Korean policy. As an economist, I want to try to link the issue of below replacement fertility to care provision in general, and to concerns that economists have about public goods, things that are unpriced, not part of our market economy, but are nonetheless really crucial to its successful performance and its sustainability. And I want to emphasize that below replacement fertility is really a global issue. It's gotten more attention and more discussion in Korea than almost any other country. And I believe Koreans are really in the forefront of developing new policies to confront this challenge. So I think it's really a wonderful and really crucial task that your policymakers are confronting. So let me just try to put it in a larger historical and global context. So half of the global population literally lives in the countries now with below replacement fertility. And as a result, I think we are being forced to rethink what we mean by economic development and economic growth, and what we mean by success in that arena. But before exploring the economic dimensions, I want to emphasize that care for others is first and foremost a moral commitment. We can't think about it purely in economic terms, but we have to recognize that it is an economic necessity, that care provision is basically the production, the development, and the maintenance of human capabilities. The production of what economists sometimes call human capital, but human capabilities extend beyond human capital because they pay off not just in the market economy and not just as a contribution to gross domestic product, but also to the performance of our communities, our ability to protect the physical environment, our ability to be good citizens. These are all the skills that are developed through formal and informal care provision. So I think it's really important to think about care as an investment. It's an investment that's costly in the short run, but pays off in the long run and is absolutely necessary in the long run. So there's a parallel between the way conventional economic theory undervalues the care economy and the way it undervalues the unpriced assets and services provided by nature. So just as we are experiencing serious problems with climate change and climate instability as a result of not valuing things that fall outside of the conventional market, we're running into problems with the care economy as a public sphere that can't be completely relegated to the market and can't be understood entirely in market terms. So sometimes economists express the concern that public commitments to the care of children and elderly will threaten to slow economic growth. And I think that's a very fundamental mistake. It's a view that really needs to be challenged. I think what the crisis of care provision shows us is that we need to redefine economic growth and to think about it more in terms of our well-being and our capabilities, and less in terms of the number of goods and services that we're able to buy or sell. In general, most of the international discussion about economic success is based on discussions of gross domestic product, or GDP, which is defined as the final market value of all goods and services that are sold. And it serves as a kind of scoreboard. This is who's doing well, this is who's doing poorly, this is how we're progressing, this is how we're regressing. It's just become a kind of obsession of economic policy and economic debate, and yet it's quite misleading, because that measure, GDP, doesn't include the value of assets that don't have a price or ecological services. So whether it's a stable climate or it's unpaid work, it's not included. Also, measures of GDP don't subtract the money that is spent on social bads rather than goods, items that have a monetary value that we spend money on, but don't necessarily make us better off. So examples of these would be pollution, resource depletion, crime, drug addiction, suicide, depression. We spend money on these things and they appear to increase our economic output, or GDP, but in fact, they're not really making us better off. So what do we mean when we refer to the care sector of the economy? It's the sector that, as I said, produces and develops and maintains human capabilities. And it includes both paid work in childcare, elder care, health care, education and social services, and the unpaid work that's provided by family and community members. And in most countries, certainly including Korea, the majority of care work overall is provided unpaid by family and community members, and it limits the ability of family and community members to earn money and contribute to the market economy. So care provision has some features that distinguish it from other forms of economic activity. It's motivated by obligation, by responsibility, by affection, by altruism, and also to some extent economic self-interest. It involves transfers rather than exchanges. Transfers to dependents like children and the elderly, and also voluntary exchange between adults. So it creates value, it creates economic value, but it's difficult to individually capture that value or put a monetary value on it. And it also has the characteristics of a public good. It spills over and provides a lot of indirect benefits. So people benefit, employers benefit, society as a whole benefits, and yet it's not paid for on a per unit basis. For that reason, it's very hard for capitalist enterprises to capture the value that's created. And that's a reason why government and families play the predominant role within the care economy. So just to review global changes that we've experienced. In the 20th century, we experienced globally very rapid population growth due to high fertility combined with mortality decline. In the 21st century, we've seen an escalation of fertility decline to below replacement, particularly as a result or going along with dramatic growth in gross domestic product. And I think this demographic change has been very neglected and very misunderstood by conventional economic theory. And I think it's best understood as an interaction between patriarchal and capitalist institutions that's mediated by both global trends and by national cultures. So if we look back to ancient history, high mortality once made high fertility economically necessary for success. Patriarchal institutions reinforced women's responsibility to specialize in care provision, basically excluding them from participation in activities outside the family, which ensured a cheap supply of family labor and relatively high fertility. Capitalist development and technological change reduced the advantages of high fertility, and it destabilized many of the patriarchal institutions that limited women's choices. This institutional change has led to new forms of distributional conflict over who's going to pay for the costs of social reproduction, where the costs of social reproduction are just defined as the necessary care provision to keep our economies and societies going. And this conflict over who's going to pay is shaping the policies of the welfare state. And most welfare state policies are essentially redistributing income across generations, as well as between different groups within the population. What modern welfare states have done is they've socialized many of the benefits of raising children because they tax the working age population to support the health and retirement of the elderly. So the way in which health and pension programs are financed is by taxing a younger generation, and yet the actual public social contributions to raising that working age population are borne primarily by parents and mothers in particular. So that creates a fundamental inequality. So now what we're seeing is that many countries, and Korea is a very good example, have begun to socialize more of the costs of children and to try to remedy that imbalance. But in the process, they have really underestimated the actual costs and also women's willingness to voluntarily continue to pay them. And so in my view, this economic imbalance is a major cause of the fertility trends that we're seeing here in the United States, as well as in Korea. Even in the social democratic countries of Sweden, which, as Professor Youngmi Kim emphasized, have devised very important pro-family policies. These do not go very far towards compensating parents for the total cost of reallocating time away from the capitalist marketplace to the private family. So as global and national populations are beginning to decline, we need to learn how to stabilize them. And this problem of stabilizing them is very similar to the issue of how we are going to confront problems of climate change and deterioration of the natural environment. And like that, they are going to require investments. So this requires a real reorientation of priorities away from emphasis on the growth of gross domestic product. So it requires recognition of the intrinsic and the extrinsic value of producing and developing and maintaining human capabilities in an ecologically sustainable process of economic growth. So in a way, my most important point is that we shouldn't define the economy as gross domestic product. We really need to think about a more inclusive picture of what the economy is and how to make it demographically as well as ecologically sustainable. Public services and public goods and services are defined here as things that cannot be bought and sold. So the physical climate, we can't just individually go out and buy more a more stable climate. And the same thing is true for the social climate. Our mental health, our happiness, our well-being, problems like suicide, depression, drug addiction. These are all elements of the social climate. They affect everybody, not just those who suffer from particular problems. Human capabilities, future generations, natural capital, social capital, these are all terms that we use to describe public goods and services. And if you think about it, the future itself is a public good. The future itself is something that we can't just go out and buy over the counter. We have to really produce the future, and we need to, when conditions change, we need to adapt to the new conditions necessary to reach that future successfully. So I'm defining the social climate as kind of care, trust, tolerance, solidarity. It's fostered by families, by communities, by democratic institutions, and it affects our collective efficacy, our ability to address public goods problems, including physical climate change. We need to figure out how to get along, and how to work effectively together to address these problems. So there's a parallel between the threats to the physical environment we see on a global level: floods, tsunami, droughts, hurricanes, fires, extinctions. These are all indicators, symptoms of climate change, the destabilization of the physical climate. And likewise, in the social environment, we see these things that are parallel: poverty, inequality, crime, mental illness, drug addiction. I think war goes on that list. So when we think about living standards, instead of thinking about income, how much did income grow this year? We should be thinking about living standards in terms of access to public goods and services, access to stable climate and a healthy environment, shared responsibilities for the support and care of others, and time for personal care and leisure. So in addressing the environmental problem, some economists argue that we need to just stop economic growth and reduce consumption and reduce GDP. And I think that is a simplistic solution. I think human societies need to grow. They need to develop. They need to see a positive future, a positive trajectory. I think it's just important to the human project. And instead of thinking about degrowth, we should think about redefining growth. If we oriented our economy away from consumption of material goods towards improvements in sustainable living standards and human well-being and human services, I think we can achieve growth in an environmentally sustainable way. But this project will require much greater investment in the care economy. So I'm going to end where I started, that I think we need to reclaim the concept of investment and to see public spending on children and the elderly not as a bribe or a waste or a cost. It's an investment in our collective future. So it's not a burden or unproductive spending. It's an investment in our own hopes for longevity and reduced depreciation, as it were, of human capital. And let me just end with a couple of of links that you might find interesting to look at care policy scorecards on the global level and tools for assessing country progress towards care provision, because as I've emphasized, I think this is really a global issue, and it's one that we need to address together. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm
예,
really looking forward to the discussion.
낸시 펄브레 선생님께서 돌봄
Yes, Professor Nancy Volbray talked about the new concept of care economy. So it's not just about gross domestic production. That was a really major indicator or index of growth or development, and it will lead to better quality of life. That has been the simplistic formula for policy making so far. But now we need to reflect on that and take a new direction. So GDP, as you know, as everyone is familiar, here is a gross domestic production. So whether it is actually bad activity, harmful activities, even if it's like Bitcoin, so it's not like unproductive outcomes, still they can be measured as a GDP. But what is not inclusive here is that the quality labor in terms of raising children, raising a child into adult, and other kind of care labor, care services are not included. And so also exploiting nature to the level of making irreparable itself. Those costs are not included in GDP, but these are really important elements that constitute real quality of life. So ecosystem resources, how can we incorporate ecosystem resources into care economy, for example? So we need to come up with a new economic growth model. So I think that was the gist of Professor Volbray's talk. Is really great. And also I study into gender economics as well. So regrowth as opposed to degrowth, regrowth or reimagined growth. These were really great concept for me. So in that, I'd like to ask you a question due to the time limit. So degrowth is basically about, so a lot of products were reviewed from commercial values, but now we need to think about, for example, ecosystems benefit. We want to keep healthy ecosystem, and also we need to counter many global challenges. So to do that, do you propose a new concept of a regrowth that can help us to deal with environmental crisis and population crisis as well? So regrowth, I understand it as a new paradigm for growth. So given that, my question to you, Professor Volbray, is, and also equitable allocation of care labor, for example, is important, I believe, because women have been primarily provider of care labor, and that pointed out as a social issue. Then it led to introduction of migrant workers to replace women for care labor. So that became an issue as well. So now, and also because we emphasize on care economy, still the labor of care is mostly done by women. So we are witnessing the feminization of the care labor. So it's all done by women still. So we emphasize on caring for people, and then we impose the labor of care on women predominantly. So that becomes an issue as well. So regrowth. So how is it a better model compared to degrowth? In terms of also dealing with this labor of care falling predominantly on women as well. So if you can answer that question.
부탁드립니다.
Those are such great questions. I think a good place to start in thinking about what regrowth means is to just describe to you changes in our economic accounting system that are being developed that could give us a better scorecard for evaluating our success. So now in many countries, economists are taking data from time use surveys and looking at exactly how much time is being spent on care provision and who is spending that time. and then estimating what the market value of that time would be if you had to hire somebody to do it, and then adding that to the larger picture of conventional GDP for what are called satellite accounts. And environmental economists are doing something similar with an inventory of natural assets and ecological services. That is trying to estimate, trying to translate what their value is in economic terms. It's impossible to place a precise estimate on it, but it's possible to at least estimate a lower bound value to it. And that creates another satellite or addition to the national income accounts. In addition to those accounting changes, there are efforts to develop an index of progress, like the Genuine Progress Index, that gives us a sense of how we are doing in terms of social indicators like mental health or mortality. Life expectancy is a really important indicator of how well we're doing in the care economy. So what regrowth implies specifically is using this broader accounting system to orient our goals and to measure our success. And I think the word maybe the word growth isn't the best word, I think, but what we're reaching for as a society is constant improvement, regular improvement, making things better, right? And in order to, in order to coordinate that effort, we have to know how well we're doing. And that's why we really need an expanded accounting system. So that's my best answer to the first part of your question. The second part of your question was about, I think, about gender inequality in care provision, and also how that gender inequality has increasingly taken the form of international migration, with a lot of countries, basically rich countries in Europe and in America, taking advantage of a flow of very low-wage immigrant women to help meet the needs of care provision. And this is kind of a short-term solution, but to me, it really shows how gender intersects with class and with citizenship and with race. The distribution of care provision is not just about the fact that women do more than men, although that's obviously really central. It's also about the fact that care provision is disproportionately provided by people who are less empowered, who have less bargaining power, who have less opportunities in the market economy. And that is also a source of distributional conflict and tension that we need to address in thinking about how to improve the big picture.
네, 감사합니다. Thank you very much for your answer. So on the GDP, the things that were not included in GDP so far, how can we better measure them and incorporate them into the growth indicator? And also many issues, for example, natural disaster requires a lot of financial resources to resolve, and also it can incur a social conflict as well. So when there is a significant cost that we need to pay, then we finally get aware of the problem, and then we set the direction to solve it. So that was a really great point. We are running out of time, but still I'd like to ask a question to Professor Kim Young-mi as well, because she deals with an important issue. I'm quite familiar with the issue of a work-life balance. So many Korean policies, when they talk about solving population crisis or low birth rate, the work-life balance sometimes seems to be too simplistic slogan used by the Korean government, and also seems to be imposed on women. Or sometimes employers, corporations allow more flexible work hours to your employees. And ladies, you should do more for work-life balance. So sometimes women are incentivized to give birth. For example, what it shows is that women are often criticized as a problem of the declining birth rate, or sometimes women are praised as a problem resolver. Women are incentivized to give birth. So here it's like commoditized. Giving birth is considered as a commodity, and the government just wants to throw money at this issue sometimes. So instant monetary compensation, well, but giving birth to a child and raising the child to become a proper adult, giving the child a good education, it's not going to be solved by just throwing money at it. So my perspective is that the work-life balance, this paradigm, somehow still this is very oriented towards kind of idealized type of a middle-class family. Right now, almost majority of both young male and females are not married in Korea. So in order to solve this issue and to also engage younger population in dealing with this issue, what can we do? So Professor Kim, and also we just heard about care economy and the regrowth as a new kind of paradigm from Professor Fulbright. So Professor Kim, since you are the expert on this issue in Korea, so this care economy, for this concept to be incorporated into the Korean policy, what should be done? What should be the priority change? So due to the time limit, if you could answer briefly, I will appreciate it. It's a very profound, fundamental question that I'm not able to give a short answer to, but let me try. So earlier, Professor Fulbright talked about the need to redefine economic growth. And that was a really great point. And also, she talked about regrowth, not degrowth. As a researcher, and also up to now, even after serving as a policy advisor, why should there be such a conflict between welfare and growth? These two values can go together. And they should go together. Certain countries, they continue to grow economically, and they also have well-being as well. These two are not mutually exclusive. We shouldn't think like that. And also well-being, welfare, for example, sometimes cash subsidy is necessary. But social services are also important. So the government needs to make more investment, or the society needs to make more investment in social services, for example, education or child care. And that can lead to more economic growth. So that should be the circular model that we aspire to. I think that is being done in Korea to a certain degree, but still, so with our mind, we accepted that this is necessary, but our heart is still reluctant to adapt to this new paradigm or new change. So we still work long hours in Korea, and we gear towards a short-term performance, a short-term outcome. But as a result, now the Korean society is dealing with drastic decline in birth rate or lack of sustainability, even though we achieved economic growth. So in terms of the change, well, only a few years ago, when I met with the Ministry of Employment, Ministry of Labor, or Ministry of Finance, when we talk about circular economy of care, and also we need more social investment in care, and we also need to see the connection between female employment and birth rate. We need to bring them together. They can be interconnected, and they can be handled in an interconnected manner. It was so hard to make a case for this back then, just a few years ago. But now people are kind of accepting it. And we can see the results in the wording of government documents nowadays. Now these values and principles are espoused in Korean government documents. So I'm very encouraged to see that. So redefining economic growth is necessary. But what is also necessary in Korea is what constitutes a good society. What is a good society? What makes society good? That will be a society where we can have both quality of life and also economic growth. So again, these two values are not mutually exclusive. And care economy or care services is something that enables these two values to go together. So the value of care, we need to reevaluate it. We need to reevaluate the care, the service of care. And we cannot stop with just empty rhetoric. We have to really go about doing it. So from labor's perspective or social services perspective, we need to make policy efforts to connect these elements. And if I can add one more, the population crisis, declining birth rate. We all are saying that this is a crisis. So let's establish Bureau of population. No, I think we need to actually build a ministry of care if we need to build a new government agency. So care, medical service, for example, employment, all these need to be interconnected. So that should be done by policy setting. So I want to see the ecosystem of care ecosystem. I want to see that. This might sound very foreign, alien, but this is not something alien. This is something that we need to do, we need to embrace for our very survival in the future. And my role here is to accelerate the change towards this direction. So yes, it was a great point about what makes society great, and also how can we, how consuming our past success or economic model has been and led to burnout among people. And even though we achieved spectacular economic growth, it also took a toll on the Korean society, as we can see from many indicators. So we now really need to think about regrowth. So we need to come up with new ways to solve this problem, and regrowth definitely can be a way forward. And I hope that going forward, we will be able to see different models, regrowth models or care economy models, so that Korea can overcome the current challenges and move forward to a brighter future. Thank you very much for your talks, both of our panelists. Professor Fulbright, I know it's about 3:30 a.m. Thank you very much for your participation. And also thank you, Professor Kim, for your participation.
Really an amazing panel. I wrote down so many things. I don't think I can summarize this in 1 minute, but maybe with one thing that we can all leave from this panel is that care for our children and elderly is an investment, and that we must redefine economic growth for our societal well-being and for our environment. So moving on, we will take a break now for about 10 minutes until our next and last plenary session for today, Calling for Transformation, a critical evaluation from the majority world. See you all in 10 minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our fourth and final plenary session of today is titled Calling for Transformation, a Critical Evaluation from the Majority World, and will be moderated by Professor Samuel Pang, a professor of theology and the director of the Yonsei Institute of African Studies. Professor Pang, thank you for your participation today, and the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much. You have endured for a long time today, so you must be really tired. But I'll make sure that we will finish everything on time. I have heard so much the feeling of this conference. I think there is just some idea of stagnation, frustration, uncertainty. I think we are here to look for alternative way. I mean, as a professor, I was thinking of that. Maybe we need a different syllabus, different curriculum to tackle this uncertainty and stagnation that we are facing right now. Anyway, welcome to this session. It is called the Calling for Transformation, a critical reflection from the majority world. I don't know if you're familiar with the majority world. I think these days people say it's the global south, global north, but actually this is a geographical division. Maybe we mean if it's time to change, it's a majority world or minority world. So that's why I chose the word majority world rather than talking of the global south. This session, we will engage a deep and introspective exploration of the current state of development initiative, particularly from the perspective of the majority world. We will critically reflect on the challenges and opportunity and aspiration of the community often marginalized within the global development discourse. Throughout this discussion, we'll examine whose questions are being posed and whose answers are being prioritized in shaping developing agenda. We will challenge conventional narrative and explore alternative pathways toward transformative change that prioritize equity, justice, and sustainability. Join us as we amplify the voices and the perspective of the majority world and collectively call for a paradigm shift in how we conceptualize and implement development strategy. Let us begin, or let us ignite the conversation that is inspired action and pave the way for the more inclusive, more equitable world. We have two distinguished speakers today. Professor Lanka Bulla, she is a distinguished academic and esteemed leader in the field of education, currently serving as the Vice Chancellor and Principal, which means the President in this in Korean context, at the University of South Africa, UNISA. And I have to show that the Professor Lanka Bulla is the first female Vice Chancellor, the President in the history of South Africa. We have to give her applause. Professor Lanka Bulla will bring a wealth of experience and expertise to the academic community with a focus of the promoting inclusivity and innovation and excellence in education. Professor Lanka Bulla is dedicated in the shaping the future of higher education and higher learning and advancing societal development. And we have another guest. We are honored to have His Excellency Togorani Idris Mabura, who served as Ambassador of Tanzania to the Republic of Korea, our country. Ambassador will bring, he has still extensive experience in diplomacy and international relations to the discussion, offering insight from the perspective of Tanzania or Africa, a developing nation striving towards sustainable development. I'd like to ask the Professor Lanka Bulla, you go first, and then the Excellencies will follow, and then we'll have a discussion. And then if you have enough time, we'll receive the comments and the questions from the floor. Thank you very much. Professor Lanka Bulla.
Thank you, Professor Peng, for the introduction. I must first correct that I'm not the first woman Vice Chancellor in South Africa. I'm the first woman Vice Chancellor for the oldest university in South Africa, the University of South Africa, but also the oldest open distance education institute in the world. So that's the thing. Let me thank you for the introduction and for the theme. I'm truly appreciative to be here in Korea, in Yonsei University, but more importantly, to reflect with you on the notion of on the notion of calling for transformation and a critical evaluation from the majority world. I want to first state that my reflections will stem from the perspective of a feminist ethicist who's an academic leader, who's concerned and committed to ensuring that the world we live in is transformed through education, and that the role of higher education and university systems become important imperatives in rethinking and reformulating the future. Universities by nature are social institutions that create the foundations for knowledge analysis, and therefore one of the critical assets of university is never to take the set agenda as it is. The first question to ask is whose agenda, who's setting it, what are the value systems, what is the knowledge systems, what are the analytical framework, and whether such agenda is enabling or not enabling for humanity, but also for the ecosystem. So I'm happy that UNISA, the university I represent, and Yonsei University that you see here are such important assets for the global society in addressing the Sustainable Development Goals and whether they really provide meaning-making in the imagination or resetting of the future. I thought I should basically contextualize the question by pointing to the grand questions that our societies are grappling with as they contend with sustainable development gains. Images are quite important because they're reflexive of the questions that humanity asks. The key critical question is images of poverty, one of the first aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals. But it's also the questions of distress that we were just talking about in the previous session when we were talking about stress, depression, and sometimes the competitive nature of the lives that humanity lead and that it disabled them from being fully human. Issues of ecological degradation, climatic changes, and thus the woundedness of creation or of the earth as the foundational resource for our lives become a very important grand question for us to raising if we are to analyze the imperative for sustainable development goals and therefore the solutions that we should imagine. The same is true to the context of war, violence, and ammunition, and budgets of societies and nations that are oftentimes invested on wars and not necessarily on the eradication of violence. Sorry, I'm using... Should I go back or? Yes. So I want to be a little bit contextual, controversial, but also invite your imagination. We've been dealing with the Millennium Development Goals, and we couldn't accomplish them when we were discussing developmental aspirations of societies and the global arena. There were 8, sorry. And then we decided, oh, okay, we have failed on the Millennium Development Goals, and therefore we're going to propose Sustainable Development Goals, 17. My colleagues and my students tell me that the Sustainable Development Goals are actually the projections of the failures of humanity to prioritizing the key important imperatives. Because we have accepted poverty, we have accepted climatic and non-sustainable development, we have accepted that the budget systems of the wealth of nations must be hoarded by only 40 individuals in the global arena, and the majorities of the people are not living with decency. And so that is a lens that I think is quite important when you think about the majorities, because the majorities represent the youthful dividend of the world, the majority of humanity, particularly located in the global south. The other aspect around the majorities are the economic margins, those who live in the context of poverty, whether they are dependent on rental systems or finances by the states within which they live. It can also be in terms of the ecological degradation and the climatic changes and the impact of those societies that have lost hope precisely because they cannot imagine the future because of the ecological and climatic changes. Those islands around Africa, around the Pacific, or even countries that are constantly bedeviled by ecological challenges. So when we think about the majorities, I think we should think of all those on the underside or who are impacted heavily around these aspects that I've called the grand questions of our time. Then for us as Africans, it's very important that our analysis is not from borrowed knowledge systems, architectures, frameworks around what development is about. Earlier on, we had a colleague from the Netherlands speaking on behalf of Africans, as though Africans don't have analytical tools and framework of determining what are the developmental trajectories that ought to be followed. In this instance, I want to state that Africa, through its Agenda 2063, has identified its own trajectories and development paths, which to a large extent are in concert with the Sustainable Development Goals, but are attentive to the contextual realities and exigencies of Africa, not as a gaze on Africa, but as an active moral agency in changing the world and in imagining and co-constructing the global arena. And these are entailed in Agenda 2063, as I've said, the Africa that Africans imagine, which is attentive to the development goals that are attentive to the resources management on the seas, on the earth, on people, on the goals of humanizing knowledge systems, humanizing relationships between people, but also ecologically centered relationality to people. Here in Korea, you have a concept that you call sangseng that I've learned from some of your scholars around conviviality. These are some of the critical value systems that I think are important in our reflexivity around the relevance of sustainable development goals. So for us, when we think about what might be transformative agenda for the Sustainable Development Goals, is first the ideation, the decolonization of the lenses of analysis, the critical engagement with the resources, the contextualization of the Sustainable Development Goals. They are highly decontextualized and monolithic to the extent that they can not be resources for development if they are not interrogated. The other aspect that we think is quite important for us from a scholarly perspective is that for sustainable development goals to make sense, they need not just talk about these framing of decontextualized aspirations, but must look at the questions that societies in the geopolitical, geospatial, and demographic or aspirations are located in. Each time I press, it looks like it's slow. So for instance, as a case in point for Africa, I said we witness youthful population, deepening inequalities, global monopolies of power that are concentrated in our continent for extractive purposes and for our mineral, biotic, and other resources. The economic gains, which are valued more than ecological and sustainability issues, which are quite important, unequal opportunities and access to resources often leading to social division of power. The empires, colonizers, have utilized our knowledge and power to subjugate, disjoin, disrupt African epistemologies, and therefore, if we are to think around sustainable development gain, we have to understand first, are we using Western lenses for analyzing, or are we using African contextualized analytics, knowledge systems, epistemologies to understanding ourselves and the solutions that we have to imagine? Are we apologetic around engaging with global knowledge systems and prioritizing the primacy of African knowledge systems? So the most important aspect is we must understand Africa's knowledge systems as we appreciate other global knowledge systems in the quest for solutions. Why must we reboot and reset? As I've already said, the monolithic approaches towards understanding sustainable development goals require multiplicities, alternatives, and also the primacy and prioritizing those who are on the underside, those who are wounded because of ecological and climatic changes, and those who are trampled upon because of their youth or undermined. And the question that we often do not ask, why are we talking about poverty and not talking about wealth? What is the place of greed, and do we have greed lines to ensure that the sustainable development goals are accomplished if 8 or 40 people in the world own 90% of the wealth, or at least 80% of the wealth? So while the current SDG provide valuable frameworks for development, there are key reasons why a reboot is necessary. And I want to draw on the words of the South American scholar and educationist Paulo Freire, who reminds us that critical consciousness is very important and a distinctive achievement of human life, because within critical consciousness, it allows us not to just take what is prescribed on us, but to ask the critical question that enables us to reimagining the future. And therefore, by so doing, our reimagination of the SDGs will enable us not to work on prescriptions, but to imagine alternative approaches. But also it's because for us as Africa, the tendency is to view us from the perspective of our mineral and biotic resources, but not necessarily from the decisions and aspirations that we want to undertake. If you look at the map, we're divided by the resources of our context and continent, and not necessarily from the intellectual resources around how such must be used. The other aspect is the stereotypical images of Africa that hollows Africa of its intellectual resources and therefore undermines its contributions, to the extent that Africa is defined as abandoned, hostile, bedeviled with HIV and AIDS, confronted with genocides, civil wars, soldiers, child soldiers, dictatorships, and yet the benefactors of such systems are often not called to question. Who bribes the bribed? Who corrupts the corruptees? Who undermines the development questions? These are some of the critical questions that I'd like to invite youth and young adults as they do their analysis around sustainable development goals and their assets or their resourcing of the human life would be about. So it's very important, therefore, that we don't just think around too many priorities, lack of clear mechanisms for implementation, reliability of funding instruments, the timelines of the goals that have been heavily affected by COVID-19 and the recent wars, which have limited the rebooting of the Sustainable Development Goals. But we must look into the solutions that will make the resetting and the rebooting important. One of the key instruments that I feel would be interested in making Sustainable Development Goals an important accomplishment is really investing in the financing of the Sustainable Development Goals. In this instance, we've expected countries or societies to volunteer into these mechanisms, and it doesn't help in transforming and harnessing. The complicity of the relationship between the 17 SDGs present great challenges because pursuing one goal may inadvertently hinder progress in another. The perceived one-size-fits-all approach of the SDGs lack a robust focus on addressing systemic inequalities that I've already spoken about. The recalibration should prioritize more inclusive approaches that consider diverse socioeconomic, cultural, historical, knowledge context, and resources context. The global disparities may be unintentionally prolonged by the SDGs' universality due to overlooking the diverse socio and geopolitical context. And therefore, for us to succeed, we must look into where the priorities must be accelerated. The insufficient emphasis on addressing systemic issues such as corruption, political instability, the conflicts can impede progress towards the SDGs, necessitating the resolution of structural impediments for impactful sustainable development. When I started, I said we started with the Millennium Development Goals, we then came to Sustainable Development Goals, and now we are looking towards 2062 as the accomplishment. We'll be 30 or 32 years later to accomplishing what we want. Rebooting the SDGs should involve stronger emphasis on collaboration of universities, of societies, of global governance systems, of multilateral systems, and enhancing and overcoming the economic disparities that are increasingly attending to us. I can see Professor Peng is now worried. To transform, colleagues, is to mark change, is to not just in appearance, not just to alter greatly often the grotesque effects. It's not to think around dystopia, but it is really to compel the change in appearance, to mark change, to form nature or appearance, to change greatly, and to ensure that complete change in appearance becomes radiant, beautiful, life-affirming, and enabling for ecological justice, economic justice, and transformation and respect for humanity. Our late president, one of the freedom fighters in our world, has made an appeal that for us to ensuring that the Sustainable Development Goals or the goals of development are harnessed, it should be because we prioritize education, we value youthful dividend, we value the diversities of the knowledge systems, and we do not at all times allow Africa to be seen as the poor of the world for their multiple resources that the global arena requires, that require us to forming partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lenkabula. You have called for the wake-up call for having a critical consciousness as a critical tool for evaluating everything. It seems like Professor Lankabula emphasized the pausing to reflect on the human journey toward a more sustainable society. She critically criticized current sustainable development goal in such a way as a fundamentally, somehow, can I say, modernist and colonial in nature, serving the perpetuating Western hegemony rather than addressing the specific need of the African nations or majority world. So she called for the reboot for the SDG and calling for inclusivity and receiving complexity, contextual specificity, collaboration in achieving sustainable goal globally. I thank you very much for your insightful thought and your wake-up call, the critical consciousness. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to ask His Excellency to deliver his messages. Thank you.
Dear Professor Pang, Director for Africa, Institute of Yonsei University, my dear sister, Professor Lenkabola, Vice Chancellor, University of South Africa, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's hard to speak after a professor, and if I had a choice, I think I could go first because she did so well, and maybe she has preempted a lot of that, what I'm going to say, but I'll try. So I thank you, Professor Pang, for having me on this panel and for your kind words of introduction. I'm delighted to see the Africa Institute of Yonsei University is taking shape, and I commend you for organizing this first ever side event, especially today, just a day after the official opening of the Institute. Once again, congratulations. I must confess that the session titled Calling for Transformation, a Critical Evaluation for the Majority World pumped up my adrenaline. It reminded me of my happy years of being a student, an activist, and a critic of international system and the world order. For that reason, allow me to unleash my activism today. Since the title itself, which says whose question, whose answers, is both radical and revolutionary. Ladies and gentlemen, we are far behind the target, so they say. Common phrase, we are far behind the target every now and then. Then they add, we risk of missing the target if we maintain the status quo. It's another sentence, common. Then they go on saying, there's a need to redouble our efforts to be able to close the existing gap. And so after that, we clap our hands, common. These phrases offer nothing new. We heard them during the MDGs, and we are hearing them again now. I bet we shall hear more of this apologetic statement as we get closer to 2030. There's absolutely nothing much wrong with the SDG, as it were with the MDGs. These are lofty policy statements of intent, and they have done global good in pulling together efforts in the same direction. Many lives have been lifted and many progress made. Shortcoming notwithstanding, they at least help to mobilize collective conscience and uniformity of purpose. That itself is worthy of celebration. As I stand here today, we have already passed midway towards the destination 2030. Looking back to where we came from and looking forward to where we are heading, I have all the reasons to be cautious and less optimistic. I see the reinvention of narration in history. I hear the echo of many apologetic speeches, comments, and sound bites of regrets and disappointments. Also, I hear many vows and other empty promises to never again let this happen. We'll hear them as we go 2030. So when the MDGs were adopted in year 2000, I was in high school in my dear country, Tanzania. I was the chair of the Youth of United Nations Association of Tanzania, a youth-based advocacy organization that promotes the work of the United Nations at the grassroots with the aim of bringing the youth closer to UN and UN closer to the youth. I had a lot of hope and full of faith in international cooperation by then and the international community. So the 8 Millennium Development Goals did not just mean 8 rhetorical phrases for me then. and my youth generation by then. They carried aspirations. They carried our hope. We saw in them the dawning of a new era in the new millennium. There was this euphoria of a new millennium. So it was like a new millennium, new way of doing things, dawning of a new era, millennium development goals. We are going to solve problems that are surrounding us. We saw them as an end of empty promises and the beginning of a meaningful partnership between the North and the South, developed and the least developing, rich and poor. We thought we were closing a chapter and opening up a new one. Far from it. But one thing disturbed my mind whenever I looked at the 8 MDGs. It was not the goals, not the targets, but the order of the arrangement. The sequencing of the 8 goals did not make much sense to me. And I wondered whether it was accidental or rather intentional. I questioned the rationale of starting with goal 1, being eradicate extreme poverty and hunger, instead of goal 8, which was developing a global partnership for development. I saw starting with the goal 8 and going backward will give us a good test of our resolve and sincerity of our purpose. Today, looking back, I think I was closer to the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2015, when we were adopting the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, I was already a personal assistant and speechwriter to the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Before joining the President, I worked in the Foreign Ministry and rose to become assistant to the Foreign Minister. I attended many UN General Assemblies meetings and side meetings leading up to 2015. In all these meetings, I started to notice the shift of gears and change of tone, as we are witnessing now. The loud and ambitious voice started to fade by the year 2010, and more apologetic and pragmatic voice emerged. The world started talking about meeting the bare minimum, focusing on the few goals to deliver more impact, voicing a sense of urgency and scapegoating on 2008 global financial crisis. Today, we have a new scapegoat, COVID-19. MDG's success was mixed, uneven, and patchy. Frankly speaking, we failed the world's poor, and we failed humanity. When SDG were adopted in 2015 with a high moral promise of leaving no one behind, I was little enthusiastic. Increased number of goals from 8 to 17 and targets from 21 to 169 got me more worried than contented. I questioned if we could not achieve 8 goals and 21 targets. What is the new magic formula that will make us achieve the 17 goals and 169 targets within the same time, 15 years? I quickly ran to check the orderly of the goals and I found the same story. Again, the financing of the SDG was placed on goal number 17, namely partnership for goals. I knew we were going to have the same script with a different tune in the near future, and here we are. Fast forward, today, we are meeting here and witnessing the same, empty promises and apologetic rhetorics. Report after report suggests that we were off target and risk not achieving the SDGs come 2030. The UNCTAD issue number 4, SDG Investment Trend Monitor, highlighted that the annual SDG investment gap in developing countries is now about $4 trillion. It continued to reveal that if the SDG investment needs to 2030 are to be met, some $30 trillion of additional investment must be found in the next 8 years. And that the current investment gap is 60% higher than a $2.5 trillion estimated by UNCTAD in 2014 on the eve of the adoption of the SDG. It is therefore not surprising that today we are all alarmists about the fact that 2030 is near the corner and we are likely to again to miss the target. Some will pointing the blame to the design process of SDGs, well, and whether the process was adequately inclusive, well. Some will scapegoat on the COVID-19 pandemic and later fuel and food crisis, which caused global inflation. Well, some will cliche about climate change and the disaster that followed. There will be numerous excuses, but all these, in my opinion, are not just new, just a repeated performance. Numbers never lie. We are not going to meet the 2030 target even before COVID-19, as evidenced by many reports, due to slow pacing in finance mobilization. Only 6 countries, namely Sweden, Norway, Luxembourg, Denmark, and Netherlands, have reached or exceed the 0.7% ODA commitment. Statistics also reveals that OECD average never exceeded 0.4%. While there seemed to be an increase of 15% of net ODA in the year 21-22, looking closely, according to the UN report, a big portion of it went to spend on refugees in donor countries and to Ukraine, not developing countries. Net bilateral ODA to Africa was just 34 billion US dollars by 2022, which is down by 7.4%. So it has been even going down prior to COVID. It is therefore nowhere near a surprise that ODA disbursement to water sector decreased from 9.6 billion US dollars to 8.1 billion US dollars between 2015 and 2021. Situation is nowhere better when it comes to just energy transition to developing countries. During the same period, low and middle income countries' external debt also rose by 5.6% to 9 trillion US dollars, and statistics also revealed 37 out of 69 developing countries fell into debt distress by November 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, one may ask, are there no good news? The answer will be yes, there are good news and good progress. But measured against their ambition, these progress are not good enough and risk of being dwarfed by the magnitude of the compounding problem ahead. It is why today I dread away from self-pleasing, fragmented, and itsy-bitsy narratives. The OECD report titled Bottleneck to Access, SDG Finance in Developing Countries gives me no appetite to dwell on the niceties today. It called for the moment of truth and questioning our morality. It said, and I quote, developing countries need at least another 3.9 trillion US dollars to reach the SDGs. That is OECD estimate. And possibly 4.3 trillion US dollars according to UNCTAD. Nearly all of their resources, nearly all of their sources of financing have dropped, especially government revenues and FDI. How they can play their part in the global fight against climate change and its consequences, which necessitate mobilizing an additional estimated 1 trillion US dollar in external finance by 2030, the report posed that question to us. So in the interest of time, allow me to pinpoint just on the SDGs whose realization is of urgency and crucial importance to developing countries. That is SDG 13, which relates to climate change. There is wide consensus that developing countries are the hardest hit by the climate change, even though they least contributed to it. Logic will demand that those responsible will be guilty enough and handsomely compensate the victims. Alas, it is not the case. In year 2009, developed countries committed to mobilize around 100 billion US dollars by year 2020. The target was not met by 2020. As of now, it is around 83.3 billion US dollars, according to OECD. Mind you, that $100 billion is not even meeting the actual demand of the developing countries, which, according to UN FCC, it's about 6 trillion USD will be needed by 2030 to meet the just half of the existing national determined contribution of developing countries. What is disappointing is that less and less money is channeled to adaptation. We need money for mitigation and adaptation, but less and less money is channeled to adaptation. And even that small amount of money committed to funds like GCF and GEF is subjected to bureaucratic, cumbersome, and very frustrating processes that systematically excludes governments, NGOs, and private sector from developing countries in favor of NGOs, multilateral organizations, and private sector from the north to implement mitigation and adaptation programs and projects in the global south. Even that small amount of money that goes to GCF and GEF, you have European NGOs, Western NGOs, Northern NGOs going to take that money to implement programs to Africa and not allowing Africans to do it themselves. Nevertheless, Tanzania never tires to try doing something about our situation within the limits that exist. My president, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, the only African woman executive president, decided to take leadership to champion the African Women Clean Cookie Support Program. She launched this initiative during the COP28 in Dubai. While we worry much about critical minerals for EV batteries and hydrogen energy to power engines, about 300,000 women and 300,000 children are said to die every year in developing countries due to respiratory diseases. quoting the president of Africa Development Bank, he said, "The risk of women dying from a lack of cooking oil solution is 3 times higher than the risk of dying from malaria." Addressing clean cooking energy in developing countries and in Africa in particular is a good economics. According to the World Bank, residential fuel burning accounts up to 58% of global black carbon emissions and a gigaton of carbon dioxide per year, approximately 2% of the global emissions. Also, according to ADB, Africa requires just $4 billion annually in investment to provide clean cooking equipment to 250 million women by 2030. My question is this really too much to ask? But starting with Tanzania, President Samia commits to achieve 70% clean cooking energy by 2030. Currently, 80% of cooking energy used in Tanzania is charcoal and firewood. As a result, we are losing about 1% of our forest annually, equivalent to 400,000 hectares of forest. These kind of initiatives, unfortunately, are less popular, less amplified, and less funded. The world climate change energy transition debate has been reduced to EV batteries, critical minerals, and hydrogen energy. What about the poor? That's the very question that my sister raised here about the context and questions. Certainly, we can do something about it before it's too late. All is not lost. What we need to be done is to honestly interrogate our resolve and honor our commitments. Let us do the first things first. Let us sort the goal 17. Let us fix the financing problem first, and the rest shall fall in place. Let's not waste time in questioning the origin of SDGs. It's too late for me. How inclusive was the process to arrive to them? Too late to me. Or whether they are comprehensive or not, too late to me as well. Let us put money behind the goals and let us implement them as they are in the latent spirit with sweet transformation. Let us just go that way. Just implement them faithfully, despite of their own shortcomings, and we see transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, when MDGs were adopted, I was 20 years old. By 2030, which is the SDG target, I will be 50 years old. That will be 30 years span. And literally, that is one generation. So if we fail, or if we do not achieve, that will be a one generation condemned. That will be one generation wasted. That will be a generation-old hypocrisy. Something must be done and should be done now. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Wow. What a thought-provoking speech you delivered. I mean, drawing on his personal experience and observation in his youth as a revolutionary spirit-filled young man, then you're still looking very young. Ambassador expressed a skepticism about the progress toward achieving the sustainable goal by 2030. He truly reflects on the shortcomings of the both Millennial Development Goal MDGs and the SDGs, noting a lack of significant progress despite so lofty aspiration. There is lack of significant progress is done. The ambassador criticized the order of the goal, questioning why the financing is placed last rather than first. He lays bare the shortfalls in funding for SDG and for the water, energy, and so forth. But however, as he's not a pessimist, he's an optimist in some way. Despite some progress, Ambassador calls for concrete effort to honor commitment and to implement the goal effectively to avoid condemning future generation to come. I think you have provided us, really, both of you provided us a critical consciousness to look at the world critically. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to open a question. Before I open the question to the floor, I do have a couple of questions for our brother and sister here. I mean, both of you mentioned that how do you argue that the SDG perpetuate kind of Western colonial agenda, particularly in relation to Africa? How do you say? It seems like there is some sentiment, there is some implication of it. So maybe from Professor, can you comment on that?
I doubt that. Thank you very much, Professor Pang. I want to think about the logic of SDGs requiring universal solutions as though the experience are similar. That for me is akin to Western logics of imagining ideas within universal framework without taking into cognizance the contextual realities that frame analytical frameworks. So that's the first logic that I see. The second logic that I see, which I think creates the primacy for Western thought system, not even Korean thought system, not even African thought system, is the fact that it also creates hierarchies and disjointed approach. You'd know in any scholarly or engagement or any knowledge system, there's no linear approach. There are multidisciplinary, multifocal, and multi-lenses to solutions that have to be attended to. And I think this idea of compartmentalizing the problems, the solutions, is one idea that is quite separate from how we think, how we analyze, and how we imagine solutions. And therefore, I think that's one of the limitations. I want to believe that whereas the Millennium Development Goals were generally top-down, I do appreciate that the Sustainable Development Goals were consulted heavily amongst communities, civil society, business sector, and others, and were agreed to. However, it is still very clear that as even earlier on, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon was saying, the Western hegemony or its lenses would have seen in the approaches and the prioritization of the development aspects. And the final aspect is that Ambassador Mavura has already spoken to the prioritization, or at least how to give primacy or shape to the Sustainable Development Goals. The actual weakness of the development goals is that we've put ideation without the practice or the praxis that should enable articulation of that ideation. And in our wealth system, we don't just put ideas and theorization. We also look at the plans, the implementation processes, and the financing solutions that have to undergird the developmental trajectory that have to be taken. And that's why I said that is a compartmentalized Western world system that I don't think is helpful if you are to solve the global questions that we need to through the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ambassador, your thought on this?
Thank you. My sister has answered that very well, and I'll pick from there. Goals as they are look so noble if you look at them, but the underlying architecture is something that we need to question. We are where we are somehow because we have been failed by the liberal world order. The international cooperation, international architecture is built in the image of the liberal order, which has failed to deliver to the good public global goods to many people in the world. So prior to even MDGs, there was a debate about reforming of the United Nations, reforming of the Bretton Woods extension system, reforming of the whole international architecture. Sometime in 1970s, 80s, G77 went there to try to bring a new international economic order. because we say something is wrong with the structure. So it doesn't matter much how good goals can be crafted, so long as the structure itself is troublesome. So this is what we are seeing. So eventually we end up devising SDGs, fine, they're good, they're very lofty, but we are depending on the same architecture to implement it. So we're expecting World Bank, we're expecting IMF, we're expecting all these structures to implement the same goals. That's where we now have a problem that I was trying to say. Then you have the same organizations like UNDP, UNEP going to GCF looking for money to implement programs in Africa. I mean, so what's the point of it? But look at like a Marshall Plan, which was given to Europe. You could see there were goals and there was money into it. The Marshall Plan turned Europe from devastating to where it is today. I mean, why can something like that be done to the developing world? Simple question. Thank you.
And during our conversation and talk, it seems like I have witnessed or I have sensed some of the challenges highlighted regarding the ineffectiveness of SDG and how do they hinder progress toward really sustainable development. Maybe the ambassador could go first at this time.
Ineffectiveness of SDGs. I won't depart much. I think today I'll be dedicating on financing. That's the only thing today I'm speaking. It's nothing else, because the rest is English to me. Right? If we have goals and targets, then we need money into it. We need to put money into it. That's the only thing. Leaving these goals to countries who are already economically stressful, debt distress, climate change affected. I mean, how do you expect these goals to be effectively implemented? Simple and clear. To me, we have to solve the first things first. I know by 2030 we'll come with another name, maybe Super Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. But I think in the next one, we need to start talking about financing first. To me, that's where the ineffectiveness comes. It's not lack of intention from developing countries. It's not like that. All our countries, you could see the Agenda 2063, which my sisters presented here. If you go to all African countries, governments are struggling to deliver to these goals, but the means are very limited.
Oh, thank you. Professor?
I just want to make an example of some of the complexities and contradictions of the Sustainable Development Goals. For instance, we aspire in the Sustainable Development Goal for peace, justice, and strong institutions. Ambassador has already just talked about the multilateral systems that is hierarchical. That doesn't allow, for instance, Korea and South Africa, if I were to give an example, or even Tanzania, to have a strong space in the sun. So in the United Nations, you have 5 countries that are just able to veto any contribution. So how is that a peaceful, just, and strong institutional multilateral system? For instance, in the current context, we've been dealing with the Ukraine and Russia war. It has been persisting for a very long time, despite the existence of the aspirations of the SDGs for these strong institutions that could quell the violence in the world, the wars, the battles. The same is true to gender equality, which is, and when I started, I did say I'm a feminist. I am happy to affirm the sacred beauty of men and women and their talents as important imperative. But if we look at the articulation of sustainable development goals and education, for instance, as a resource, the investments on eradicating and ensuring gender equality are oftentimes not attended to. Earlier on, just before this session, we're talking about what work is valued and paid for or remunerated, and what work is not valued when we're discussing the care economy. So these are some of the aspects that project the contradictions of the Sustainable Development Goals. which require you and me, Professor Peng, as leaders within the higher education system or university system, to then looking at how do we rethink curriculum? What resources do we provide for our students, but also people like him who are diplomats, who negotiate the Sustainable Development Goals to ensure that the policy system are attentive and responsive and ensure that the programs, the implementation, the financing, the accountability systems are supported. And for me, as we had said, we know who are the countries that consume the resources of the earth more than the others, but we cannot hold them accountable. That's the failure of institutions and the architecture of multilateralism that we have to think about. And the final thing, I think the gender one was quite nice for me, for Korea and South Africa, because these are questions that our countries have to debate, contest, and think about, especially because patriarchal cultures tend to be a little bit strong and sometimes undermine the full vitality of women's contributions, and therefore we have to hold hands and accompany each other in ensuring that women and men become active participants. Thank you. The last part, Ambassador made an example. We talk about EVs and EVAs, and we forget that we go to DRC Congo for majority of these resources. And we talk about them as energy efficient. They're not. They wound the earth. They hollow communities and societies. But because they're not located in the global north, they become just fodder for abuse. And to liberate the SDGs, we must also question and require accountabilities on the implementation processes or the interventions therein required. Thank you.
Yeah, I know DR Congo has 70% of cobalt, which is absolutely necessary ingredient for the EV and others. It's amazing. I'm going to take one question from floor. Okay. We can't hear you, so somebody will bring the microphone.
Thank you so much. So in the context of contextualization of the SDGs, or sort of whatever the goals that come up in the future, how do you see them implemented in the international space? So are they going to be country by country to allow sort of for full agency to be held by the regions in question? Or are there still going to be some sort of international agreements or international level policies that regulate like the future development of the SDGs, or again, whatever regulation that comes after that?
Ambassador, maybe you go first. Maybe this is very diplomatic matters.
Thank you so much. One thing member states, especially us from the South, will never stop doing is going to the table. We'll always come to the table, we'll always come to make our case with a belief that one day it will be heard, that one day will make sense. It's a matter of time. This is a generational and it's quite of a relay kind of war. So yes, 2030 will come, but probably this will not be implemented. We'll go back to negotiate. But I think my generation will negotiate differently. Between now and 2030, when we talk about rebooting, I think rebooting, restating is all about also demanding these goals to be part of the comprehensive international system reform. if we're going to have any other set of goals with the same architecture that we're having today, it's going to be a non-starter. So I think the next time is to see how can we make more accountable system. My sister was talking about accountable system. It's not a question of countries committing, because it's simple. Leading from the MDGs and SDGs means you can commit and you can get away with it, and then just give excuses later in the future, say like COVID came. All these calamities will always be there. Financial crisis, climate change, and I don't know what next will come. Wars will always be there. But there should be a kind of accountability for those who make commitments that they should be delivering. I think that's the way to go. So if there's something that we are learning in a hard way is if we are not reforming the international system architecture, and then there's no amount of goals, no amount of indicators will make any difference. I think that would be a starting point. It should come together with reforms of United Nations and all these other institutions.
I think we shouldn't be skeptical about the imperative for having multilateral systems or international systems. We should actually encourage them, because it is through them that we can harness the validity and feasibility of the Sustainable Development Goals. What we are saying is that precisely because of the asymmetrical power systems within the multilateral systems, we should agitate for an equilibrium that is attentive to the challenges that societies go through, that planetary Earth go through, and that are attentive not to one narrative or one hegemony. So an African feminist scholar, Chimamanda Ngozi, talks about avoiding the single narrative. And the Sustainable Development Goals must be around listening deeply to the multiplicities of complexities and challenges, but also to the varied knowledge arenas, to the solutions that are proposed. And we have hope that if such were to be attended to, and the financing mechanisms were not spent in the global north when they are supposed to be spent everywhere else, then this would be meaningful. And therefore, what's important is fair, accountable, responsible articulation of multilateral agreements. Thank you.
That's very important. There is no master narrative that can solve all the problems. It's a very philosophical shift of thought. Thank you very much. We have come to the conclusion, and we have come to realize that the SDG, while the noble in its intent, but falls short of the complex reality and systemic inequality faced by the majority world. By fostering inclusivity, addressing systemic issues such as corruption and political instability, and urge for innovation and progress, I think we can chart a path toward a more just, sustainable, and resilient future for all. As we embark on the journey together, and even this university, for transformation, let us remain committed to working together, learning from the past lessons, and continuously questioning and re-evaluating our approach to development. Only through that collective effort, the genuine collaboration, and a steady, fast commitment to the equity and the justice can we truly realize the vision of the sustainable development for all global citizens, ensuring a more radiant, beautiful, and just world for generations to come. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much, Professor and Ambassador. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, dear panelists. This was indeed a very critical analysis of the SDGs and a very different interpretation of rebooting the Agenda 2030. I believe it leaves us with some homework to do on how we can realistically achieve a better future for all.
Thank you for joining us today on the first day of the 2024 Global Engagement and Empower Forum held here at Yonsei University. This marks the end of the first day, and we will return with more exciting talks here at the Centennial Hall and at the Baekhyang-nuri Grand Ballrooms 1 and 2 tomorrow on day 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you.